The true north, strong and free. At a crossroads, Canadians face a critical choice tonight with our economy, our sovereignty, and our future hanging in the balance.
I've just requested that the Governor-General dissolve Parliament and call an election for April 28th.
Canada-U.S. relations is the top issue.
It's awful to be America's enemy. It's worse to be their friend.
The U.S. and Canada enter a trade war.
The government is prepared to respond to more U.S. tariffs.
A 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States.
Those in car manufacturing in Canada are bracing for uncertain times.
This is a direct attack.
Again, job losses.
Like a lot of people are fed up with Trump.
What we need is vision, and we need it now.
Federal party leaders are striking a tougher tone against the United States.
My message to President Trump is knock it off. Quebec has to face Donald Trump. Canada has to face Donald Trump.
The message from Canadians is clear. Canada is strong, resilient, and independent.
I don't want to be part of the United States.
We will never be Trump's 51st state.
I agree that Canada is not for sale.
It's not time to be quiet.
It's your vote. It's Election Day in Canada, and City News is everywhere. Welcome to our special election night coverage here on City News. We will be live throughout the evening, bringing you the very latest results from across the country. Our Glenn McGregor and Xiaoli Li are in Ottawa at Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre's watch parties. Kate Walker is in Vancouver with Jagmeet Singh, and Alicia Robertucci is with Yves-François Blanchette in Montreal. In Ontario, tracking all of the results, we have Melissa Nakovely in Windsor, Afia Ba in Ajax, Mark McAllister in Toronto St. Paul's, Alan Carter in Eglinton Lawrence, and Brandon Shogri in the new riding of Parkdale High Park. And here in studio, our Christina Howren will be giving us the results as they roll in throughout the country. And Faiza Amin will be chatting with guests throughout the evening about the issues Canadians have been bringing to the ballot box. And here to help us, guide us through this evening in the studio with me tonight is our expert panel. We're going to start to my right. NDP strategist Marianne Nader, John Wright, veteran pollster, along with Sharpjeet Kaur, Liberal strategist, and Jeff Rutledge on my far left, who is also a Conservative strategist. We are going to be guiding you through the night. They're going to be offering their expertise as we analyze what's happening. But first, right now, we're going to head to Ottawa, and we're going to check in with our Glenn McGregor. Glenn, you have been following this campaign tirelessly. How is the mood at Liberal headquarters?
I have to say it's pretty upbeat. I spent the last week or so on the Liberal campaign with leader Mark Carney, and that group of campaign staff are loose, they're happy, they're upbeat. They seem to have a really good sense of how this is going to go. And of course, the leaders' campaigns that they are right across the country, but really, elections in Canada are typically won or lost in just one place, and that's the 905 area code, that belt of suburban ridings in the GTA. These seats tend to flip-flop between Liberal and Conservative. And of course, Liberal leader Mark Carney spent most of his campaign reaching out to voters in those swing seats. And he did that by keeping his focus entirely on Donald Trump and on the effects the tariffs are going to have on the Canadian economy. Now, on the campaign trail, Carney spoke repeatedly about his experience dealing with financial crises when his previous roles as the governor of two central banks in Canada and the UK. I think I heard the same stump speech from him dozens of times, and in it, he always said the same thing, that he's a pragmatist and not a career politician. But that was a big question coming into this election, was whether he could actually do retail politics. Could he connect with voters, or would he come off sounding like an economist or a banker? And as the campaign progressed, we sort of saw him grow into the role of politician, became more comfortable with this. His low-temperature style was really nothing like Justin Trudeau, inspired a lot of enthusiasm among some Liberals. One of them actually had a rally in Scarborough shouting out, "Lead us, Big Daddy." That became kind of an unofficial slogan for his campaign. And Carney really leaned into his time as a hockey goalie in university, in an attempt to humanize himself to voters. He wore Edmonton Oilers and Montreal Canadiens jerseys at rallies. He played street hockey with some kids when he was out on the campaign trail. And he talked about how Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves. That's referring, of course, to the trade dispute with the U.S. And one of the things we're going to be watching for tonight, though, is how Carney does in his first attempt at elected office to become an MP, running in an Ottawa area riding. It was on the day that he called the election that Carney first said he was going to run in the riding of Nepean. It's kind of a suburban seat, and it's also right next door to Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Carney's seat, though, looking more safe for the Liberals. Poilievre's for the Conservatives, maybe a little less certain. Now, Carney's closing argument that he hopes voters in Nepean and right across the country will take with him into the ballot box is the same as his campaign opening pitch, and that is he's best positioned to drop the gloves, to stand up to Donald Trump. We'll see in a few hours if voters agree and are willing to give his Liberals a fourth consecutive term in power. Cynthia.
Glenn McGregor, thank you very much. We'll be checking in with you all night and into the morning. Thank you. But staying in the nation's capital, we bring in Xiaoli Li at the Conservative headquarters in Zhao. This is right next door to Carney's headquarters. What's the mood there where you are this evening?
The mood is still a little subdued. We've seen some Pierre Poilievre supporters downstairs waiting for the doors to open. They're not going to let members of the public come in until around 9 o'clock this evening, but the mood seems to be pretty upbeat despite what the polling numbers say so far. There's still some hope that they may be able to pull out a Conservative minority government out of tonight's results, though, of course, most concede that a Conservative majority is just they're nowhere near that possibility tonight. Of course, everyone will remember that at the beginning of the year, the Conservatives had this massive double-digit polling lead over the Liberals, but then a lot happened. Justin Trudeau quit. This new guy got the job in Washington and started throwing tariffs at everyone, notably us. And of course, that really upended the campaigns. Of course, for the last year and a half or so, Pierre Poilievre has essentially been running against Justin Trudeau. Without Justin Trudeau in the mix, the Conservatives try to sort of pivot a little and say, Mark Carney's just like Justin. He was Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. If you didn't like how the Liberals handled the economy before, you're not going to like Mark Carney. It's not clear how much that landed with voters because, of course, midway through the campaign, we had some Conservative, former Conservative insiders, I'm thinking of Corey Teneyck in particular, saying this campaign's really not going well, they need a change. They've sort of landed on that word in particular, change. Change, 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 change. If you're sick of hearing me say it, I mean, Pierre Poilievre said it hundreds and hundreds of times in the last few weeks, saying it's time for a change. The Liberals have been in power for too long. It's time for the Conservatives to come in, cut regulation, cut taxes, get tough on crime. We'll find out tonight if Canadian voters, if that change message really resonated with them or not.
Li, thank you very much. From Ottawa, we'll check in with you throughout the night. Now we're going to bring in Kate Walker, who is in BC at Jagmeet Singh's headquarters. And Kate, there is a lot of talk that the NDP will be losing seats this election, and Singh could even lose his seat.
Yeah, that's right, Cynthia. His seat is definitely in jeopardy tonight, and that is the storyline of the night. Will Jagmeet Singh hold on to his seat? Now, it's a seat that he said it's had since 2019, what was then Burnaby South, now Burnaby Central, and Burnaby Central is a riding that has a lot of Liberal support, so he's certainly up for a challenge there. He's also led the federal NDP party since 2017, so if he loses his seat tonight, that begs the question, what happens to the leadership of the party? Now, Singh has really adjusted his message in the home stretch of his campaign, admittedly saying, the way the polls are going, I'm not going to be your next prime minister, but now he's trying to hold on to as many seats as he currently has, what our Glenn McGregor likes to call the Save the Furniture campaign. So he's hoping to hold on to seats and get more seats. Now, the heartbeat of his campaign has really been advocating for middle-class families. We've seen this through dental care, things like anti-scab legislation, steps towards pharmacare, taxing the rich. He's really big on that. So those are the things that he's been focusing on in his campaign. We know that his seat is very much in jeopardy, as you mentioned, Cynthia. Right now, the polls show Singh could finish in third place in his riding. So obviously that would not be a good case scenario for him. Now, what could be a good outcome for the NDPs tonight is if, say, Mark Carney or Pierre Poilievre end up getting a minority government, then Singh could hold the balance of power. The NDP could form a coalition with the Liberals, and we've seen this in the past with Justin Trudeau. As I mentioned, they worked on policies like dental care and steps towards pharmacare. So here in Burnaby right now, a couple of incumbents that we want to watch out for tonight are Jenny Kwan, Don Davies, Peter Julian. Those are all MPs in the Lower Mainland that have held their seats for more than 10 years. So they're hoping that those seats are safe. Another important note here is that the NDP need 12 seats to keep their official party status. Right now they have 24, so we'll see how many seats they end up with at the end of the night here. But of course, in BC, the polls don't close till later, so we've got a few hours until we find out what exactly happens here. I'll send it back to you, Cynthia.
Kate, thank you so very much. We'll see you again. Now, it's still very early in the evening, so we don't have many results yet. They're just starting to come in one part of the country. I'm going to send it over to Christina Howren, who is watching the polls intently for us and will be all evening. Christina.
Thanks. And yeah, as you said, polls have just closed in Newfoundland, and there are 7 seats there. Now, 6 incumbents chose not to run. Most of those were Liberals. And as you can see in Newfoundland right now, this is central Newfoundland. Clifford Small, the Conservative candidate there, with 75% of the votes. Again, please pay attention to this. Only 1 out of 233 polls reporting. But he is the incumbent in this riding. He won by only a few hundred votes. So this is definitely a race to watch, and a very interesting one because it is the only seat that the Conservatives held in Newfoundland coming into the election. I just want to take a peek at Long Range Mountains. No incumbent here, but the Liberals did hold this seat. Dan Bradshaw is a very familiar face for people in that area. He's been a local broadcaster there for more than 35 years, but he's going against Carol Yancey for the Conservatives. This is her second time running in this riding, and last election she lost by only about 1,800 votes, and she lost to a Liberal cabinet minister. So she might actually give Dan Bradshaw a little bit of a run for his money. If we take a peek over all the way on the other end of the country, we just heard Kate talk about the importance of BC and specifically Burnaby Central. This is going to be a very tough battle for NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. It really is a 3-way race here, and he may not hold on to his seat. If we want to head a little further east, very interesting developments over this campaign have been happening in the Calgary area. Now, Calgary is typically red or blue. Last election, we saw that they were able to capture 1 seat, but it looks, the Liberals were able to capture 1 seat, but it looks like this time round, the Liberals may actually capture 2 or maybe even 3 seats. Calgary Skyview is a relatively new riding. The incumbent that was under this riding's Frontman's name is now running in Calgary McKnight. This is a very tough battle between these 2 candidates here, the Liberals and the Conservatives. If you look over at Calgary Skyview, Calgary McKnight, this is where the incumbent from Skyview has moved over, George Chahal, going against Dalwinder Ginnell, who's fairly well known in the area. It's going to be an interesting watch, and I can't help but want to go back to Ontario and specifically Toronto and Toronto-St. Paul's, because this is a very important race. Don Stewart captured it by a few hundred votes in a by-election, but this has been a stronghold for 30-plus years for the Liberals. And Leslie Church is very well known in the community, very well known by the Liberals, Liberal Party, and really could end up bringing the seat back to red. Another really interesting riding is if we head down to southwestern Ontario, and if we look at Windsor West, it's this one little orange button over there. Brian Massey's held this seat for more than 20 years. Richard Pollock last ran for the seat in 2004, and before that, 2002. And that's when he lost to Brian Massey. One really interesting fact about Windsor West is that this is a riding that does not like to elect new members. The previous MP to Brian Massey was Herb Gray, who held this seat for the Liberals for more than 40 years. So really, you need to retire or die in order to get kicked out of here. But the Liberals are really trying to make this a very competitive riding. We know that Carney spelled several campaign trips there. Poilievre has tried as well, but Carney has stopped by Windsor several times. It's a very competitive riding, and I'm keen to see what's going to be happening there tonight. But there's lots of ridings all across the country that we're going to be watching all the way from coast to coast to coast.
All right, Christina Howard, thank you very much. And she just mentioned Windsor, and that's where we find our Melissa Nakovely. And Melissa, the relationship with the U.S. is at the top of mind for many voters this time round. And how are people there who live along the border feeling about this election?
Yeah, Cynthia, they feel that there is a lot at stake here in this election because of those cross-border ties with the United States. Residents here will be weighing out who will best represent them and, more importantly, best protect their jobs and defend their jobs amid uncertainty in Canada-U.S. relations in terms of who the local players are here. We have incumbent Brian Massey, as Christina mentioned. This is his 9th time running in an election. He has been representing the community for over 2 decades and has been a big advocate of the auto sector. His challenger is Liberal Richard Pollock, a former federal prosecutor. He has tried for the 3rd time to unseat Massey, and this will be in this election. And Conservatives have Harb Gill, who is been speaking about how he is the one to protect the jobs here in Windsor West. But when it comes to what people here are looking for in a representative, they are looking for somebody who can also help with the housing crisis in Windsor. Have a listen to some of the folks that we spoke to earlier today. A lot going on in this election. What are some of the issues that really matter to you?
Housing, affordability, that's pretty much it.
It is the affordability. It's also job security as well. I know different industries are hit particularly hard from this. I know a trucker that trying to get across the border, it can be tough. For me, it's the tariffs and making sure that Canadian jobs stay around in Canada.
Well, for sure, right now it's dealing with Trump. I worked in the auto industry. I'm retired now, but I know how important that is for all local people as far as jobs and all that. And we're concerned about the economy and everything else, but I think dealing with Trump is one of the biggest issues for us right now.
Now, while Windsor West has traditionally leaned NDP, the big question is, does Windsor need somebody with, I guess, a voice at the table at the end of the day? And is that enough for these residents to vote either Liberal or NDP, or will they vote somebody who they're very familiar with and who has been on their side for over 2 decades? Cynthia.
All right, Melissa Nakovely in Windsor, thank you. Now we are going to turn to our panel, who I introduced earlier in the evening, and we're going to start, John Wright, veteran pollster. I'm going to put you on the spot.
It's okay.
How do you see these polls? You and I have been discussing them throughout this 30-plus day campaign. Many polls have indicated for several weeks a Liberal majority. Are you still feeling it's going to shake out that way, even though many also say that the race has been tightening?
Yeah, well, I'm going to look at a few places tonight that may cause us all to see whether this is going to be an early night or a later night. Right. But I think Quebec is where the first tranche comes, and if the Liberals do well in Quebec, well, then we move on to Ontario, and you go to the 905 region, which for our viewers is sits like a donut around Toronto. And if that goes to the Liberals, then I think we're moving in the direction of a majority. I think all the polls have basically been the same, around 43% now for the Liberals, 42%, 38 or 39 for the Conservatives, about 9% for the NDP. And that is one of the key things about tonight, because in the last election, the NDP was at 18%, now sitting at 9%. Those people have fled over to the Liberals. You've got a demographic of older voters with the Liberals instead of being the other way around with Conservatives, and younger voters are oftentimes now with the Conservatives instead of being with the Liberals. So that's kind of the matrix that we're looking at tonight to see whether or not by about, I'm going to say by about 10 o'clock or earlier, we'll have a good sense of where this election is going.
I mean, really, the massive chunk of votes, of ridings, comes from Ontario and the 905. And I believe, and you'll correct me, I know, but I think where Ontario goes, that's generally where the election goes, where the victor is.
Yeah, this is the 13th election I've covered federally, and in the old days, not that long ago, we used to say the McDonald-Cartier Freeway was kind of like you could decide by the time it got to central eastern Ontario where it was going to go. But it is the 905. It has been for many years, and in fact, it was interesting to see Pierre Poilievre there in the final days where he was campaigning. So if they are seeing some tightening in the polls, then that's the place where they want to be to try and convert those votes in their direction.
Okay, Marianne, we have to talk about the NDP. Many are calling it an NDP collapse that the Liberals are benefiting from. There are some polls suggesting that the NDP may not even be able to keep party status, which is 12 seats.
Right. So it's been a very challenging campaign for sure because of this existential crisis that we've been dealing with. I think there's been a lot of vote parking. There has obviously been strategic voting because a lot of New Democrats are very worried about a Poilievre government. So I think what I'm going to be looking for is seeing Ontario and especially BC, because half the caucus comes from BC. So it will be a late night for me probably. But to see where if they kept their seats, the incumbents, Jagmeet keeps his seat.
But then, I'm sorry, but it's not looking good. Polls place him as third, and it's rare for an incumbent to lose a seat, although it's a new riding.
You know what? This has been just the craziest election I've ever been part of. So I'm going to wait until the polls are closed and the numbers are in to see, and then what'll be. But that's where what I want to see is what's happening in Ontario and BC.
All right, Jeff, I'm going to turn to you, and then, of course, you, Sarjeet. How are you feeling about these polls as a conservative strategist? I mean, 2 months ago, it looked like absolutely Pierre Poilievre was going to be the next prime minister of this country. I'm sure he thought it, and it feels like victory is potentially being snatched away from him tonight.
Well, I think, we heard kind of the energy that's at CPC headquarters tonight at the party, and I'm hoping to close out the night on a very positive note for Mr. Poilievre. He's run quite a strong campaign, and I think we've seen the numbers come back closer together in recent days, and particularly in Ontario. I spent the day today in Newmarket, where I was able to hear at the doors, a pretty consistent refrain, which was, I can't believe the polls. It wasn't that they don't believe them, it's I can't believe the polls, because all of their friends, all of the people they're talking to are voting Conservative. And so, I think tonight will be very interesting.
Is that an echo chamber, though?
I don't think it is. I think in reality, there's a lot of Canadians who, feel as though it is not as comfortable to say that they're voting Conservative right now as it was a month and a half ago, because there is the concept of the Team Canada, and that if you're not, behind the current party, then you're not behind Canada. And I think there will be a lot of people who, when they get to the ballot box tonight, will make the decision to vote Conservative, and they'll do that because they're tired of what they've had over the last 9 years.
That's not unheard of. Sarjeet, can you believe the polls?
I can. Surprisingly, I went to a conference once, and the science behind polling is very, very interesting, and it's pretty solid. So even though we are all in our echo chambers, and my friends might think that I can't believe anybody would consider Poilievre, and someone else's friends might think I can't believe that they don't think that he's the best possible prospect ever, that isn't actually reality, and that's where polling is very, very helpful. And I would say that looking at polls can help people. Sometimes it can be disheartening, but sometimes it can be encouraging. Sometimes it can encourage people to go out and vote. So I believe them. I've seen from the very first one where everyone was shocked that it looked like the Conservative vote was falling apart, and that pollster was, ridiculed at the time. And then slowly everyone caught up, and consistently, they're showing the likability of Pierre Poilievre is what is really sinking him. And I think I read a very interesting statistic that there has never been a poll showing where the likability of the leader, if it is low, that they have been able to succeed.
Would you agree with that?
It's usually the fact that the leader is ahead of the party. There have been some elections clearly where they've been behind and they emphasize the team. But Sarjeet makes a really important point, and that is that Mark Carney has changed the channel in terms of what people's expectations would be in this election, and also because of how he would handle Donald Trump. But he's running about 10 points to 12 points ahead of Mr. Poilievre in terms of the choice for being best prime minister. So he is out in the lead, not only in front of his party, but his party is right behind him in front of the Conservatives. So again, I think, though, what Jeff said tonight is important, because oftentimes you get something at the door that's a little bit different than what you may get somewhere else. And we saw it in the States in a couple of election campaigns. The question is tonight whether in key regions, people who say that they are going to vote Conservative actually mean it and go out from the door to do so.
It also depends where you are.
Absolutely.
There are pockets where voters are. Yep. Brampton and Mississauga, they tend to vote in blocks generally, right?
Well, I think a big part of it, and what I'll be consistently watching throughout the night, is the ridings that have a really organized ground game. They're able to get their voters out and I think that's going to be a difference maker.
Okay, we will talk about that in our next chat to come. Thank you all so very much. Lots more to discuss throughout the night. Now, we're going to turn to Faiza Amin. I'm going to send it over to there. And it's been about 10 years since the Liberals made reconciliation a focal point of their election campaign. And now, a decade later, as Canada votes on a new leader, there are questions over what those commitments will look like with a new leader. And Faiza, you've been examining this.
Thanks so much, Cynthia. Let's get right into this conversation here. And I want to introduce and bring in the Assembly of First Nations National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Napanee, who joins us now via, I believe, Zoom. There you go. Thank you so much for being with us here today. And just a correction, your last name, Nipanak. I apologize about that. Thank you so much for being with us this evening.
Thank you for having us.
And I should also mention you're joining us from Rome because you attended Pope Francis's funeral over the weekend. That's where I'd like to start, because this is a pope who gave a historic apology when he traveled here to Canada for the role the church played in Canada's residential school system here. That was just one of 94 calls to action released by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Listen, it's been 10 years since those calls were released. I want to ask you about the progress, if any, that's been made. Have we gone far enough?
I think we always have to go farther. And I think as a country, as a young country, we've learned a lot in recent years, particularly over the last couple of decades. And I mean, we've seen elections in recent times, provincially for sure, where we've seen, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, for instance, come to the forefront. And I want to thank Manitobans for stepping up and doing the right thing for our women. At the same time, on the verge of tonight's election, of course, my thoughts are with each of the leaders, their families, and their campaign teams. It can be very difficult. It's not always easy to be a public candidate. And so I lift them all up. I also just want to say that I am back in Canada. I had to fly back yesterday because my schedule's so heavy and I had to vote today. And I did go and vote. And I took, there was lots of First Nations young people voting for the first time. Really happy to see that. And there's a diversity. There's 23 First Nation candidates across this beautiful country that we all share. And I'm so proud of them, considering that we were only allowed to vote in the 1960s. I mean, my grandmother reminds me of, my late grandmother tells me of, a time when she had to get a pink slip from an Indian agent to go and see a dentist off of our community.
Oh, wow.
And so for us to be able to vote and to, just last election, for instance, many First Nations ran out of ballots. And I hope that doesn't happen again, that Elections Canada is ready, which I don't think they are. I had a really hard time voting today with my government issued Indian status card that I had on me, pushed back, and they didn't know who I was. I didn't tell them who I was, but it was tough, and I had to argue for myself. And then they made me sign into my bank account, Elections Canada, to show them where I live. And so disheartening to see that. I hope that that's not happening elsewhere to First Nations people across this beautiful country, but certainly that was my experience today. I don't know why I had to experience that, but I did. And even though I was on the voters list and I just didn't have my voter card with me, but I did have my Indian status card, and I had to prove through my online banking that I lived somewhere in my riding. And so very difficult to vote. But at the same time, I'm so glad that to see all these First Nations candidates get up and put their names on the ballots, and from all parties, even the Bloc Québécois, the NDP, the Liberals, the Conservatives, many people stepping forward saying, they want to make a difference in this country. And
so let me ask
I'm
you,
so thankful for them.
Yeah, let me ask you this, as you're talking about the candidates as well as the young voters you're seeing, what issues do you think this next government should prioritize when it comes to Indigenous communities across Canada?
Well, reconciliation, like you had said, we're going into the 10th year of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. My condolences go out to, I was at the Pope's funeral this weekend. I was there with Dr. Chief Wilton Littlechild and Dr. Chief Phil Fontaine. And I seeing those residential school survivors are lifelong work. And knowing that, I met some younger cardinals, I was talking to them, and some other young Vatican officials. And I look forward to the work ahead, and I know that there's lots of work to do, including bringing our artifacts back, and of course making sure that basic things like public safety and First Nations communities, that becomes a priority. We released a priorities, a prosperity for all document, the Assembly of First Nations, to all political parties. I also want to say, for the first time in history, the Assembly of First Nations was able to bring all 4 major political parties, the New Democratic Party, Jagmeet Singh, the Green Party, Jonathan, and of course Elizabeth May, Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, as well as the Liberal Party, Mark Carney, together. We had 4 different sessions over a few days with our leadership, and we came and talked about our relationship between First Nations and this beautiful country that we all share called Canada. And I'm so thankful for that. And then, of course, I attended the funeral for the Pope this weekend, and I seen former President Joe Biden, and we talked about that Canada is an independent country, and it's never going to be a 51st state. And so disrespectful to see comments our way through, a leader around the world, a leader from another country target us on election day, and it's disheartening to see that. And as Canadians, we expect better from our leaders when they're doing things internationally, and we expect the same respect from around the globe towards our beautiful country that we stand on. So
what a strong message you're sending across the world and just right here at home across Canada. Chief Cindy Woodhouse in Neepanak, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us.
Thank you.
Cynthia, I'll send things back to you.
All right, Faiza, thank you. And it is 7:30. Polls have now officially closed in Atlantic Canada. John, there are 32 seats in all, and at dissolution, Liberals held 23 of those Atlantic Canada seats. What are you looking for as these numbers start rolling in? This is an early indication.
Well, I'm looking for more Liberal seats to be sweeping across the province. What I take from all of this is there was a time when, in fact, the Conservatives owned Atlantic Canada. Not too long ago, Sean Fraser and others said that they weren't going to run again, that they'd spend more time with their family. And then when things changed with Mark Carney, it swept back into Liberal territory. So from all of Atlantic Canada right through Quebec and in Ontario, there's been a wave of Liberals that have gone through there. So I'm looking to see whether or not tonight that wave actually goes right from the Atlantic over top of Atlantic Canada and into the rest of Eastern Canada.
Okay, and Jeff Rutledge, I'm sure the Conservatives are hoping to hold on to some of those seats. I believe they had 8 at dissolution.
Correct. And I think we'd be very happy to see some growth in the Atlantic today. I think
you're going to need to see some growth.
Absolutely. But again, as I mentioned before, the ground game is going to be really critical here. We know in the Atlantic that people like to meet their candidates face to face. You're talking about much smaller communities than here in Ontario, and so the candidates out there that are most successful are being the ones who have really had their boots on the ground, who have been out knocking on doors and trying to pull vote. And I think certainly in and around Halifax, we've seen some really excellent candidates who are doing that work, and I certainly think at CPCHQ they're watching it very closely.
Sarjeet, do you think the Liberals have as good a ground game? I mean, Mark Carney just became the leader. I don't think have had enough time, unless they still had, a team in place. And there is one thing to say about Conservative voters. They are motivated. They are angry. They feel like this victory could potentially be snatched away from them. Who do you think will have the better ground game tonight?
We're talking about a party that's looking at their 4th consecutive win. So there's a lot of incumbents. They're experienced campaigners. They have a machine ready to go. And Liberals have always been good at that ground game. So, my comment all along has been most people turn their attention to the election maybe 3 or 4 weeks before it. So they kind of saved their thunder. There was a lot of noise up to years back. But when push came to shove and it was crunch time, the Liberals got it together very quickly. And by all accounts, the campaign has been running very, very smoothly with, stops across the country, quick addressing of any issues, a full slate of candidates ready to go, and a lot of that support that's already been there from the fact that they have been, this isn't their first time doing it.
Okay, now Marian, you winced when Glenn McGregor called the NDP campaign a save the furniture. Your thoughts on ground game and getting the vote out?
New Democrats are very strong on their ground game and getting their vote out. So that's something that, that they can count on. Also, I think it's important, since the debates, they've actually seen a lot of momentum and some ticking up in some of the polls and showing there's been a lot of energy. So I think hopefully that will resonate a little bit. But I think there's been a lot of New Democrats are very adamant about what they believe and voting NDP. And I think since that looks like more of a liberal government, then there's that pathway, that permission to say, it's okay, you don't need to do strategic voting. It's okay to go back and vote NDP now because you're not going to get a Poilievre government.
Okay, well, let's find out from Christina Hauer how those numbers are looking in the Atlantic provinces. Christina.
Well, Cynthia, the polls have been closed for about half hour in Newfoundland, and as you can see, starting to get some color on the map. Now, this is Labrador, and this has been a Liberal seat for quite some time. No incumbent here, but we do expect this to, no surprise that a Liberal's in the lead. Again, only 5 out of 85 polls reporting, so very, very, very early in. If we look here, this is Central Nova. I was talking to you a little, or Newfoundland, excuse me. I was talking to you a little bit about this earlier. Clifford Small held the only Conservative seat for this province, and won the seat by only a few hundred votes. He's in the lead right now, but again, so early, 19 out of more than 200 polls reporting very early. Now this, I believe, is Avalon, and it is. Avalon is expected to go Liberal. Steve Kent is a very well-known politician in the area. He recently left politics and became an administrator for a local municipality there, but Paul Connors is a former EA. He's been working in the field for quite some time. We do expect that Avalon, no surprise there, will be turning red. It's very, very, very early in. We are going to be watching, though, because in the next couple of minutes, the polls are starting to close in the rest of Atlantic Canada, and specifically very interested to find out what happens in Halifax. Now, Halifax doesn't have an incumbent. They were supposed to have a by-election, but then this election became called. All of these, or at least the Liberals and the Conservatives, are very well known in the area. But this riding is so interesting because it's been held by the NDP and by Alexa McDonough and by Robert Stanfield. So Nova Scotia has a tendency to go back and forth between 3 parties. But really, this looks like it's going to be a race between the Liberals and the Conservatives. But bear in mind that this riding itself has had good representation for leaders from 2 of the parties. So very interesting situation there. And if you want to look on over to New Brunswick, and we're going to take a peek at Beauséjour. This is Dominic LeBlanc's riding. Now, he's a cabinet minister, or was a cabinet minister under Trudeau. His father was a cabinet minister under Pierre Elliott Trudeau. So the LeBlanc name has big name recognition, big value in the Beauséjour riding. We're going to be watching to see if there's any pushback, because he was so close with Trudeau and has been for so many years, to find out if there's going to be any pushback there or if a new leader will be enough. But we'll be following this all throughout the night. Checking in with you later, Sin.
All right, Christina, thank you. Now, affordability has been one of the key issues that Pierre Poilievre in particular has been talking about for a very long time. Our Faiza Amin has been speaking with experts and advocates, and you have been discussing affordability, Faiza, because, again, it's really been top of mind.
And you heard from voters tonight, speaking with Melissa, speaking with our reporters throughout Canada here, that affordability, and it's something that we've been following throughout this election as well. More Canadians are just feeling that pinch on their wallet more than usual for a number of reasons as we contend with inflation, higher interest rates, as well as the trade war. Let's dig deeper into this conversation here. Bring in University of British Columbia Professor Paul Kershaw. Professor, thank you so much for being with us. You are part of Generation Squeeze. This is a think tank that draws links between policies here, and you use this term called generational unfairness. I like where you're going with this. Maybe explain what that means to our viewers at home.
Well, good to be with you. And I think in its simplest form, generational unfairness can be seen when one generation doesn't leave at least as much as it inherited for those who follow in our footsteps. And that actually is a real risk right now in Canada, whether you're thinking about our housing system, whether you're thinking about the planet's health, or whether you're thinking about how governments are using tax dollars and are they balancing their budgets or are they leaving deficits. And in all cases right now, if you're a millennial or a Gen Z, you have reasons to ask the generations that have come before, like, hey, couldn't we do a little bit better here in terms of what's being left for us?
you're talking about this generational divide here. Let's get into some numbers here. So when it comes to how much would you say Gen Z and millennials are spending compared to baby boomers back then?
Well, let me give you some examples just in terms of the taxes that we pay. When baby boomers were young adults, there were 7 working age people to cover the cost of every retiree in terms of their retirement income and their medical care. But we called baby boomers a boom because they were a big group. And now that they're retiring, there are just 3 working age people to cover the needs of every retiree. And so many hands made lighter work back in the mid-1970s when boomers were young people. Today, if you're a millennial, you're paying 20 to 40% more in your income taxes to cover the cost of a healthy retirement for baby boomers by comparison with what boomers paid back in the day. So that's one example of how millennials and Gen Z are being asked to do more. But that's then coming on top of the fact that millennials and Gen Z are having to pay much higher rents. They take on much larger mortgages because my generation, I'm a Gen Xer, and boomers who came before me, we've extracted a lot of wealth from the housing system. And so the housing values have gone up. That's made us wealthier. But in order to prop up that system, millennials and Gen Z are having to pay so much more for their housing. And one of the really frightening stats that we see, and that any politician we know is going to have to deal with at the federal level going forward, is that like when my mom started in the housing market in the 1970s, it took 5 years of full-time work to save a 20% down payment on an average priced home. Now across the country, it's about 14 years, and in Ontario, it's closer to 20.
Yeah, and you hear Gen Zs and millennials even saying, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to afford a home, for instance. That's just the language that's being used these days. Okay, you're not only analyzing the realities lived by different generations here, you're also putting some ideas forward. So talk about reducing cash payments to retirees who still make over $100,000 per year. What would that reduction look like, and what impact? How can that alleviate some of the pressure off other generations?
Yeah, I think that one of the opportunities for us to use tax dollars more efficiently is to ask financially secure retirees to potentially accept a little bit less old age security. And it might surprise your listeners to learn that you can be a retired couple having $180,000 of income and still receive an $18,000 old age security subsidy. And despite that generosity of our old age security system, we still have about 500,000 retirees who live below the official poverty measure. So one of the ideas that I think really needs more consideration, and it's not the easiest one to talk about in an election because it can be spun in ways that sound quite controversial, but I think it's time for us to ask financially secure retirees who have household incomes above $100,000 to be open to accepting slightly less in a subsidy from old age security so that the savings could be repurposed both to eliminate seniors' poverty and also to invest in the housing, the post-secondary and childcare of their kids' and grandchildren's generations.
Professor, we have about 20 seconds left. I'm wondering if that's enough for you to tell me what one message or priority you'd like the next leader in government to focus on.
Well, I think we have to move beyond just talking about how many more homes we're going to build and acknowledge that millennials and Gen Z are facing high costs now that they need some compensation for because their high rents are protecting the wealth that I've gained. As someone who's being protected, I think it's time to compensate those offering the protection.
Very interesting conversation. We'll leave it at that. Professor Paul Kershaw of the University of British Columbia, thank you so much.
Have a great evening.
You too. All right, Cynthia, we'll send things over to you.
Okay, Faiza, thank you. Now, there are a number of ridings we are watching closely here in Toronto that could have an impact on the outcome tonight. And one of those ridings is Toronto St. Paul's, which is where we find our Mark McAllister. And Mark, there was an interesting outcome in a recent by-election there. And honestly, many people think that was the beginning of the end for Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, the by-election only 10 months ago, and it was very significant because it was Don Stewart, the Conservative candidate at that point, who ended up winning and beating the Liberals, Leslie Church, And that was the first time in more than 30 years that the Conservatives have won an election here in this riding. That's pretty significant, a Liberal stronghold. And again, to your point, when we knew that Justin Trudeau was dropping in the polls and things were potentially going to change, everyone was looking at this place specifically, and it ended up going blue. So it was Don Stewart winning, became the MP 10 months ago, but Leslie Church at that point only lost by 600 votes. And now that Mark Carney is the leader of the Liberal Party, everyone seems to think that the tide has once again turned back into the Liberal direction. So the question becomes, how quick or how close will this election be tonight in this riding, specifically what was as close as it was the last time around? Right now we're in the middle of Forest Hill Village at this cafe where Don Stewart will be having his gathering tonight. We know that Leslie Church is gathering in another part of the riding. Different distinct areas within the riding as well. This varies from one end to the west to the other to the east, and we've got different levels of incomes. Everyone's certainly concerned about the economy and how things are going to play out, how they've been over the last number of years. A lot of people saying things need to change, and that's why we're voting Conservative. Other people looking to the future and the impact that Donald Trump is going to have on the economy now, and that's why people are probably leaning toward the Liberal side of things. Leslie Church should be noted. She was the chief of staff for Chrystia Freeland as finance minister and, of course, deputy prime minister alongside Trudeau. So she's battling a little bit of that through this as well. Don Stewart, we haven't had a chance to speak with him at all, but we do know that there are quite a few people who are supporters that are gathering here at some point tonight, and hopefully we'll have a chance to speak with some of them as the night progresses. Back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. Next, we go to the riding of Eglinton Lawrence. That's where we find Alan Carter. And Alan, this is a riding that was held by Marco Mendocino. And the last time it was blue was all the way back in 2015 when Joe Oliver, once a finance minister, held the seat. But a former Toronto City Councillor is trying to change that and turn it blue again.
That's right, and we're live outside the Liberal campaign headquarters. This is Vince Gasparo's headquarters here. I saw the candidate just a short while ago heading off to do more door knocking. This is not over for either candidate, the Conservative or the Liberal or the NDP for that matter. They're still out there trying to get the vote out in these last couple of hours, this last little while polls are still open. Vince Gasparo ran in the provincial election just a couple of months ago, and he came less than 200 votes from actually winning it. Very, very close. So for Gasparo and his team, much of this is about getting out that vote. They saw how close they were in the provincial election. It was interesting in that case because the NDP candidate in the provincial election dropped out at the last moment and endorsed Gasparo. That has not happened in the federal election, so that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Does the vote for the NDP, does that tip things one way or the other? The NDP not really considered much of a factor in this riding overall. Now, on the Conservative side, you mentioned a former city councillor. That's Karen Stintz, former chair of the TTC. I talked to her last week about why it was that she felt that she wanted to get back into politics. She said she'd had enough of it at City Hall, but said she was angry about the direction the country was going. I talked to her also about the national campaign because, like a lot of Conservative candidates, it wasn't that long ago that it seemed like a shoo-in that they would probably be going to Ottawa, and that is not the case now. This is Marco Mendocino's old riding. The Liberal MP is not running this time. He's now Mark Carney's chief of staff. Polling suggests that this will remain Liberal, but with it so close just a few months ago, it is tough to know exactly what will happen in this kind of a local race. And as the old cliche goes, we will have to just wait and see until those votes are tabulated. Cynthia.
All right, Alan, thank you. We're going to stay in Toronto and bring in Brendan Shogri, who is in a new riding in the West End that's up for grabs. Brendan, tell us about this riding.
That's right, Cynthia. We're in the newly redrawn and renamed Tyayakan-Parkdale High Park riding. This is a particularly interesting one because of how diverse it is. Not only diverse in background, but diverse in incomes. This riding now includes some of Toronto's richest neighborhoods, as well as some of its poorest. And the challenge for candidates here, not only in the campaign, but for whoever wins this election, is going to be how to accurately represent such a wide, diverse group of people. There are a lot of voters who we spoke with who said that they've turned their focus to the South, voting whoever they felt could stand up to Donald Trump the best. And what's interesting here, though, is that you'll see a whole lot of red and a whole lot of orange. So tons of signs for both the NDP candidate Butila Carpoche and Karim Bardizi. Those are the ones that you're going to see the most. What you won't really see here is blue. The Conservatives are running a candidate here, but they don't really have a website and they don't have a phone number. So it doesn't really seem like residents here could even get their hands on a Conservative sign even if they wanted one. Now, Cynthia, will have plenty more from Tyayakan-Parkdale High Park throughout the night. We'll send it back to you for now.
And thank you. And just to the east of Toronto, where we find Afia Ba. And Afia, you're in Ajax. This is the riding of former Health Minister Mark Holland, but a couple of high-profile candidates are heating up this race between the Liberals and the Conservatives.
Absolutely, Cynthia. Good evening. This is going to be one to watch when the polls close in terms of which way it's going to be swinging. We know that this riding was established in 2015, and as you mentioned, this riding was held by former Health Minister Mark Holland, but he is deciding not to seek re-election in this riding. Should mention as well that this riding has been Liberal since this riding was established in 2015. Now, it is up for grabs, but again, as you mentioned, some high-profile candidates in this race for the Liberals, and running for the Liberals is Toronto City Councillor Jennifer McKelvey. She's been a city councillor since 2018. She's been deputy mayor of the city of Toronto since 2022. She threw her name into this race. She said that she has deep ties to this region. She has family and friends that live here, and she says she's ready to represent the people of Ajax. She says that she has what it takes with having infrastructure background to be able to help this region sort of build when it comes to housing. And we know also for the Conservatives, the next high-profile candidate is Greg Brady. He's a media personality and talk radio host. He lives in the town of Ajax, and he says he also believes that the time is now for him to also throw his hat into the race. He is believing that there needs to be a change, and that's why he is running for this riding as well. Now, when it comes to the NDP, there's not a lot of info on this candidate, Kyle Forster. We went on to the federal NDP's website just to try and see if we can get more information on him. There's no profile picture of Forster on the federal NDP's website. There's no campaign website. There's no campaign office address. So there's not really much information as to who he is, but he is on tap in terms of the people that candidates can choose. Right now, we are at the Recreation Center out in Ajax as there continues to be a steady stream of people, of course, casting their ballot. It's going to be an interesting one to see which way this goes. Should mention that on the provincial side, well, of course, we have the Ontario elections just 2 months ago or so, and it went to Rob Sturgeon with the Liberals. So it's going to be interesting to see which way it goes.
That shot froze. We'll get back to her throughout the evening. We're going to take you now to Montreal, where we find Alicia Robertucci at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. And Alicia, that party is hoping to flip some seats this election, but they've been under pressure through this campaign.
That's right, Cynthia. There are 78 seats up for grabs tonight in Quebec, and the province may be a deciding factor in who forms the next federal government, and under a dozen ridings are looking likely to swing. And here at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in downtown Montreal, leader Yves-François Blanchet is hoping to hold on to the 33 seats that his party had when Parliament dissolved. But if polls are any indication, that's not expected to happen, with the Liberals poised to grab much of the support from the usual liberal sovereigntist voters. Now, as the campaign wrapped up, Blanchette said he hoped to garner at least 29 seats, but a poll aggregator found that he could lose 5, 10, or even a dozen seats tonight, mainly to the Liberals. Now, Blanchette said he believes the Liberals and Mark Carney will be elected, and he said he is ready to collaborate with them. But he encouraged Quebecers, however, to elect a minority government and send a strong bloc delegation to Ottawa to give them the balance of power. Now, this may have been more likely months ago when the bloc captured a Liberal stronghold in a Montreal by-election, and at the time, polls were indicating that the bloc was in official opposition territory, but since then, political ground has shifted due to Canada-U.S. relations. Now, since the beginning of the campaign, many people were questioning and raising concerns about whether there is a need for a strong bloc representation in Ottawa. In any case, Blanchette had tried to rally traditional French-speaking nationalist voters to his party, even as many said they would turn to a Federalist Party this time around because of Donald Trump's threats of annexation and tariffs. Now, Blanchette says he's the only one to ensure and protect the rights of Quebecers and Quebec interests. One example being on immigration. He wants Ottawa to grant Quebec all the powers in this file. Now, it's still to be determined if this strategy is going to work in his favor tonight of choosing Quebec, as his slogan goes, Je choisis le Québec. And we'll all find out about this after 9:30 when the results start to come in. Cynthia?
Alicia, thank you so very much. Now we're going to head back to Glenn McGregor, and let's face it, Glenn, a lot of people didn't know a whole lot about Mark Carney just a short time ago, but things have certainly changed in the last couple of months. Now, how are the Liberals doing tonight, and how are they taking the results from Atlantic Canada that are coming in?
Yeah, they're paying a lot of attention to Atlantic Canada results, and there is one sort of recent historical reason why. That is in 2015, when Justin Trudeau was the leader of this party, when those first election results came in from Atlantic Canada, showing the Liberals had essentially run the board throughout the region. His campaign staff, his top advisors knew they had the majority sewn up at that moment. They didn't even need to wait to see the results come in from Quebec, Ontario, the Prairies, and British Columbia. I think I've heard reports of people high-fiving in behind closed doors when they first saw those Atlantic results starting to show up. Now we're seeing those coming in now. They are very early, very preliminary. We're showing a Liberals leading or in many seats, but it doesn't seem to be quite at that level that we saw in 2015 yet. But that is a sign of how the party could potentially do across the country, and it could be a sign of whether or not, if the Liberals win this election, whether they can get a minority or a majority result. And I want to talk to you, Cynthia, about this room we're in tonight. You were talking about Mark Carney, people getting exposed to him. One of the things that he's really talked up a lot on the campaign is his background as a hockey goalie. He played at Oxford University and at Harvard on their teams as a goaltender, still very much into hockey. We've seen him at rallies wearing hockey jerseys. He wore an Edmonton Oilers jersey, and he's a big Oilers fan. Of course, before the election, he went out and skated with them at a practice just after he was sworn in as Prime Minister. So it's important for him. So this event we're in, this room we're in tonight is called TD Place. It used to be called the Ottawa Civic Centre. It's where the junior team, the Ottawa 67s, plays. Also the women's, the PWHL team plays here as well. And it used to be home to the Ottawa Senators. The professional team used to play here. Of course, they now play out in Canada at the CTC Centre, and that's where Game 6 in the Battle of Ontario will be after the Senators, I think, will crush the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow night, fingers crossed. But there's also a political story here in this room. This is where Pierre Trudeau was first elected Liberal Party leader back in 1968. Flash forward to 1983. This is where Brian Mulroney was chosen as Progressive Conservative leader, and then 10 years after that, Kim Campbell also chosen as PC leader. They all had different degrees of success after that, but there's a lot of history in this room, and it's also a very big room. I don't know if you can read anything into that, Cynthia, that the Liberals think this is going to be a big party here. Several thousand people could fit in. They're just starting to filter in right now. But yes, as you say, paying a lot of attention to those early returns coming out of Atlantic Canada, seeing if they can see any patterns to where they were applying their efforts, where their get out the vote efforts were concentrated, which ridings were they spending a lot of resources in, where were they sending the leader in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. Those are key areas. Prince Edward Island, pretty much always solidly Liberal, but they're going to be watching really closely to see if there's any trend they can detect, at least until polls close here in Ontario and we get more numbers indicating which way it's going. Cynthia.
All right, Glenn McGregor. And those polls in Ontario and Quebec close at 9:30. And no one is watching those numbers as closely as the Liberals and the Conservatives, of course, the NDP as well, Marion. But we are going to go to Zhali Lee next, who is at the Conservative headquarters. You're right next door to where Glenn McGregor is because these two ridings straddle each other. Now, Zhao, those Atlantic Canada results are trickling in. Do you have any Conservatives in the room? Are you sensing any mood?
Oh, we're getting some people trickling in. I do have to correct you. We're not right next door to each other. Let me put it this way. I wouldn't want to walk over to where Glenn is. That's how far apart we are right now. But there are some people trickling in. There was a big cheer when the seat count went up on the big board, and it showed that the Conservatives were leading in 3 ridings compared to the Liberals 2. Of course, that didn't hold, but the significance of this is huge because, of course, the Liberals have counted on the Maritimes as a sort of red wall for a very long time. Remember, at the time of dissolution of Parliament, the Conservatives held just 1 seat in Newfoundland. For them to be leading in 2 ridings, even if it's early, that's a big morale booster in this room. And I mean, this room is solidly blue. It's not just the lights. Just outside, there's a table selling Pierre Poilievre t-shirts, and they're doing some pretty brisk business already. The Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, he has made a habit of spending a bit of time in the Maritimes, trying to get in there, trying to find a crack in that red wall. He's promised big support for the fisheries. Of course, that's still a major industry, major source of employment and income out there, despite everything that's happened in the last 30 years. He's promised support for small craft harbors, so helping the smaller independent fishers, as well as for big fisheries, as well as cracking down on people who are breaking the quota at the expense of fishermen who are not. Now, there is room for them to get in there because, of course, the Liberals always pick a Maritimer to be the fisheries minister, and there is a question on whether or not that's been effective. If the Conservatives feel like there's room for them to get in there and make a little bit of gain, even 1 or 2 seats, well, every seat counts. Of course, it's still early in the night, and we'll know very shortly how the night will progress for the Conservatives because, of course, Quebec and Ontario are coming up next, 2 very vote-rich regions. I don't need to tell you how important that is, and it seems like this election, just like almost every other election, the path to power in Parliament Hill goes through Ontario and Quebec.
Definitely. Zhali Lee in Ottawa, thanks very much. Now we're going to look at those numbers more carefully with Christina Howren, and she's at the big map. And what are you seeing in the Atlantic provinces so far, Christina?
Really starting to see some colors filling in, and a little bit surprising. Again, very early in the evening, a lot of polls have not yet responded, but just checking back in with Newfoundland, seeing a lot of blue here. This area, aside from this riding right here, central Newfoundland, all of that was red in the last election. Now, again, very early in, but taking a peek over here at the Long Range Mountains. Again, this is Carol Ansley's second kick at the can for this seat, and she's got a fairly hefty lead. I mean, we're about a quarter of the way through, but a fairly hefty lead over the Liberals, and this was held by the Liberals for quite some time. Over here, though, in Avalon, we're still seeing the Liberals have a fairly strong lead. This seat is expected to go Liberal. Steve Kent, again, a municipal employee for a neighboring or a nearby community. But this area, we're expecting that to go that way. If we take a peek at the Atlantic region as a whole, though, Labrador, that's red. We're expecting that to stay red throughout the night. St. John, St. Croix. Now, this is in New Brunswick, one of the areas that is hardest hit by U.S. tariffs. John Williamson had this seat for the Conservatives. He is the incumbent. Only 1 poll reporting, but I'm sure the Conservatives are happy to see that he is in the lead in a riding that I know that they are hoping to hold. And I just want to take a peek at Madawaska-Restigouche. Now, there is no incumbent here. Guillaume Deschantereau is a local politician. He's leading for the Liberals. Michel Morin, he has run in the past, I believe provincially, did not fare so well, but this was a Liberal stronghold, or Liberal seat. Although there's no incumbent, it's not surprising to see that Deschantereau is in the lead over there. And I do want to take a peek at Cape Breton. Just give me one moment here, apologies. And I can't find it right this second, but we'll take a peek at Halifax and see no polls reporting there. but this seat has been wide open. There was no incumbent. A by-election was supposed to happen, but this election was called instead. Still very early in the evening, but I'm surprised to see how much colors we're actually starting to see on the board, especially out here. We'll check back once we get some more results. Sin?
All right, thank you very much, Christina. Now we're going to bring in our panel because there is so much to talk about. First, John, let's talk about the numbers. What is your sense so far in the Atlantic provinces? Any surprises for you?
Not really. I mean, the Liberals are starting to move into the territory and to take seats. I think they're leading in 15, elected are leading in 15 and 4 for the Conservatives right now. So as we start to come into Quebec, we're going to see those numbers. We're going to look to see how they increase, but nothing really, changes from my perspective right now.
Okay. Let's talk about change. That is one of the key words that Pierre Poilievre has used for 2 years now. It's time for change. It's time for change. Sarbjeet, I'm going to ask you. Mark Carney is coming in. Is he really representing change? I mean, he has some key people. Marco Mendocino is his chief of staff, former Liberal in Trudeau's government. You have Katie Telford, who's still in charge. Gerald Butts has been in charge. How much change will Mark Carney actually represent from the previous Liberal government?
You know, I think it matters who is the leader, and the leader is the one who calls the shots. The leader is the one who sets the agenda. The leader is the one who sets the mandate. The team takes direction from the leader, and you are not going to get anyone more different than, Justin Trudeau, who they called a drama teacher, rightly or wrongly, than Mark Carney, a world-renowned expert, Canadian through and through, seasoned politician. So people are getting the best of both worlds. They're getting change, but they're getting stability. And I think that's, especially now, given what's happening in the world, is what Canadians are really seeking. So, you don't want to gamble with someone that is maybe not qualified to deal with Donald Trump. If economy and affordability is the main issue, that is, right up. It's like Carney was almost built for this election. So I think it's giving people the chance to have change, but also have that stability.
Jeff, I'm going to let you weigh in on this now. Will Carney represent change? But I must add, it's tough to argue with his credentials when you're facing a tariff crisis.
Absolutely. I mean, Mr. Carney has a great resume. There's lots of people running tonight who have wonderful resumes and the ability to deliver for Canadians. I don't think that that's up for debate. However, what is up for debate is whether or not this is real change. I think that the fact that Mr. Carney is, holding his party in Ottawa tonight, potentially, is sign of the challenges that the Liberal Party have generally. And that's because they have been so Ottawa-focused that they have forgotten about the rest of Canada. And I think that's where the question about change comes in for Mr. Poilievre. Canadians have been communicating for a number of years now that they are not happy with the approach of the Liberal government.
Not happy with the Liberal government or not happy with Justin Trudeau?
Well, it was Justin Trudeau and his cabinet. So, you can change the suit and you can change the guy in it, but the policies are still the same. The platform was walked out just over a week ago, and really I think it was kind of a Control H replace Trudeau for Carney. This is more of the same policy, and I think Canadians can see that as we saw the polls tightening over the last week or so. That says Canadians were starting to figure out, you know what, they were selling us that this is a very different person. In fact, it's not, and we're going to see more of the same if we vote the same way.
You did some polling for us for City News on who the Liberal would be and what the numbers would look like if Justin Trudeau was no longer the leader of the Liberal Party. What were your findings?
Well, it was about 34% of people who were in other parties who would abandon the Liberals who said that they might take a second look and come back. Mm-hmm. Change is a very important fuel to making the electorate decide what they want to do with the government.
Mm-hmm. And they very often, if I may interrupt, voters don't often vote somebody in, they vote somebody out.
Correct. And I mean, you could see that under Justin Trudeau, where 82% of the entire electorate was saying, we don't want you. But what's changed in the last few weeks is that we've gone from, and remember, you only need about 37 or 38 to form a federal government usually. Tonight's a little different. But you usually ask a question whether or not someone deserves to be reelected, and that they're doing a good job, or that you should have change. Mm-hmm. And most of the public about 4 months ago would have said, absolutely, let's have change. What's changed now is that 44% of Canadians say that they believe that Mark Carney's government is doing the right thing and deserves to be reelected. So we've actually had a huge reduction in people with that change momentum behind them. And it's in fact now much more balanced where almost a majority or half the country are saying they deserve to go back in place and not to change that way. So there's been a sense of change within Carney himself and the Liberal Party that's made up for, in fact, what was missing under Justin Trudeau.
Marian, is this just terrible timing for Jagmeet Singh? I mean, he was so allied with Justin Trudeau for a long time with this minority government that the NDP propped up. Is he sort of being swept away along with Justin Trudeau?
He has been front runner. It's really critical for him to punch through, but he has been a fighter. On the conversation of change, though, people need to remember, yes, a Carney Liberal leader of the party is very different from a Trudeau's being leader of the party. Carney is very right-leaning. This is likely the most right-leaning Liberal leader since Paul Martin. So is that change? Yes. Is it the right change? Is it good change? Not necessarily, because you want to make sure he has a good resume, but he hasn't proven, and people haven't really gotten to know, why is it? Who is Mark Carney? He spent his career making millions for millionaires, but it's been on the backs of workers, on the backs of families. So the more that people have gotten to know him, as you see as it's progressed this election near the end, the poll numbers did start to go down because it's like, what kind of change do we want and what does it mean? So there might be a little bit of buyer remorse, from people who think that this is like the next savior. Is he the right time? The right person for the right time? Possibly. But it doesn't mean that that person should have a carte blanche, to move ahead for the next.
Okay, now you're sounding like Jagmeet Singh. Don't give him carte blanche. Don't give him a majority. Still vote for the NDP.
Well, I think what it's important to say about, change is, what does this mean, and holding people to account. And I think, what Poilievre talks about change is very different about what a Carney change will be. And I think, people need to really look very closely about that.
I would suggest nobody's had the worst last 2 months than Pierre Poilievre. Watching what he thought he had built just start to crumble. And he's had to really fight to get back to where he is. I mean, at one point, he was more than 20 points down. How does a politician recover from that?
Yeah, so I think when you look at the numbers, generally speaking, the Conservative base has stayed relatively stable. 38%, as John was saying, is...
It's more the Bloc and the NDP crumbling
exactly.
and going to the Liberals that has hurt him the most.
Exactly. So when you see those votes shift, when you see those kind of soft voters shift off the top end, I think, anybody in Canada was looking at the numbers where they were, well into the 40s and going, those aren't core Conservative voters. So why are they there? And so I think for Mr. Poilievre, in continuing the campaign that he has run for the last better part of 2 years, I think he's been effective at growing and maintaining that Conservative core base, and also punching into demographic areas that we have never seen vote for Conservatives. I expect in the way that they will tonight. Young Canadians who only an election ago would have very firmly parked their vote within the Liberal Party, but we're seeing this demographic shift in a very interesting way. And so I think when we unpack after the election the voter breakdowns, I think we're going to see a shift in voters, but a very positive and stable Conservative base.
Sarabjit is dying to say something. She's been very polite. I'm going to give you a chance to, but first I'm going to throw to Faiza Amin. And Faiza, you've been talking about the housing crisis, and that is top of mind for so many people as they cast a ballot this evening. What is it going to take for Canada's next Prime Minister to spur new construction? Because it's been called a crisis.
It certainly has, Cynthia. And this is a conversation we have, it feels like, every single election. And this one is no different. We've been hearing from party leaders about their promises, their ideas about how to get more housing built. And they're looking at different things, whether that be cutting taxes or creating new government agencies to help things move along. But how do developers feel about this? We thought, why not invite one here on City News? And Sherry Larjani joins us. Not only are you a developer, but you're also an affordable housing advocate here. With your background, this is a big question coming your way here. Mm-hmm. What will it take to address this housing crisis we're seeing across the country?
Well, thank you for having me, first of all. I think whichever one of the parties gets elected tonight, they have a very important job in front of them, and that is to address the housing crisis. It is now not just a crisis, it's a catastrophic crisis that we're dealing with. We are not getting any houses built, we're not selling any homes, and we're not moving anything. So whichever one of them comes into power tomorrow, starting day one, I think they should look at how they can implement the programs and the platforms that their parties are actually talking about, and informing and doing all of that very informed, because they need to be talking to the stakeholders, the developers, the people that are actually building these homes, and taking that information in and actually making sure that it gets implemented. Some of them have pretty good ideas with regards to changes that they want to bring to the conversation, but I think those changes need to happen immediately. It's not something that can wait for a year or two. It needs to happen like yesterday. So they need to be focusing on housing if they want to tackle the problem head on.
Are you encouraged about anyone's plans?
Well, I'm not so sure if that's something I should say, but I am encouraged about all the parties and different mandates that they are introducing as part of their platforms. Every one of them has a pretty significant concepts that they're bringing to the conversation, that many of those could address the housing crisis. But I think, it is important to look at it as a wholesome look. So it's not that it is related to one party. It has to be something that's more addressed in a way that it looks at the problems in different areas and addresses them as they should be. Development charges are something that's a huge problem in every municipality that I am currently dealing with. But there are municipalities that's definitely not a problem. So what I would suggest is that they look at those individually and they address them head on wherever they are and address them the right way. There's many different points that they bring across the table that could change the housing industry for better. The Liberal Party,
I was going to ask you about that. That was an idea brought forward by the Liberal Party, that they wanted to create a government agency to get things moving faster. What are your thoughts about that?
Not sure I'm very much in favor of more government.
Okay.
I would suggest that less government is definitely better when it comes to this problem, because what they say in their platform is that they want to be the developer. Now, I would like to say, and not considering myself, because I am probably one of the small developers in the city, we have mighty, strong, experienced developers in this country that can lead the way and build the housing that we need. They need to be incentivized. So I would prefer to see the money, the $6 billion that they want to invest in housing, not to be spent on more government, but rather on the government that's already existing. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation is a government entity that is in charge of giving us the funding to build these homes. I would rather that money spent on giving them more labor and more bodies to actually process the applications and get the money out the door so that projects can actually get built. Not to create another level of government that, as we all know, might slow things down because of the bureaucracy that we are dealing with. And I would prefer to see that money spent in other places rather than in creating more government.
We have about 35 seconds left. What is the biggest challenge for you as a developer to get more homes built? I know you mentioned
bureaucracy in the cities, red tapes, and not being able to get the housing that we want to get approved is one of the biggest problems. And I would say, because I only have 35 seconds, the only way that anyone that comes into government can save the housing market is by getting all levels of government, regardless of their party status, in one room and close the doors until they figure out a solution, because it can't be a one party or one, it can't be just a municipal level, federal level, or provincial level. It has to be that all three of them are working together so that they can fix the problem. And unless they all get in a room and talk to each other, they will not know about the problems that each other are dealing with. And I think that's the only way that they can tackle the crisis. I want to see that day where they're all sitting in the same room talking about housing and fixing the problem that we're dealing with.
I would like to be in that room if that ever happens.
I would love to be in that room as well.
Okay.
I'll join you.
Larjani, thank you so much. This was a great conversation. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having
Cynthia,
me.
I'm going to send things back to you.
Okay, Faiza, thank you. And now we're going to BC. And one of the main storylines leading up to tonight has been the NDP's drop in the polls. And Kate Walker is at the party headquarters in Burnaby, speaking to an NDP insider about what it's been like to see that collapse unfold.
I'm here with George Soul, an NDP strategist. George, talk to me a bit about this campaign. What's that been like for you?
Well, it's been an interesting campaign, to say the least. I mean, I'm not telling tales out of school to say the polls are what they are. I think it's been, it kind of came down to be mostly influenced by the orange man to the south of us. And people felt that if they didn't like Donald Trump and they didn't like Pierre Poilievre, they had to vote Liberal. And so we've been kind of fighting that argument the whole way through.
I was going to say, talk to me about the polls. When you see the show of support starting to drop a bit, what's that been like for the party and specifically Jagmeet Singh, whose seat is in jeopardy?
Yeah, I mean, polls go up and polls go down. Obviously, up is better. What Jagmeet really does bring, what you see on camera is who he is. He brings that kind of joyfulness to everything we do, and he really believes in helping people. I think, he fundamentally knows what they were able to accomplish in the last parliament with healthcare, the expansion of healthcare, so dental care and pharmacare, and those are big things. So he's really still fighting in order to grow those wins even further.
In the tail end of his campaign, he admittedly said, based on how the polls are looking, probably not going to be your next prime minister, but now his focus is to really hold on to those seats that you do have now and hopefully gain some more. Why do you think it was a change of tone in the end?
Well, I think when you have candidates across the country and you're running people everywhere, you have a kind of contract with Canadians to say, like, this is my plan, so my ultimate goal is to be prime minister. But also reality is what it is, and I think he was also demonstrating that, look, even with Justin Trudeau, there was a need to push the Liberals to be more progressive. And with Mark Carney, it's going to be a lot more of that. Mark Carney's already announced $28 billion in cuts. So his message has been what it should be, which is that New Democrats are going to keep them honest and hold them back from that. So I think, that's the goal of what we need to do in this campaign. I think we've still got a shot at it.
Okay. Still early on in the night, what would be an ideal night for you?
Well, I mean, an ideal night would be a big surprise and we win government. But, I think coming down from that, I think if we can hold the Liberals to a minority government and have the balance of power, regardless of the number of the seats that the NDP has, if we hold a balance of power, that still is that real leverage that we need.
Okay, George Soul, thank you so much. That is George Soul, an NDP strategist. I'll send it back to you, Cynthia.
All right, Kate, thank you so very much. Now, Sarabjit, I promised that you could have your say and respond to Jeff. Let's hear what you have to say about what he was talking about. Pierre Poilievre was getting the younger voters, and he represents change.
So change is not slogans. So if you're talking about change for 2 years and people have all these high expectations, and then you release a platform very late, and the platform is very underwhelming. It's not costed correctly. You're talking about cutting all of these the taxes and, free pony for everyone, and people start wondering, well, how are we going to pay for this? Which takes us to the second part. You like change, but when you start thinking about, okay, does that change mean I'm going to lose my national daycare program where my children go? I'm not going to have, pharmacare or dental care. So a lot of the change that happened was not baked in, and people are worried about losing those programs while they're still new. They need to be extended. And also, some people do not like the change in the type of politicking that we're seeing. This whole thing has been a bit of an experiment in Trump-style campaigning, the boomers versus the young people, the men versus the women, the urban versus the rural, and a lot of people would welcome to go back to some respectable, reasoned, no convoys, no online trolls, no attacks on media.
You're getting Jeff's attention right now. So Jeff, Marian, I'll get to you in a moment. Jeff, let's hear it.
Well, I think the reality is, I think you're right. People are ready for a less divisive politic body in Canada.
But Pierre Poilievre is not known for being soft. He's more known for divisiveness.
He is well known for saying the things out loud that many Canadians are thinking around their dinner tables. When this kind of conversation started about the ability of Pierre Poilievre to deliver change, we weren't able to have conversations about challenges with regards to our immigration system. We weren't able to have conversations about challenges within our communities around public safety, because when people raised those questions, they were told that they were either bigoted or they were just purely ignorant about it. And so I think what we've seen in the growth of the conversations around Poilievre is an opportunity to share concerns about Canada in a thoughtful way. And I think that's why you're seeing so many Canadians come around the message, which is we need the country to work for everybody. And it has not been for the last 10 years.
Marian.
Wow. Sorry, Jeff,
she's been holding back.
With all due respect, that was something. I totally 100% agree with Charles Jeep. Pierre Poilievre has spent the past 2 years talking about being divisive, talking about a broken Canada, dividing really this country. He has been tailoring young men, social media, who are the Jeff Rogans. He's got the blueprint of the Trump campaign, and his bringing that to Canada. And I think that is what people are really fundamentally have been going against and did a campaign of fear and anger. And that's not who we are as Canadians. And I think that has really been driving a lot of the voters, especially in this Trump era, because they don't want to have any of that here because that's not who we are as Canadians. And for Poilievre to talk about, trying to be all like warm and cozy and in his sweater and talk about being a regular person and the cost of food, it doesn't fly, right? Because nobody believes him.
Okay, I'm going to leave it on this note, but Jeff, when we come back, you can respond. But I do want to ask, Pierre Poilievre has been compared to Trump. A lot of people are concerned that he sounds a little, I'm not saying he's Trump, don't get me wrong, but some people have been making comparisons. So I'm going to let you respond to that when we come back to our next panel chat. But right now we're going to go to Glenn McGregor at Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. And Glenn, you're standing by with a polling expert who has an important message about early results.
Yeah, that's right, Cynthia. I know you've got John Wright there with you on set in Toronto, but always good to get second opinions. And I'm going to get one here from Keto Maggie from Main Street Research. He has been in the field pretty much every day of this election campaign, sampling which way is going, looking at the horse race. And Keto, I want to ask you about, we're seeing these Atlantic results come in. I was talking earlier about in 2015 when on the way to the Justin Trudeau's majority government, his first victory, we saw a huge red wave through the Atlantic Canada. We're not seeing that in this early results yet. What are your impressions of these numbers coming in?
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising, I guess. Our polls and most polls had the Liberals leading Atlantic Canada collectively by about 20 points. We're seeing that lead at a point, 2 points at the latest. A couple of these bellwether ridings like Central Newfoundland that we just heard about, where the Liberals are trailing significantly. But the important thing to remember about this vote that is reporting right now is this is day of vote. This is the small polling stations. Those are the first ones that report. Towards the end of the night, we're going to see advanced vote. Advanced vote, by my estimate, is somewhere between 50 and 55% of the vote. And in those, the Liberals won those significantly. So I would wait a little bit longer before I hit the panic button in Atlantic Canada. Yeah,
you talk about the advanced vote. We saw, enormous numbers of advanced voting over the Easter weekend. What do you read into that? Can you glean anything from that in the which way people are going? We know that older people like to vote in advance, and tell me about the demographics you're finding in the way older people are, which parties they're supporting right now.
Yeah, that's right. Here in Canada, Liberals and Progressives like to vote in advance, and Republican and same with Democrats in the United States, and Conservatives and Republicans tend to like to vote in person on Election Day. We've seen that pattern election after election. In this election, we have a very significant lead for the Liberals, a double-digit lead among those people who told us they already voted. So. These results so far look a little different than what we expected, but I have to keep that in mind. And I'm not hitting the panic button on our polling just yet. And but it's making me a little nervous, I'd say. Yeah.
Okay, a little nervous yet, but still lots of numbers to come in. Keto Maggie from Main Street Research, thanks for your time. Cynthia, back to you in Toronto.
All right, a little nervous. That's very interesting. Okay, we're staying in the nation's capital, and we bring in Xiaoli Li at the Conservative headquarters. And Xiao, the Tories seem to be outperforming expectations as these early results trickle in from out east. What kind of reaction are you getting there?
I think you can expect there's some cautious optimism and some real chanting and cheering going on every time we see that Tory vote count go up on the big board behind me. There was a big cheer when it showed that the Liberals and Conservatives were tied on 13 seats. Of course, that was around 15 minutes ago, but that's a big deal. Atlantic Canada has been a reliably red region for the Grits for some time. Of course, at time of dissolution of Parliament, the Conservatives had just the one seat in Newfoundland, so any breakthrough in this region would matter a lot. We're getting some scattered applause behind me, but Pierre Poilievre campaigned a lot in Eastern Canada. So nothing can be taken for granted. They knew that, and they made some big promises. Support for small craft harbors. Of course, that supports smaller fishermen and support for big fisheries as well. Of course, also conservative energy policy. We tend to think of Alberta when we think about Canadian energy, but there are a number of oil refineries off the coast of Newfoundland. And of course, Pierre Poilievre was in Newfoundland when he made his big energy policy announcement saying, I'm going to do everything that the energy sector is asking of government in terms of cutting regulation, making it easier for businesses to get projects off the ground and running. You know, most notably, Bill C-69, that is the Impact Assessment Act. The energy sector has said, you know, it makes it really difficult for anyone to get projects off the ground. That means things like refineries, things like offshore oil platforms, and of course it means pipelines. But, you know, the mood here, while it is optimistic, I think everyone is really waiting for the results that are going to be coming out of central Canada, the Tory heartlands, Alberta and Saskatchewan, because of course, collectively, those two provinces, they deliver 51 seats, which could be big news for everybody in this room.
Jalili, thank you so very much. Okay, Jeff, as promised, I'm going to let you to respond to Marianne. She had some harsh words to say for your Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah, look, I think the comparison to Trump is it's a bit of a falsehood. The reality is that we haven't seen a politician like Mr. Poilievre in Canada in some time. The ability to pull crowds, the ability to communicate effectively on social media and bring people in, it is a change. And I think it's a significant one. We are campaigning, we are connecting with Canadians in a way that has never happened before. And I think we're seeing that play out this election. And so I would say the comparisons are again, a falsehood. I think Mr. Poilievre's success in connecting with younger Canadians is the real story here.
Let's talk about the comparisons that you were making. How do you respond to Jeff?
Well, you don't have to look far to see actually the comparison how close to, you know, the Trump and MAGA movement and the Poilievre. I mean, a lot of what you see in the Poilievre supporters are actually a lot of the same similar MAGA supporters. So that's why those supporters haven't moved. That's why he wasn't very hard on criticizing Trump.
But in fairness, they've tapped in, Poilievre has tapped into people who are frustrated, who can't get ahead, who can't buy a house. There's tapping into that anger is we've seen it with Rob Ford did that at City Hall.
There's a difference between tapping into anger and tapping into just this it's a different type of anger where it's vitriol. It just gives a sense of it's so divisive, it's toxic, like we see in the States. And we see them. I'm not saying all his supporters were like that, obviously, but just saying that he tapped into something that is so un-Canadian, is so undignified, is so not how we separate ourselves from the States. And I think he's brought out a lot of the worst in a lot of the supporters.
Well, we even saw in the last election, Justin Trudeau, there was anger already. Remember, there was a rock throwing incident. I mean, Canada is changing. The politics seems to be changing. The division is deeper. The tone is different. And I don't think we can entirely blame Pierre Poilievre for that, but we will discuss this as we go forward. But next, we want to welcome our viewers in Alberta. Polls in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta are set to close in 1 hour. Now, we go to Winnipeg, where we find Kurt Black. And Kurt, Manitoba's capital has been pretty colorful the last couple of elections. How do you think the votes will go there tonight? What is your sense?
Well, we're here at the election party of Liberal incumbent Terry Duguid here in Winnipeg South. And as you can see with the polls set to close in about an hour, it's still very quiet here. But this will be a riding that national viewers really want to keep an eye on. For the past 37 years, it's really grown a reputation as a bellwether riding, meaning since 1988, if you win here, you form government. Now, for Terry Duguid, the former Minister of Environment and Climate Change, he's held this riding since 2015 and has seen his popularity grow with each election. But he does have a challenger here in Conservative Janice Morley-Lecomte, who is a familiar face to Manitoba voters, having served 2 terms as a Manitoba MLA. Now, one interesting thing to watch with Morley-Lecomte will be to see if she does better federally than she did in her previous provincial election, where she lost her seat, losing by more than 1,400 votes. Cynthia?
Thank you so very much. And next, we're going to check in with Sean Amato. And whichever way this election goes, it will impact the provinces around our country. And one of the most vocal premiers against the Liberal Party, of course, has been Alberta's Danielle Smith. And Sean, you're in Edmonton. And what has been the main point of contention for Premier Smith?
Well, she's not very happy about some of the Liberals' oil and gas policies over the years. She's not very happy about a single-use plastics ban as well. She released a 9-point demand letter to Mark Carney or to the next Prime Minister, whoever that happens to be, and actually threatened a national unity crisis if she doesn't get her way on those policies. It will be interesting to see if Mark Carney wins as expected, and what Premier Danielle Smith has to say about that come tomorrow. She's planning to have a press conference around noon to talk about that. We are in South Edmonton, of course, where Edmonton's Mayor Amarjeet Sohi is looking to retake a seat in Ottawa. Former Justin Trudeau cabinet minister, he's looking to go back there and probably will be a key figure for Mark Carney's government if, in fact, he holds on to government. So he probably a cabinet minister as well. Now, the Liberals came into this vote with just 2 seats in Alberta. Polls are suggesting we may see some small red Liberal waves in Edmonton and Calgary, anywhere between 5 to 12 seats in this province. That would be a huge victory for the Liberals. And if they're on the high side, if they're anywhere near 12, that would likely signal a very big majority for Mark Carney's Liberals. We'll be watching for that. Also, obviously, if Amarjeet Sohi wins, Edmonton will need a new mayor. It's possible that the city council picks an interim mayor, or they could do that on a rotating basis. But those are some of the things we're looking for in Alberta tonight.
All right, thank you very much, and we'll check in with you again throughout the evening. Now, one quick note to tell you about that Elections Canada is having difficulty with its website. It is suggesting that if you need help finding your polling place, for those of you who have not voted yet, check out your voter information card, or you can contact your local Elections Canada office, or here's the number if you need it, 1-800-463-6868 is the number to call. Now we're going to check in with Christina Howard, who's watching the numbers coming in from Atlantic Canada. What is it looking like now, Christina?
Well, Cynthia, I love seeing new colors pop up on the board because it's way better than looking at a bunch of gray. And we're starting to see a much different picture, especially when it comes to the Atlantic, this election. Remember that the Liberals held 24 of these seats coming into here, into this election. Things are starting to shake up. For example, in Newfoundland, if we look at long-range mountains, Carol Yancey has been declared the winner. This is a big steal for the Conservatives. This is her second time running. She went against a very well-known personality in the area, a broadcaster that's been reporting news in that very region for more than 30 years. So Carol Yancey, the Conservatives, taking long-range mountains from the Liberals. This is central Newfoundland. We've also declared that Clifford Small, who's actually our first declared win of the evening, he held the seat for the Conservatives before. He's holding on to it now. I want to take a peek, though, over at Avalon. This had no incumbent here. It was a Liberal seat. The Liberals seem to be, or they have held on to it with Paul Connors. And then if we look in this little area right here, Cape Spear. This riding used to be Seamus O'Regan's cabinet minister, former broadcaster. He announced that he wasn't running. The Liberals seem to have held on to this with Tom Osborne. He's a bit of Newfoundland political royalty, so no real shocker there. I want to take a peek, though, as we head over to New Brunswick. And Miramichi, Grand Lake, Lisa Harris. Last time I checked, she was actually losing, but she's got a 17-vote lead. She's going against Mike Dawson. He's a very well-known provincial politician. He actually stepped down so he could run in this election. Lisa Harris is a former provincial cabinet minister herself, but he was actually sitting and resigned his seat so he could run here. Oh, and now, as you can see, it's going back and forth, and it could be doing this all night with 38-vote lead for Mike Dawson very early in, 30 out of about 180 polls reporting. So very early into the night. But one area that I want us to think about tonight or we will be checking in with several times, is all the way out in BC. And I got to just call it up here. and it's Saanich Gulf Islands. Now, Elizabeth May has held this seat for well over a decade. She's a very familiar face, but this is not looking like an election that she's going to run or win here. This is really a three-way race, and we know that her co-leader out in Outremont, he's in a very tough battle himself. So it's unclear if the Green Party is actually going to be able to have any of their leaders at the table after this election's done. We're going to be watching this all night, but something to think about throughout the evening. Sin?
All right. And on that note, Christina, the party that appears to have been lost in this whole conversation during the race is the Greens. And for a deep dive, we're going to join Faiza Amin. Faiza, with the decisions they've made during this campaign and the path forward, is there a path forward to the Greens?
That's the question. We're going to get right into things. And we're going to welcome Deputy Leader of the Ontario Greens here, Matt Richter. Thanks so much for being with us today. And, you know, the biggest headlines maybe in recent weeks in this very short election period didn't give many of the leaders a lot of time, but the Green Party was actually removed from two primetime debates here, really critical in an election like this after failing to meet some party requirements here. So I want to get your take. The polls have not been too kind to this party. What are you expecting tonight?
No, tonight, I think with all parties, there's a lot of wondering, as this is an election that shows it's a complete rejection of Trump-style politics. And during that, in particular, the leaders' debate issue, that's difficult, as we know the Green Party was the only party that had a fully costed platform. And there's a lot of pride with the Green Party for doing that, to show openness and transparency. So I think within the Green Party, despite how they were polling, there was a bit of shock that they weren't included in that debate.
I want to talk a little bit about the leadership, because there's something really unconventional happening here with two co-leaders. You have a former leader who left and then came back. Elizabeth May is back into the mix of things. And then you also have Jonathan Pedneau co-leading this party here. And this came after the former leader, Anna May Paul, did not win her riding. She had to step down. Some may ask, is there a leadership crisis within the Green Party of Canada?
You know, within the Green Party of Canada, they are going to have to sort that out moving forward. In the Ontario Green Party, we're pushing forward similar approach to politics that the Green Party, regardless as who's the leader, whether it be Jonathan Pedneau, Elizabeth May. I think what's always so appealing to the Green way of doing politics is that they allow the elected MPs or MPPs in provincial politics to always work for the people first. And they can say genuinely that they're putting people ahead of party, and they don't take their marching orders from the leader. So that type of politics is a breath of fresh air for people wondering if it's just going to be more of the status quo and more of the type of politics where you hear too good to be true statements, statements that offer false hope. So regardless as to who's in for the Green Party of Canada, I'm certain the likes of Mike Morris here in Kitchener Centre, right down the highway from Toronto, I'm sure he's going to keep advocating for a way of doing politics that allows him to be the voice of Kitchener Centre first.
Do you think the voice of the Green Party has been lost, due to Donald Trump, the tariffs? That's taken up a lot of time and conversation in this federal election. And again, I'm emphasizing that this is a 35-day election. Yes. Do you think the Green Party was lost in that conversation?
I'm not sure. If you think back when Donald Trump made those ridiculous statements of the 51st state, I do believe it was Elizabeth May that came out with that incredible response that had a video going viral across North America in terms of how she, with respect, but with a bit of tongue-in-cheek, comments back to Donald Trump, set him back in his place. So I think that, in some regards, helped with, leveraging Elizabeth May's profile back into the spotlight, if you will, and just where the Greens can stand as a federal party across Canada.
What will it take for the Greens to be able to bounce back?
I think tonight, I'm hoping that they maintain their 2 seats, which looks likely. Mike Morris in Kitchener Centre, Elizabeth May in Saanich Gulf Islands. But I'm going to predict 3 seats for the Greens, with Paul Manley in Nanaimo Ladysmith in the 2 ridings in BC going Green. And with that being said, I'm pretty sure that moving forward, again, it's going to allow the Green Party to show the rest of Canada how doing politics, working across party lines, working across levels of government, is the way forward. And it's again, it's a nice response to what Trump is doing down in the States, as this shows more common ground, how to work in collaboration, achieve consensus, working across party lines, which is what we need in today's day and era. And I think the Greens can really punch above their weight and push that message forward.
You offer a bit of optimism here, but let's throw out a scenario. What happens if these seats don't go the way of the Greens here? What's the future of the party looking like?
Speculation aside, I am going to be very firm. It's 100% Mike Morris is going to be getting in Kitchener Centre. And he's going to, for the future of the Green Party, he's going to continue doing the great work he's done. He offers hope for Kitchener Centre with the Canada Disability Benefit, the great work he did in that file. Also, he's the one fighting back against the corporate greed within the oil industry, asking that they pay their fair share of tax on profit, and it's called the windfall tax that he wants to apply. So he's having those courageous conversations, but conversations people really want to hear. And when he puts that out there, it's, again, just a way forward that he can say what's on people's minds, and that puts him apart from the other parties, because we all know that he's doing that while working across party lines.
All right, I know our Christina Howren heard that, and she's going to keep an eye on those ridings. Matt Richter, thank you so much for coming in and speaking with us. Let's take things over to Cynthia Mulligan. Back to you.
Okay, Faiza, thank you. And we're going to take you back to Windsor, where we find our Melissa Coverley. And Melissa, our relationship with the U.S. is at the top of mind for many voters this time round. How are local businesses handling the threats coming from Donald Trump over tariffs?
Well, Cynthia, I can tell you it has not been easy for many of the local businesses here. Many are hurting. As you can see behind me, the Detroit, Michigan is just right across the river here. It's incredibly close. And what I can tell you is that many Windsorites enjoy crossing over to Detroit to enjoy what the Motor City has to offer. But that also goes the other way around. Many Americans come here to Windsor to wine and dine and shop. And what the local BIA tells me is that that has not been happening as of late, ever since Donald Trump started this trade war. In terms of the local players here, we have NDP incumbent Brian Massey. He is running for a 9th time. He has been representing this riding for over 20 years. He has also been a major advocate for the auto sector. His challenger is Richard Pollock, and he is trying for a 3rd time to unseat Massey. And on the Conservative side, we have Harb Gill, who is saying that he can be the voice of the auto sector and for workers here that are incredibly concerned with these tariffs that have been implemented as of late. Now, in talking with the downtown Windsor BIA, they tell me that they're looking for someone that can address many of the issues that are being felt across the country, from affordability to housing, but also someone that can stand up to U.S. President Donald Trump. Here's more from that conversation.
We're struggling with empty office spaces. We're struggling with not as many residents living in the core. We struggle with homelessness, mental illness, drug addiction. And I think that, if you were to talk to our businesses, those are a number of the key issues that we're facing. I think that Windsor is a little bit unique in that our proximity to Detroit, makes us maybe hypersensitive to what's going on internationally as well. So that on top of the local issues, I think are top of mind for voters and businesses in our area.
Now, while Windsor has leaned NDP for a very long time, political analysts here in Windsor tell me that this election is very interesting because of the ongoing tensions with the U.S. So it is a very competitive election this time around that could really go either way. So the question for voters now is, do they want a voice of power at the table, or do they want a familiar face in Brian Massey, who has been representing them for over 20 years? Cynthia, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Melissa, thank you. And I'm joined by my panel again. And listen, there's no question that Donald Trump has changed the conversation in this country, and potentially he has changed the course of this federal election. Just this morning, he put out on Truth Social that he thinks Canada should be the 51st state. So my question is, what should the next prime minister do about Donald Trump, and can they do anything about Donald Trump? I'll start with you, Sarabjit.
Yeah, well, first of all, they need to come from a position of where Donald Trump will respect them. And Mark Carney is someone that I believe would be a very good opponent for Donald Trump, not someone that he feels like he can push around. There's already been some signs of that. You know, he has alliances.
Has there been, though? Because he's trumpeting the 51st
Stop
state yet
calling
again.
him. He hasn't been called the governor. He hasn't been called the governor yet. So that in itself is a bit of a sign. Also,
isn't that awful that that's a good sign? I mean,
we don't know
who thought we would be having this
He
conversation?
hasn't posted it. He used to tweet at Justin Trudeau every day, calling him Governor Trudeau, and on, and do this online ridiculousness. The other thing which Carney can continue to do, and he's already started, is he went and met with European leaders. He made it very clear that, hey, we have other partners, we have other ways around this, we have other people we can trade with, and all of that is on the table. So I think that's a very strong signal. And third, he has really emphasized that Canada will become self-reliant, even more so than it already is. And he has the, you know, the economic know-how to make that happen and have industries actually flourishing other than just talking about it.
Okay, so you think Carney is the best person. Of course, Jeff, you're a conservative. I know you think Pierre Poilievre is the best person. How do you think he could be better than Mark Carney at dealing with a Donald Trump? And in fairness, could anybody properly deal with Donald Trump?
Well, I think an important point to make here is that, you know, as much as Mr. Carney comes out and says that our relationship with the U.S. is essentially over, you can't redirect pipelines overnight. You can't disentangle the supply chains that have been built and established over the last 30 years. There is a very serious and consequential conversation that needs to happen between Canada and the U.S. moving forward. That being said, you know, as Sarbjeet was discussing, the ability for Canada to become more independent is really important. And that's one of the key messages that Mr. Poilievre has been sharing is we have the ability as a country to get our resources to market effectively if we do the right things. We can become a very wealthy nation if we do the right things and get out of the way and allow those developments to happen. Bill C-69, which we've heard Mr. Poilievre reference, you know, more times than I can count, is an important one. It's about getting our resources to Tidewater. It's about facilitating wealth in this country, intergenerational wealth for some communities along those pipelines, including First Nations, that could really benefit from it. We have a real challenge ahead of us, but I think, you know, it's very nice to see the Liberals coming out and wrapping themselves in the flag. Meanwhile, Mr. Poilievre has been out for 2 years, you know, trumpeting the potential success
you're
of Canada.
getting Mario mad on this side of the table with that one.
Absolutely, but I think it's true. You know, we saw for quite some time ridicule for anybody who flew a Canadian flag, and I think there has been great pride within the Canadian Conservative movement about being Canadian, and it's time to put Canada first, as Mr. Poilievre says.
Well, I will interject that a lot of the convoy protesters were using the Canadian flag, and other people felt uncomfortable using the Canadian flag as a result. Marion.
Well, I mean, that's the point. It's, you know, the Conservatives are saying that, you know, they're proud Canadians with the flag. The flag was being flown upside down, and that was a very significant sign about, you know, what people thought about Canada, and you know, it was just very telling. I think in terms of Donald Trump, no one can control Donald Trump. What does this mean? All three parties, everyone is patriotic. Everyone, you know, loves Canada first. What makes us different from the United States is that we're Canadian. And what does that mean? Is the programs like healthcare and housing and affordable childcare. These are all the things that make us Canadian and that unite us. And these are the things that people need to the programs and the services that we need to protect in order to keep us, you know, part of our identity.
John, you are a pollster, nonpartisan. You have the pulse of the country. You're constantly watching the shifting tides. What is your response to the Trump tariff threats and how Canada should handle this?
I'm not sure, for the simple reason, and I don't mean to make the country sound like, I mean, this sounds almost like a graduate seminar discussion, when in fact Mr. Trump within a week of this election could impose tariffs or do something that blows us out of the water. I mean, he's been very quiet. He hasn't been in our grill at all for the last election period, and in fact, Mark Carney had to actually blurt out something that, you know, he'd forgotten to tell, or Donald Trump had told him about the 51st state. in the last week in order to get it back into our sensibilities that Donald Trump was a severe threat. I mean,
and then Trump obliged him this morning on Election Day.
Sure, but I think it's really incumbent that whoever is prime minister at the end of tonight, and whether that's a minority or a majority, we got to be prepared right away. I mean, this is not sort of the thing, well, we'll get the premiers together and over the next 8 months, we'll figure out, trade barriers and stuff like that. Canadians are going to be looking for someone to act quickly. And whether or not it's the Conservatives or whether it's the Liberals, it may be the threat to jobs. It may, the United States is going to have a brand new icebreaker and warrior ship that's going to be done in July. It could be up above the north, sailing through the top of our country, and we won't have anything to say about our sovereignty. It'll just happen. So I think, the public is giving more trust to Mark Carney to manage that situation. But if we give him that trust, or if Canadians give that trust, and a week and a half from now something happens, how are we as a country going to respond to that? How are the premiers going to respond? We've seen Western Canada, we've seen Danielle Smith go her own way on a whole lot of stuff. Does that mean that that's going to happen too? So I don't mean to, suggest that it's going to be consequential immediately, but I think elbows up. I mean, we're not going to have a lot of time to discuss this. I think that if he wanted to, he could just snap his fingers tomorrow morning. We could have tariffs across the country, and he could be saying things that would be even more than, 51st state.
Okay, that's a sobering thought. I'm going to ask one thing of the two of you, the three of all of you. It's interprovincial tariffs. For the life of me, I do not understand how they are still a massive barrier in this country and how so much money is wasted because of interprovincial tariffs.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is a challenge.
Both of these two governments have been in charge, so I'm going to lay that right on your feet, both of you.
I think that's a very fair criticism for any government. In the way that our country, that our economy has grown and developed over the last 20 or 30 years under free trade, I think that individual and rightly so, all of the campaigns have referenced the concept of 13 economies versus one economy, but I think that the natural tendency of free trade as it operates in Canada right now is to kind of create those zones essentially of economic development and growth, and it has been beneficial to certain provinces, of course, but I do think that this is a time for potential transformative change on that. We've already seen premiers getting together and providing suggestions on how to get out of the way of each other. But there are going to be some serious battles. That is not an easy thing to unpack. There is a great deal of money involved, and there's a great deal of special interests involved. And so I'll be very curious if a government has the ability to do both.
We have to wrap, but Sarbjeet, I'd like to know why Justin Trudeau didn't do anything about interprovincial tariffs. But first, we're going to talk to Faiza Amin, who is also talking tariffs with a special guest. Faiza.
Yeah, that's right, Cynthia. Thanks for that. We've been hearing so much about these tariffs when it comes to the automotive industry, especially. There's been fears, there's been concerns, there's been uncertainty, as you've said here. Let's bring in Brian Kingston. He is the president and CEO of the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association. I apologize, Brian. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. You and this evening. I'm sorry, not this afternoon. It is evening. Thank you so much for joining us today on this really important conversation. As I said, there's concerns, there are fears, and there is uncertainty here when it comes to the impacts this will have on the industry communities that are built on these industries here. I'm wondering if you can give us an idea of just how many jobs could be at risk because of the tariffs.
Well, look, uncertainty is the key word. There is massive uncertainty across the industry right now, from the folks that work in manufacturing facilities right through the automotive supply chain. And that's because automotive employs 130,000 Canadians directly. And in your previous segment, you were just featuring Windsor. I mean, Windsor is an automotive city. If you look at Stellantis in that city, it is the key employer for Windsor, and it creates all sorts of jobs in and around the factory. So the longer that these tariffs persist, the more challenging this will become for Canada's auto industry, because over 90% of what we produce in Canada is destined for the United States. And that's because we have worked very closely with the Americans for the better part of 60 years to create an integrated supply chain, which is now in question by the Trump administration.
And I should mention that you also work with Canada's largest auto manufacturers. That includes GM, Stellantis, just to name a few here. We talked about uncertainty being the right word here. I'm wondering, not only for those working in the industry, but for Canadians in general, how are these events going to impact your average household?
Well, the industry, well, it obviously has immediate impacts for anybody who's employed or close to the auto supply chain. Auto is also a massive contributor to the Canadian economy more broadly. So automotive contributes about $18 billion annually to our GDP. And motor vehicles are our second largest goods export after oil and gas. So the health of the Canadian economy is directly tied to the health of the automotive industry. For the consumer, right now is an uncertain time. If you're having to go out or thinking about buying a new vehicle, we're estimating that US tariffs could raise the price of a vehicle by, at a minimum, $4,700 US, but that could go well above $10,000 US if the Trump administration persists with these tariffs. So that has an impact on households because a vehicle is the second largest purchase that a household will make after purchasing a home. So this is a real challenge right now, and this is why we're working overtime to find a solution here with the Americans.
Do you expect to see any supply chain disruptions, whether that be now or down the line?
Yes, absolutely. And we're already seeing impacts right now. In addition to the US tariff on vehicles, which is at 25%, the Americans have also put in place reciprocal tariffs on a broad range of countries, and on China specifically, tariffs of 145%. So when you think about the automotive supply chain and building a vehicle, there's thousands of components, largely from North America, but others that come from all over the world, which are now being tariffed. So this is creating supply chain challenges, and S&P is forecasting now that North American vehicle production could decline by 1 million vehicles this year. That has an immediate impact on production and jobs, not just in Canada, across the North American sector.
There's been so much volatility in the markets as well that it's just so tough to predict. But I'd like for you to maybe talk a little bit about what you'd like to see when it comes to the next government and the next prime minister of this country. How would you like that person to tackle some of the challenges your industry is currently facing?
Well, there's a couple things we'd like to see. No matter who wins the election tonight, first order of business has to be getting to the negotiating table with the Americans. We have a trade deal called the USMCA, or CUSMA in Canada, that was signed just 5 years ago. This deal works. The president held it up as the best deal ever negotiated. So let's get back to the table. If the Americans have concerns, we can address those concerns, but we should not be trading across the Canada-US border with tariffs, given how successful this relationship has been. So that's priority number one. But number two, let's control what we can control. In Canada, we have huge barriers across provinces. We've got regulatory structures that make it very difficult to do business. A simple example here is the federal government has an EV mandate, which is dictating EV sales in Canada and phasing out gas-powered vehicles. It makes absolutely no sense. EV sales have collapsed recently. So I think we can make some decisions as a country that will benefit the sector, benefit Canadians, and help protect the industry that don't require the support of the United States.
All right, Brian, we'll leave that conversation there. I have a feeling you and I are going to be chatting real soon once again. That is Brian Kingston, President and CEO of the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association. I got it right there. Brian, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Sin, I'm going to send things back to you.
All right, Faiza, thank you. Well, polls will be closing. We'll start seeing some numbers in about half an hour, just over half an hour, in Ontario and Quebec. These are where the mother lode of the ridings are. Let's head to Glenn McGregor now, standing by in Ottawa for us. And Glenn, what can you tell us about how the Liberals are viewing the seats that are coming out in the Atlantic provinces?
Yeah, a little bit of surprise there, especially in Newfoundland and Labrador, where it looks like the Conservatives have won at least 3 seats. If you looked at some of the public opinion polling that we saw coming up to Election Day, it suggested that Liberals were going to do a lot better across the entire Atlantic Canada region. Some polls showing them up at least 20 percentage points. The interpretation so far from people here close to the party is that these numbers are very early and may not include advanced polling. Keep in mind that Atlantic Canada, on average, has the oldest population in Canada. Newfoundland and Labrador and New Brunswick, both of them a very much older population than you have in places like Alberta, and those people tend to vote in larger numbers in in advanced polls, and we've seen some of the polling that asked people if they had already voted in the advanced polls, and we know something like over 7 million Canadians cast ballots early rather than waiting till today. But those numbers, based on the polling results, really skewed towards the Liberals. We're not seeing that so far. We're seeing Liberals kind of holding on some of their territory, not really losing any incumbents yet, but it's a much closer race in the region than the polls suggested. I think it's always interesting, Cynthia, to look at where the party leaders spend their final hours in the last election day. And I was out with Mark Carney and the Liberal campaign yesterday. He did kind of a cross-country blitz, started in Hamilton, Ontario, ended up in Victoria, BC, but notably stopped in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, and also in Edmonton, which is his hometown. That's where he grew up. These provinces have been very difficult for the Liberals in the past, but they are more confident. They think they can win seats there, pick up some seats in Saskatchewan, and particularly in sort of the Edmonton area. That's where Carney went to the campaign headquarters of Amarjeet Sohi. He's currently the mayor of Edmonton, but some people might remember him as being a cabinet minister in Justin Trudeau's first government. He's actually a guy, he was a bus driver by training originally and then became a city councillor. And so he is now trying to return to federal politics, and the Liberals are confident that he's got a really good shot in the Edmonton area. But these have been areas, they've been kind of the blue wall so far, the last 3 election cycles that the Liberals have not made a lot of progress in, but the Mark Carney team thinks they can pick up a few seats at least there. And then you start doing the math, how did they get to the 172 seats they would need to form a majority government? Well, if you look at what's happening, these numbers in Atlantic Canada, at least they're very early and may not include those advanced polls, but they are showing that if the Carney is going to get a majority government, he's going to have to find a lot more seats somewhere else than Atlantic Canada.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Glenn McGregor, who, by the way, was up all last night following Mark Carney on that campaign trail. So thank you. I don't know how you're still awake. Now we're going to check in with Xiaoli Li and his perspective from the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. Now, Xiaoli, the last time we chatted, you were hearing cheers behind you as some of those early results came in from Atlantic Canada. But we know things can change very quickly as these results come in. How is the crowd now?
Still some cautious optimism. I would still say actually leaning more towards the optimism than caution. Regardless of what the numbers say right now, the results are a little better than anyone here was expecting coming out of Atlantic Canada. Just like Glenn was saying, the polls suggested this was going to be a solid red wall, but as we've seen some early counts come in, I mean, and any breakthrough here is going to be a big deal because every single seat counts. It is a bit of an odd situation, though, because we do have a situation where the Conservatives could be picking up seats in the region, but they could lose some incumbents. I want to talk about MP Rick Perkins. He's the Conservative incumbent for South Shore St. Margaret's. That's, of course, on the South Shore of Nova Scotia. At one point, he was leading. Now he's actually trailing the Liberal challenger in that riding, Jessica Fancy Landry. So that's a bit of an odd situation because, of course, Perkins, a reliable MP within the caucus, potentially he could lose his seat, but they may pick up others in the region. Of course, the Conservatives have spent a lot of time in Eastern Canada trying to make a dent in that red wall. Newfoundland, of course, is where Pierre Poilievre made his big energy policy announcement. I'm not sure if you recall, he had this giant checklist printed out with all these asks from the energy sector, and he just put a check mark next to every single one, most notably C69. I know you were talking with some of our guests earlier about that. And of course, the energy sector says, if we didn't have C69, we could get a lot of pipelines built, we could get a lot of oil infrastructure built. I know we think about our friends in Alberta when we think about Canadian energy, but there are oil platforms off the coast of Newfoundland So this is a big issue that could, move the needle quite a bit in some of these ridings out in eastern Canada. But of course, everyone in this room really is waiting for what's going to happen once the polls start closing and returns start coming in from the Tory heartlands. We're talking Alberta, Saskatchewan, and now some of those rural regions in BC. Alberta and Saskatchewan alone return 51 seats to Parliament. So that could be a big needle mover depending on how Quebec and Ontario shake out.
All right, Xiaoli Li in Ottawa. We'll check in with you again shortly. Next, we're going to take you to Montreal now, where we find Alicia Robertucci at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. And Alicia, that party is hoping to flip some seats this election, but really, they have to hold on to a lot of them, too.
That's right, Cynthia. It's going to be a decisive night for the Bloc Québécois. And here at the party headquarters in downtown Montreal, supporters have gathered. They're waiting for the results to trickle in. And soon we'll find out what kind of mandate Quebecers have given the party, which only runs candidates in this province. So what is at stake for them, we'll find out. And joining me now to discuss this is political analyst Karim Boulos. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
The Bloc had 33 seats when Parliament dissolved. What happens if they do lose the 5, 10, or even 12 seats that polls are suggesting they might lose?
Well, I think it'll be a test for Mr. Blanchet to see if he can maintain the Bloc Québécois' relevance. Right now, they're fighting for their reason for being, and I think that Quebecers are more interested in what's happening south of the border. And so, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. And I think they have to really worry about the future of the economy, jobs, inflation. And so, it doesn't mean it's the end of the Bloc. It might be the end of Mr. Blanchet temporarily, and sovereignists may decide to vote Liberal this time or Conservative and come back to their sovereignist roots afterwards.
What explains the shift of the sovereigntist voters to Federalist parties?
I think you can't underestimate the impact of Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump came in, the campaign completely shifted in the direction of the Liberals and away from everybody else, not just from the Conservatives, but everybody seemed to lose ground to the Liberals because Mr. Carney came off as the adult in the room. And that's helping him and hurting the NDP, hurting the Bloc, and of course hurting Mr. Poilievre.
So leader Yves-François Blanchet said he would hope and plans to capture 29 seats. Is this likely?
I think 29 seats would be a very ambitious goal because of what is going on the macro level, on the greater scale. I doubt highly that is as important today as it was, say, 6 months ago for the Quebec voter, sovereignist or not. I think the current issue is the price of butter, the cost of things coming from China or the U.S., tariffs. And so I think the conversation has shifted away from the one topic that the Bloc Québécois stands for, and that's sovereignty.
So we'll have more results coming at you after 9:30 when polls close here, and we'll find out what exactly that means for the BQ. Cynthia?
All right, Alicia, thank you so very much. Next, we are going to check in with Christina Howren at the MAP for a deep dive into all the numbers that you're seeing right now, Christina, and in particular, one Liberal cabinet minister seems to be in trouble.
That's right, Cynthia. Sean Fraser, former Minister of Immigration, former Minister of Housing. This is something we've been seeing for the last, at this point now, about 30 polls, that there's been about a 250 vote lead for the Conservative candidate over a big mainstay in Nova Scotia with the Liberal, with Sean Fraser. So that's something we've been monitoring for quite some time. And, this lead doesn't seem to be getting any smaller. If you want to take a peek, though, over to South Shore St. Margaret's. Now, this was a Conservative riding, and it's still a very tight vote here. But the Liberals are actually looking for an upset in South Shore St. Margaret's, something that was not necessarily expected. I want to take a peek back at Newfoundland because we actually have a steal here for the Conservatives. If you take a peek at Terra Nova, the Peninsula's Jonathan Rowe, this is a fairly substantial lead, 800 votes. We only have about 65 more polls reporting, but this is a big get because going into this election, 7 seats, 6 Liberal, and at this point, it looks like the Conservatives are poised to actually take 3 of the 7 Newfoundland seats, and that's a bit of an upset for the Liberals for sure.
Interesting. All right, Christina, thank you very much. Now, let's turn to the panel. John, I'm going to get your instant reaction to that as the pollster.
Well, I think we have to see how Quebec goes. I said at the outset of this panel that, we'd watched this to see whether or not there was going to be a red wave coming across the Atlantic Canada, and it is not materializing yet. Whether that's because the advanced polls are not being reported or not, we don't know for sure. But it's now going to be where the Conservatives, in fact, are picking up, a couple of seats more than they had in the last election campaign. So they're leading and elected in 10, and when they had 8 in the last election campaign. So now we start to swing into the Quebec votes, and that is going to be really important because the breadbasket for the Liberals are going to be in Quebec and in Ontario. So this may be the time to put the strap the buckle up seatbelt on to see how that goes over the next period of time.
It's going to be interesting. And let's remember, in Ontario, they have, 122 seats, and that's more than a third of all the seats in the country.
Well, and there have been projections that the Liberals would pick up almost 80 of those seats, 78 to 80 of those seats. So again, as I said, we're going to watch the 905 area, and we're going to watch certain pockets within Atlantic Canada and in Quebec, and especially if the bloc remains as low as people have suggested they are, that's going to mean...
And the NDP.
And the
Sorry,
NDP.
Marion.
That means the Liberals, in fact, will do well. But from our first look at Atlantic Canada, I think, we have to be a little cautious at the moment.
Interesting. Okay, and let's not forget, we need 172 seats for any party to win a majority. Jeff, are you starting to do a little cheer inside? How happy are you here?
John's talking about, I think, what we're all waiting for, which is to see Quebec and Ontario, to see how they're playing out. So, some really great and positive signals in the Atlantic, but I think everybody is holding on, to your point, is putting on their seatbelts to see how things go. But I think certainly it indicates some positive things. I mean, as I mentioned, for the Atlantic, local politics matter, and I think we might be seeing a little bit of that play out in Sean Fraser's riding, where there might be a bit of repudiation for his last-minute rejection of spending more time with his family to come back to politics. So that may be part of it, but a good sign.
Let's talk about popular vote. We have it up on our screen. The Liberals, right now, 51+%. The Conservatives, 41. Bloc, 0.2. NDP, 4.5. And the Green, 1. Is this a surprise to anybody in this room? Marion?
No, not at the moment. But I think what we need is I think the NDP historically, they haven't held a seat in Atlantic Canada since 2021. They traditionally start to do better as we move across the country, right. And so there will be seeing more pickup, seeing more seats. So that's what we're going to be looking for, and hopefully seeing those numbers change.
And particularly keeping an eye on Burnaby, of course.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Can Jagmeet Singh survive this evening if he loses his seat and loses more ridings?
Well, let's wait and...
you don't want to answer that question at all?
No,
okay.
not at
Duly
all.
Noted. Duly noted.
But I mean, we'll have to. It is his third election, but we're going to wait and see. I mean, again, we don't know what the results are going to be, but this has been a really tough election for sure.
Okay. To be fair, I have to ask you the same thing, Jeff. The Globe and Mail reported there are reports that Pierre Poilievre is fighting for his seat. I think most people think he's going to win that seat, but still. He had a 20-plus lead, and now it's much closer, and he's not well in the lead. Who knows if he'll win or not, or who's going to win, but how do you justify keeping him as a leader if he does not win this election tonight? When the Conservatives have been pretty quick to get rid of their 2 prior leaders.
Yeah, who doesn't love a bit of political drama in theater, right? Like that. This is what we all kind of wait for, I think, on election night to see how it all plays out.
Conservatives are tough on their own, though.
We are. We eat our own often, and it's something that I think we need to get better at. But that said, I think obviously early indications are, I think, positive. Hopeful to see that blue kind of pick up across Quebec and into Ontario. And I think Mr. Poilievre, I think, is going to finish this night strongly. And I certainly think in his riding, where I think there's almost 100 candidates on the ballot. It's like the
91.
91. Sorry, I was off by 9.
Now, in fairness, they are counting them earlier.
Yes.
The advanced ones, anyways. Otherwise, we'd be here till 24 hours from now. Okay. On that note, I'm so sorry I have to wrap, but we will continue this conversation with our panel. And again, it is 9:14. And we will start seeing results coming in the next 15-plus minutes in Ontario. But right now, there are a number of ridings we're watching in Toronto that could have an impact on the outcome tonight. And one of those is Toronto-St. Paul's, which is where we find our Mark McAllister tonight. And Mark, you're at the Liberal candidate's headquarters, and she's hoping to flip this seat back to red after a recent by-election where it went blue after being a Liberal stronghold.
That's right, Cynthia. This was a Liberal stronghold for more than 30 years, until that by-election just 10 months ago when Don Stewart, the Conservative candidate, was able to flip it, but only by 600 votes. And that's why this one is going to be close once again. Leslie Church, the Liberal candidate, she was actually in the running the last time, so this is what makes this a rematch, essentially. And obviously, things have changed significantly over the last year with Mark Carney taking over as leader and Prime Minister. And so, in speaking with Leslie Church out on the campaign trail, she's very confident in what she's heard going door to door, and that this may very well flip back into the red as a result of that. Of course, this riding is very diverse in terms of income levels, for instance. Earlier on, we were in the Forest Hill neighborhood. That's obviously a very high income level. On either side, you can say that there's a lot of renters in this area as well, and so they appeal to more of a low to middle class area. And so what is it that's on their minds? You could say on both ends of that spectrum that the economy is first and foremost. And so as a result of that, who is going to deal with the economy best? Based on the history, most would say that they're in favor of the Conservatives, based on what they think has been the Liberal record at this point. And those that want to deal with Donald Trump and the tariffs that are going to be implemented from the states, obviously a lot of people are looking to Mark Carney and the relationship that he is going to have with Donald Trump and being able to stand up with Trump. So in speaking with a lot of voters today, it was split right down the middle, so it's going to be very difficult to tell in the next 15 minutes or not. But obviously, in the amount of time soon thereafter, we'll know. We do know that Leslie Church is expected to arrive here by 10 o'clock, and at that point, we're expecting her to speak, and then we'll know one way or the other. Back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. We're going to stay in Toronto. Not very far from Mark, we find Brendan Shogri, who's in a new riding in the West End that's up for grabs. And Brendan, there's an array of neighborhoods that make up this area. It's quite diverse. And how are residents choosing their next member of parliament? What are you hearing from them?
That's right, Cynthia. We are in the newly renamed and redrawn Tyayakan-Parkdale High Park riding. We've been making our way through this riding throughout the night, and residents say that there are a variety of issues that are at hand here. One of them, of course, is the diversity in this neighborhood. It is extremely diverse, not only in backgrounds, but in income. So you have a wide array of people, and they have vastly different priorities when it comes to this election. You got some of the richest neighborhoods in the city, and you have some of the poorest. And so, you know, I think you need a candidate who can potentially try to represent all of those voices, right? Do you think that that's going to be a tough task? What are you hoping to see out of whoever wins this riding?
Exactly what you just suggested. It is going to be tough, but that's also why we have so much hopes in whoever we try to elect.
The wealthier residents do a pretty good job of speaking for themselves. I think we obviously have lots of... The roads are always being torn up around here, probably because we've got lots of people complaining and getting things done in different ways. So in some ways I am voting for the person that I feel will support those who have less of a voice.
Of course, many of the voters that we spoke to say that they're simply turning their focus south, looking at who they believe could best stand up to Donald Trump. Now, let's take a look at Annette Street, which is where we are right now. This is a good representation of this riding. You're going to see a lot of red and a lot of orange. The Liberal candidate here, Karim Bardisi, and the NDP candidate, Butila Karpoche, they've gone up against each other before. This is a rematch. Those two faced off in the provincial election where Karpoche won, and she was the MPP here for 7 years. Now, what you're not going to see a lot of here is blue. The Conservatives are running a candidate, but they don't have a phone number listed. They don't have an address for a campaign office either. Experts say it seems like the Conservatives are cutting their losses in this riding. They're not expected to be much of a factor. Of course, we are going to see results start to roll in here in the Tyayakan-Parkdale High Park riding, so we'll have more of those to bring you throughout the night. Cynthia, I'll send it back to you.
Brendan Shogri, thanks very much. Next, we are heading to the riding of Eglinton Lawrence, and that's where we find Alan Carter. And Alan, this is a riding that hasn't gone blue in 10 years, and there's a former city councillor that wants to change that.
That's right. Karen Stintz is the Conservative candidate here. We're actually live at an Italian restaurant where Vince Gasparo, the Liberal candidate, will, for him, hopefully, be a victory party tonight. But his celebration, again, hopefully, party will start in about an hour's time. Now, Vince Gasparo ran in the provincial election, and he lost this riding by less than 200 votes. This time around, this is going to be another tight race for Gasparo, because in the provincial election, the NDP candidate actually at the last moment backed out and endorsed her Liberal contender, her Liberal competitor. That's not happening in the federal election. So as a result, there may be more of a vote split on the progressive side. And Karen Stintz, who is the Conservative candidate, as I mentioned, former city councillor, former chair of the TTC, is hoping that that will help her. Now, we talked about this being a diverse riding. You heard from some of our other reporters at Toronto ridings about their diverse ridings. This one also very diverse. A big Italian community that might help Vince Gasparo a little bit. Also a very large Jewish community, the third largest Jewish community in a riding anywhere in the country. And by and large, Jewish voters have been tending to vote Conservative. When I talked to voters in this riding before, in a Jewish section of town, a lot of them talked about it's not Donald Trump that is their main concern. It's about a rise in anti-Semitism that is their concern. Other parts of this riding, you will hear people talk about Donald Trump and U.S.-Canada relations being the main issue. And when they say that, they tend to then indicate that Mark Carney is their choice. What will happen here tonight? Will Vince Gasparo be able to hold out? This has been a Liberal riding before. Marco Mendicino held it last. He's now chief of staff for Mark Carney. Polls suggest that this will continue to be Liberal, but it was so close the last time, it is difficult to tell with these tight local races. Cynthia.
All right, Alan, thank you very much. When we last left our panel, we had been talking about Pierre Poilievre. Jeff, you acknowledged that Conservatives eat their young, basically, that they get rid of their leaders. We've seen it, Erin O'Toole, Andrew Scheer, they only got one kick at the can before they were out. Liberals tend to keep their leaders around a little bit longer than that, Sarbjeet?
I mean, if they're performing, I think they have some efficiency there in the party.
Well, I forgot about Ignatieff, so I take that back.
I mean, the problem that Pierre Poilievre is going to have is that people are going to be very angry that they blew such a big lead and that they are very upset about how the campaign was run, and they feel that there were obvious mistakes made in how he addressed Donald Trump and the tariffs and the trade war. Secondly, he has that personal likability problem, which again, if they feel that this is not the leader that can take us through and win over people, it's not going to go away, that issue.
In particular with women.
Exactly.
He cannot win over women. John, you agree?
Yeah, well,
okay.
A good number of them, that's for sure.
Yeah,
And the
exactly.
third thing is he hasn't got a lot of goodwill, seemingly. We have never seen, I think, a campaign where, high-profile conservative premiers, loyalists, operatives are openly, fighting with their fellow conservatives when they're supposed to be helping each other. So
Corey Tenike, for example, Doug Ford's campaign manager, basically said that this was a case of malpractice, this campaign.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that maybe felt that they were kind of cast aside when things were good. There was a feeling of we don't need you anymore, and that might have been too premature. Well, it was definitely premature because when you're fighting for every vote, all of those people that were part of your party, they matter.
Jeff, politics has been described as a blood sport. It is a little bit surprising that there was open knives being thrown at the Poilievre campaign. I haven't quite seen it before the results are even in. quite like this.
In fairness, it kind of tracks with this whole election. I mean, we would not be in this election were it not for the knives being pulled out by Chrystia Freeland, right? Like, this follows the theme of what this election is in many ways. But I think
I'm going to say you're deflecting well there on that one.
in fairness to Mr. Poilievre, I mean, I think he made it clear from the start as leader that he was going to be focused on his campaign and his campaign alone. And that's really the machine that he built, was focused on the Pierre team and their ability to reach out into communities across the country. And I think that's what we've seen. You know, we're talking about kind of what we're going to see potentially play out post-election. And I think, you know, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I mentioned this, I think, last week when we were discussing the upcoming election. I was talking to a friend of mine who's an MP from out in the prairies, and he was talking about the thrust of how upset the West and many other provinces are in this country, that, again, they feel as though Ottawa is running the country for Ontario and Quebec's sake alone.
And they really feel strongly about that.
Absolutely.
I mean, we are hearing that a lot of people in Alberta, they're talking about getting out of Canada.
It's a challenge.
I think one poll I saw was 37% want to, discuss that.
I think the core of that, though, is less about dividing and pulling themselves out of Canada, and that's more about they don't feel as though they have a strong voice in Ottawa. They don't feel as though the priority is being set for their economy and for their benefits.
And that is a problem if Canada is becoming more and more divided. Mm-hmm. John, I'll throw that to you for a moment as a pollster. Do you see deeper divisions within this country?
Yeah, in two ways. Number one is what Jeff's been talking about, depending upon the outcome of the election. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that the Conservatives themselves have been the masters of their own fate in this campaign. I mean, if you run a campaign in a particular way and you don't pick up the votes in order to run the country, then it's not exactly a regional issue, it's the campaign issue. But more importantly, there is a schism that's taking place on the socio-demographic and economic side in this country. And you can see it across the land where you've got young people, in fact, who do not have access to homes, who do not have access to jobs, who do not have
no
access
hope of getting access to them.
Well, and that's the thing you've got to deal with in election campaigns is you have to give people hope. And as a result of that, I think no matter how we end up in this campaign at the end of the day, ignoring the West, ignoring that group of people who need help, I mean, that's going to be a perilous road that we go down if that's the case.
Definitely. Marion.
You know, it's really interesting. I was born and raised and grew up in Montreal. I live in Ontario, and I also worked in Alberta and BC. And each province is very distinct, and I think that's what makes us who we are as Canadians, and why our local representation really matters. And I think those voices, yes, do need to be heard. But people talk about this division of the West. Yes, but who's stoking that division? Who's the one who's actually gaslighting it so they can continue the conversation about, they want to separate, like Quebec wanted to, we talked about being separation. So living in Alberta for 4 years, it was realizing that there is yes, a commodity of a block of people who want to talk about separating. There's also a block of people who love this country and want to be part of this country, but their voices aren't necessarily being heard. So it's about uniting. I think one thing that this Trump and tariff issue has brought, it has brought the country together in a way that people aren't necessarily talking about separating anymore. They're talking about how do we continue to grow together, but how do we make ourselves stronger as a united country than as a fractured country.
The next Prime Minister, though, is going to have to weave this country and end those divides. Sarbjeet, how can one person do that? What would you think if Mark Carney won? What would he need to do? Because out west, they wanted a Conservative government, it feels, the majority.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's what's good about someone like Mark Carney. He is a person who's very measured. Liberals, that's what they're good at. They ebb and flow they listen to people. They can move a little bit to the left when it's called for. They can move a little bit to the right when it's called for. He has a very balanced policy. He cares about the environment, but he has acknowledged that, the energy industry is very important as well. And the other thing about, just how people feel and how these narratives are created, facts matter. So if you are told every single day, that you're putting in too much and you're giving equalization payments, the investments aren't there. We need to get back to facts, that's actually not true. And I would hope that, the Liberals and, the media and the whole country would do an effective job at communicating the facts. And finally, we're in the business of marketing and PR. everything shows that negative, telling people doom and gloom, things are bad right now, you're never going to have a home, you can't do this, you can't do that. It doesn't actually help people. People want to hear,
but
we're going to get you
to
there.
know that they're being listened to. I'm going to end you on that note. Thank you very much. I'll let you return to this theme in just a few moments. But next, as polls close in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, we want to welcome our viewers in BC. We will be seeing a lot of results roll in very quickly, and please stay with us. So back to the panel. I'm so sorry. I was hearing, and Laura, you were just telling me in my ear, there is a record turnout of voters in Carleton, which is Pierre Poilievre's riding. I know there were 91 candidates, but Elections Canada is warning people. What are the numbers, Laura? How many more votes that you were just telling me? Oh, I lost her. It's going to take a lot longer to count the ballots in Pierre Poilievre's riding, which is no surprise. And we also heard that they were actually going to start counting the advance ballots much sooner than they normally would. But back to our chat, and yes, I understand what you're saying, and I hear you, but at the same time, when you have Alberta residents, the ones who really were counting on a Pierre Poilievre government that they thought was a sure thing for the last 2 years, how are you going to win them over?
You know, I think you want to show people that how are you going to get them where they want to be with positivity, without telling them that, you know, you can't get there. To actually give them a plan that this is how we're going to help you get homes, this is how we're going to help the economy, this is how we're going to invest, instead of just this Canada is broken narrative. And frankly,
Jeff, is that going to cut it with Alberta voters?
No, fundamentally no.
Saskatchewan as well?
Canadians, those in the prairies, and in particular in Alberta and Saskatchewan, are looking for real results when it comes to resources. You know, we haven't had a conversation about the canola tariffs that are punishing the canola industry.
Devastating
the industry.
Hong Kong tariffs, the Chinese tariffs.
So they need a voice that's fighting for them there. Albertans and those with resources in their provinces, they want to get them to Tidewater. You know, we haven't seen Mr. Carney come out and say unequivocally that he will get them there. Now is the time for big decisions, time to get big projects done in this country that link our provinces together, and time to clear the path for that to happen. And so kind pleasantries and wearing a jersey of a hockey team, and please don't put the Leafs jersey on because it seems like it's a touch of bad luck, but it is not enough to get Canadians on your side.
What is enough?
What you were saying?
I was going to say, at some point, you know, there's some people who it's never going to be enough for them, and every region is just as important. It's not that if the squeaky wheel makes the most noise and that region's interests are more important.
But I understand the frustration when, first of all, they thought they were going to have a Conservative government, and second, they are a big voting bloc, but they can't get around the Ontario-Quebec numbers. It feels impossible at times.
Well, and that's where the leadership really takes hold. I mean, Mark Carney, if he is Prime Minister after this, and likely in a minority situation or a majority, has got to reach out directly, not just to the Premier, to Doug Ford, who may be on his side more so, but he's got to go into the West. I mean, we've witnessed over the last many years how Justin Trudeau treated the West. I mean, he almost flew over it almost every time that he went out in that area. It's also the case that there are some significant problems in getting those resources out to the Atlantic Canada because you have to go through Quebec, and they have consistently said that they're not going to let that happen. So we've got some provincial issues as well as federal issues that have to be addressed. Mark Carney represents a fresh slate. So early days will make the decision as to where, you know, he's going to be.
All right, thank you, John. Back to the panel in just a moment. Right now, we're going to check into Christina Howard. With Christina, it's 9:33. That means polls have closed in Ontario and Quebec. I know it's early, but what are you seeing so far? Anything coming in yet, Christina?
Well, what we have seen so far is that in Terra Nova, which is in Newfoundland, Jonathan Rowe, we're now saying, has secured this seat, which means that Newfoundland went into this election with 6 Liberal seats, 1 Conservative. Right now, so far, we have 3 Conservative seats already. I also want to just, before we head back into Ontario, and those poll numbers are just starting to come in, really preliminary right now, but I want to head into Central Nova. And the reason why I want to check in here is this is the Cabinet Minister, Sean Fraser, for the Liberals, and we're seeing now that Bryson Jenkins really is gaining on his lead. The Conservatives look like they might actually steal this seat from Central Nova. Again, Sean Fraser, the former housing minister. Now, taking a peek at Ontario, seeing a little bit of colors coming in, but again, like 3 out of almost 300 polls, like nothing really substantial just yet. What we will be watching, however, is Carleton. And I think, Cynthia, I heard you say that Elections Canada said it's going to take some time to get through the Carleton's numbers this evening. Well, that's because there are 91 candidates, and I just double checked with our producer, Mike Visser, and it's actually 5 times longer. So they could be counting these throughout the night, and you can see why. Look at this, 91 candidates. Like, I could just keep doing this all night. So that's going to take some time. We're also going to be taking a peek at Nepean. That's where, the Liberal leader, Mark Carney's running. I don't think anybody's expecting an upset here. They are expecting that to go back to Liberal, but it's something we will be watching. And just as the polls have closed in Quebec and Ontario, but also Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta. And checking in at Alberta, I want to take a peek at Edmonton Southeast. Now, where are you? Right here. Now, Amarjeet Sohi was the mayor of Edmonton. This seat was kind of held by the deputy leader, Tim Uppal of the Conservatives. He's now running in a neighboring riding. The Conservative candidate here is a community leader, but not exceptionally as well known, not as well known as Amarjeet. So we're definitely going to be watching the Edmonton Southeast riding. And of course, we'll be checking in all across the Toronto and the GTA, because a lot of this election will ultimately be decided here. And I'm keeping a very close eye on Toronto St. Paul's. That is where the incumbent is. There we are. Don Stewart, he won by in a by-election by just a few hundred votes, but this really is traditionally a Liberal stronghold. It'll be interesting to see how this race pans out tonight, but we're going to keep watching. The poll numbers again, Cynthia, are just starting to trickle in.
Oh, they're going to start pouring in soon, very soon. Thank you so much, Christina. And now we're going back to Ottawa. Glenn McGregor at Liberal Party headquarters. And Glenn, the polls have closed in Ontario, Quebec. The nail biting begins and the tension, because who knows how this is going to go at this point.
Well, I can tell you the nail biting has already begun from Liberals here gathered in this room watching those results from Atlantic Canada, which were not entirely what they're expecting. There's still a little bit of hopium amongst them that the advanced polls are going to swing that back. When you see someone, though, like Sean Fraser, who was once considered a potential leadership contender, on the cusp of losing his seat. Now, keep in mind, he said he wasn't going to run until Justin Trudeau decided to resign, and then he got back in, much like Anita Anand, who represents a riding in Oakville. She made the same decision, another Trudeau-era cabinet minister. But the thing I'm watching for in the next half an hour or so, first of all, let's start in Quebec. We want to see what happens to the Bloc Québécois vote there. Does it completely collapse and give the Liberals chances in ridings outside of the island of Montreal? In Quebec, the Liberals always do well in the city of Montreal. That is their stronghold. That is unlikely to change, though. But if they want to pick up seats, they want to gain seats in Quebec, trying to get closer to that majority, they need to win seats in the outlying areas and some of the sort of suburban areas as well. The Conservatives, though, tend to do really well in Quebec around Quebec City. That area there, we'll see how that holds up. But, we've seen some of the polling results coming into tonight. It was not looking good. But then you look at Atlantic Canada and how discordant those results that we've seen so far, and again, they are still kind of preliminary, those results are not matching up with the polling that we saw before. This is a theory a lot of Conservatives have been pushing, is that the polls are simply wrong in this election campaign. They did not believe that the Conservatives, although they had, within 4 or 5, 6 percentage points of the Liberals in national polls, they were not believing the regional breakdowns that suggested that Carney and the Liberals were on the way to a majority government. They just think those are wrong. They keep pointing to those big rallies that Pierre Poilievre got huge crowds out all through Ontario and through Western Canada, and they think those might be more indicative. So we're going to see this in the next half hour. So let's move over to Ontario, though, now. The thing I'm watching for most is what happens in the northern GTA area, the 905 belt. I'm thinking of places like Aurora, Vaughan, Woodbridge, Georgetown. We heard Mark Carney talking a lot about an encounter he had with a teacher from Georgetown. So that's going to be a really pivotal area to watch. Let's keep a close eye on that. All the campaigns spent a lot of time, blew a lot of resources, their leaders' time in those areas. We'll see who can win the 905, because quite often that generally means who can win the election, Cynthia.
It's the donut around the GTA in the GTA. Yes, thank you very much, Glenn. We will check in with you shortly. Now we're going back to check in with Xiaoli Li, who is at the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. And Xiao, Glenn made some very interesting points about how many in the Conservative Party were really leery of those polls because they were so convinced they had momentum with those massive rallies that were there for Pierre Poilievre.
Well, it's not just about the rallies, it's also about the way polls are essentially constructed and who they capture, who actually responds to it. And there was some thinking that, the most hardcore conservative voters not necessarily going to be interested in responding to a poll about who you're going to vote for or what's important to you in this election. And there may be some validity to that kind of thinking. Honestly, this room, it's been like waiting to exhale for the last half hour as we've been waiting for the Ontario-Quebec results to come in. I know we always talk about how important these two provinces are in terms of, whoever forms government. I want to put some context here. 343 ridings in Canada, 122 of them are in Ontario, 78 are in Quebec. A party that gets all of those forms majority government without any other province. Obviously, that doesn't really happen in any instance, but this is how important these two provinces are. Obviously, also a great source of grievance to less populated provinces like Alberta and Saskatchewan. Exactly like Glenn said, the Conservatives are going to be looking to flip some of these 905 ridings. The Greater Toronto and Hamilton area take a riding like Burlington. This is Karina Gould's riding, a former cabinet minister under Justin Trudeau. Before that, that was a solidly Conservative riding for a few years. Before that, Liberal for a few years. So this is a riding that flips between Liberal and Conservative without a great deal of hand-wringing. They're very, what can you do for me right now? What have you done for me lately? Not so ideologically wedded. And if there is weakness in the 905 Liberal seats, it may be in ridings like that. There have been big cheers coming out in the last 10, 15 minutes, essentially, as we've seen these seats flip. There could be a long wait to get more substantial results, though, just with the great number of seats that are involved in Ontario and Quebec.
All right, Xiao, thank you very much. It's going to be fascinating to watch this night unfold. Next, we are going to BC, Burnaby, which is Jagmeet Singh's riding, and we are checking in with Kate Walker. And Kate, you're joined by Alana Cahill, and she was actually the press secretary on the bus for Singh's campaign.
Yeah, that's right, Cynthia. I am here with Alana Cahill, who has been the press secretary on the NDP campaign trail. Talk to me a bit about what it was like to be boots on the ground during this campaign.
I think everywhere that we went, every stop, every city, folks had an opportunity to meet Jagmeet and to hear the message that he was bringing to Canadians. I can't think of a single stop that we went to where someone didn't say, a relative of mine is availing of the dental care that you guys got for Canadians, and folks were very gracious and very thankful, and it was really special to see people have that connection with Jagmeet and express some thanks for that, for the work that he's done in Parliament. I think also, Jagmeet is a great campaigner, so a lot of the authenticity and a lot of the energy that he brings to the role is really apparent when you meet him in person. So that's definitely something that we heard from everybody everywhere we went.
Okay. Talk to me a bit about some of the challenges that you guys might have faced on the campaign trail. Obviously, the polls were dropping a bit in support, and that's tough to keep going. How do you become resilient on a campaign trail when the bet is not really in your favor?
I think increasingly the conversation became about who is best positioned to take on Donald Trump. I think there's a lot of fear right now. The tariffs, I think rightfully people are concerned about their jobs. People are concerned about their financial future. I think Jagmeet and the campaign did a good job of pivoting toward who's going to stand up for you when times get difficult and who's going to have your back. And I think based on the record that he and a small team of New Democrats really have had in the last Parliament really did inform that conversation to say, even if you guys are not government, even if you guys are not even if he's not prime minister, having somebody in Ottawa, having a strong group of New Democrats who are going to have your back, who care about affordable housing, who care about healthcare, and who have a record to substantiate those values, I think that's kind of how campaign and how Jagmeet specifically tried to meet those challenges.
Okay. Obviously, we're still very much in the early hours of the evening, and polls haven't even closed here in BC. What do you make of the results so far? Are you disappointed? Are you anticipating that the support's going to come through once the polls close in BC? What are you thinking right now?
I think our focus remains having a strong team of New Democrats who go back to Ottawa to make sure that whoever is in government, that they're held accountable, that there's somebody at the table who does care about working people, who cares about folks who already feel like they're struggling in their communities with affordable housing, with being able to buy a house, with having the healthcare services that are there for them when they need it. We've heard both Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Carney make very clear that they intend to make cuts. Mr. Carney in his platform had $28 billion in cuts, and while we certainly appreciate that he's being transparent about that, I think it gives a lot of people a little bit of concern to think about what that's going to mean, especially in the context of a healthcare system that's already a little bit strapped.
Okay. We'll have to wait and see. Alana, thank you so much. That's Alana Cal, NDP Press Secretary. I'll send it back to you, Cynthia.
Kate Walker, thank you very much. We'll check in with you again from Burnaby, BC. Okay, panel chat next. And John, you know, some shade was thrown at the pollsters and you know,
Something
not taking
new.
them. I know, right? What is your response when people say, I don't believe the polls, they're always wrong?
I think they should be skeptical of polling. I mean, Daryl Bricker, my former colleague and I at Ipsos, about 7 or 8 years ago, actually challenged the industry to have much more transparency. And so there is an organization now which demands a lot more accountability to put their tables out, data tables out, and talk about methodologies. But I've never seen so many polls and so many pollsters out as we saw in this election. We have at least 14 firms. Mm-hmm. We've had hundreds of polls because we have them overnight, like a treadmill. And then we have aggregators who take all of those numbers. We've got 4 of them at least and project out polling numbers. So we've got different methodologies. Here's what I'd say. You have online polling that takes place, these huge panels that are generally very, very accurate. They tend to over-index on NDP supporters, but you make allowance for that when you do the calculations. But in the final days, there's about 4 or 5 firms that augment that with telephone calling.
Right.
There is virtually no telephone calling any time now, and the reason for that is because only older people have telephones and nobody really has them. Then you get the IVR, which are the robopolls that call into different areas. Those have had issues, and you have to be very careful in terms of the designated ridings that you're actually taking the sample from. And so there are a group of different polling methodologies, but I always come back and say, look, out of 14 firms, there's about 5 or 6 that you really want to look at. They're accredited, you take them seriously. All of them tonight would be saying that there was going to be close to a majority government across this country for the Liberals. And so the question that they all said at the time was, what about the turnout? Are there people holding back and haven't decided yet right going to the polling booths? And it comes down to turnout. So I'm going to say it's going to be pretty close with those group of polling companies, but the spread among the polling companies has been ranged from 2 to 9 points, and that's why I say you got to be skeptical about it. And we on the media, if you're on the media, you have to challenge them as well. So We'll see how it turns out at the end of the night, but definitely be skeptical.
Marian, when I spoke to you, I think it was last week. Everything's a blur right now, but I think it was last week, and you challenged the polls, and you said that they were off in Ontario when it came to the NDP.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, in the Ontario election, they said that the provincial NDP and Marit Stiles, they were going to lose party status and she was going to lose her seat, and they are the official opposition and she kept her seat. But also for polling, especially for the NDP, we find it doesn't take into account the regional breakdown. So for example, if you look at, Toronto or Ontario, where they're very strong, let's say, is in downtown Toronto. Once you add in the 905s, then that dilutes it and then brings the numbers down. So that's, that is just sort of like some of the things that, when we talk about polling, I think for New Democrats.
Are you agreeing or disagreeing? Because I feel like you're
I think regional breakdown is important, especially because, obviously because for the NDP and their voter efficiency, and also, the polls come out and people actually just give more credence to polls during elections. And what if we didn't have polls during elections, do you think results would be different?
That is such an interesting question.
Yeah, but I think the other thing we have to realize is that the polls themselves, a lot of the polling companies don't do seat projections. I mean, you have to realize that there's four groups that are doing that. So when we say how accurate they are, the public numbers that they put out in the polls are usually very, very accurate. The issue then comes to the aggregators who take all the polls and put them into seats and then project out whether or not they're going to be successful. So when we say that they said Marit Stiles would lose her seats and not have enough there, it wasn't the polling companies that were doing that. It is the other group that takes about 338 candidates when we all gravitate to see where they're at. But there are three more that do that, and I think that's where we're getting into problems.
Interesting. Now, you can often tell as a journalist when you're following somebody in a campaign. It's the mood of the campaign manager and the people. They're doing internal polling. They also have their own sense of where it's going, and you can tell if they're riding high or if they're depressed. And generally, that's what's going down.
Yeah, look, I love a poll that says what I want it to say, right? Like every person does. We all know that campaigns, in large part, are about momentum, and we've seen that both in the provincial campaign, but we're seeing it play out in the federal campaign. And I'm sure there are a great many Conservatives out there right now who are wishing for another 2 weeks in this campaign to see where the numbers would come back together. But yeah.
Okay. Well, speaking of polls, now we know where the ridings are going. We're going to check in now with Christina Howren, who is watching the results as they come in 20 minutes after polls closed in Ontario and Quebec. Christina.
Thanks, Cynthia. And I just noticed this, and I wasn't even going to talk about this area yet, but down here in Essex, this is a Conservative riding. Okay, very, very early in, but interesting to note that the Liberals have a lead there. We're still keeping a close eye in this area, waiting for this one right here, Windsor West. That's an NDP riding right now, seeing if they can hold on to it. I want to take a peek a little bit over to the 905 and specifically to the Ajax area. This seat was wide open. It was held by the Liberals. We've got Jennifer McKelvey, who's the Deputy Mayor of Toronto. She is in the lead for the Liberals. Greg Brady, a very well-known radio broadcaster. He's running for the Conservatives. Very early in, but everybody's been watching that one, or at least quite a few of us. And if we head into the city a little bit more, specifically, I want to take a peek at Spadina Harbourfront. No incumbent here. And this is an interesting seat. Okay, no polls reporting just yet. But Norm DiPasquale has a real chance of capturing the seat for the NDP. He's a very well-known community activist. The riding borders have changed. He's been fighting very much against the Ford government's SPA for the Ontario waterfront. And he's a very well-known name in this area. He ran last time, didn't do too poorly. So definitely a riding that you're going to want to keep a peek on. And get Burlington. Burlington is the riding that always seems to vote exactly as whoever they elect forms government. Now, we do have an incumbent here. Karina Gold did run for the Liberal leadership. She is a very well-known name. Emily Brown is a second kick at the can for the Conservatives. She lost last time by 6,000 votes. I'm really keeping an eye here to see how Brown fares could be a sign of how the Conservatives do and the Liberals do across Ontario. Still very early in, but we're starting to see some color. And as soon as I see much more color filling in here, I'll be happy to come back and tell you what we're finding out.
All right, Christina, look forward to that. Thank you so much. Thanks. Now, we are going to take you east of Toronto, and that's where we find our Afia Ba. And Afia, you're in Ajax. Christina was just talking about Ajax, and it's the riding of the former Health Minister Mark Holland, but a couple of high-profile candidates are heating up this race, and I'm fascinated to see this unfold and who comes out on top.
Absolutely. And those high-profile candidates, Cynthia, being a Toronto City Councillor and a very popular radio host, that they're awaiting the results to see who is going to be the next MP for the riding of Ajax here, which was established back in 2015. It actually has been Liberal since it has been established. But as Christina was mentioning just not too long ago, that former Health Minister Mark Holland has announced that he would not be seeking re-election for this riding. So right now it's up for grabs. And so running for the Liberals, as Christina mentioned, is Jennifer Jennifer McKelvey. She has been a Toronto City Councillor since 2018, Toronto Deputy Mayor since 2022. She threw her hat in the ring. She was saying that she has deep ties to this riding. She has family here, she has friends here, and she says she believes she has the experience in order to take the work that she's been doing in City Council up into the House of Commons. And for the Conservatives, the person running for the Conservatives is Greg Brady, a media personality and a talk radio host. He lives in the riding of Ajax. He also believes his time is now to run for this race. We tried to reach out to his team in order to, get more information as to why he wanted to run, the things that he wanted to do if he would become elected. We did not hear from him. And for the NDP, there's not a lot of information on this candidate, Kyle Forster. We reached out to the federal NDP team to see if we could get more information on him. We did not receive much, but there hasn't been any information about him out there. Should mention when it comes to the provincial side of things, the Liberals have the seat for that, but they only won by a couple of hundred votes. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the results unfold. Of course, as the tallying begins right now, I'm sure that the Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP are going to be seeing how this flips. We do know that in Durham region, 7 seats are up for grab. Of course, one of them being this riding here in Ajax, and we'll be watching closely as to see how these results unfold. Cynthia, back to you.
All right, Afia, we'll check back in with you. Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Mark McAllister, and this riding is fascinating. Mark, this is a riding that was Liberal for a very long time, but just 10 months ago, it flipped during a by-election. It went Conservative, and that's when people really started saying Justin Trudeau was in trouble. And now the person who lost, the Liberal who lost, wants to take it back.
Very significant riding here in Toronto, St. Paul's for that reason. Everybody looking to that by-election just 10 months ago and the result of that after years and years and years of this being a Liberal stronghold. And so what happens this time around? Well, it turns out it was a rematch, and now we're just waiting for the results. Obviously, we're here where Leslie Church is having her gathering tonight and hoping that she'll be able to address the crowd with a victory a little later on. I do want to bring in one of the campaign volunteers right now, Andre Lee, who was out there on the hustings, going door to door. Tell us a little bit about what went into the campaign this time around, because you were involved last time around as well.
I was. So I did take part in the by-election. This time it was a much faster race. We had just over a month to get sort of to every doorway in the neighborhood in the riding. I think we had something like 1,500 signs put up, which was definitely more than we saw in the by-election. But we knocked on 130,000 doors, which is more than the constituents we have. And so it was just, I think it was fueled by just optimism, right? That we could do things differently. There's definitely a different energy in the riding, I would say. I think the last time around there was a lot of dissatisfaction with the sort of Liberal leadership. This time around, that excuse was gone. And people have been excited to talk about voting Liberal. They were excited to vote in the advance polls. So it feels different. And I think that's why we're sort of optimistic tonight. We've got our eyes on all the various screens around the room, but hoping that we can pull off a victory.
Maybe tell me a little bit about those conversations at the door, because obviously, is it in and around the party leadership? How much do people know about Leslie, and how much does that play a factor?
So I would say that in the by-election, certainly it was about the party leadership and various levels of dissatisfaction with that. This time around, it's quite different. A lot of what the conversations we're hearing are about fears about our neighbors to the south. Trump's rhetoric, threat of tariffs, protecting our sovereignty. That was one of the really big topics that came up. But then also, obviously, the economy and the cost of living. Leslie is really focused on housing and education. Those are two of her main focus areas. And I think what people have seen of Leslie, it takes about 30 seconds of talking to her to realize that she really, really cares about the work that she's doing. And so she is smart and she is capable. And I think voters have really had a chance to see that, especially in the last 10 months. She didn't really stop. It almost feels like we woke up, the day after that by-election and just kept going. So here we are. Like I said, we're hoping that this one will be a W for us, but, we're going to follow the numbers as they come in.
Perfect. Andrea Lee, thank you very much for joining us. Obviously, Leslie Church has some experience within the Liberal Party as well. She's been a senior staffer, most recently for Chrystia Freeland, so obviously she knows her stuff. She knows what's expected of her should she win tonight. We are awaiting the results, and she should be taking the little stage behind me here at this pub we're at in Midtown once we do find out those results. Back to you.
Mark McAllister, thanks so much. And we're going to stay in Toronto, where we bring in Brandon Shogri, who is in a new riding in the West End that's up for grabs. And Brandon, you're now at the Liberal Party candidates' headquarters, I believe?
Yes, I am. Cynthia, the Liberals, they like their chances here. We are here at Karim Bardisi's watch party, and again, the Liberals, they're pretty excited so far. You can see signs of, signs stacked high behind me. Of course, we're in Canada, so some of these TVs aren't tuned to election coverage. We've got a little bit of playoff hockey going on here, too. But the Liberal team here says that they're feeling confident. Campaign members tell me that they've seen a lot of excitement out on the trail. The Liberals, of course, taking a lot of momentum into this election after Mark Carney took the helm, and we'll see how things play out. Karim Bardisi is, of course, going up against the NDP's Utila Karpoche, a candidate that he actually lost to once before at the provincial level. So we'll see how this rematch goes as votes start to come in. We'll keep you updated from here in the Tyayakan Parkdale High Park riding. Cynthia, I will send it back to you.
Brandon Shogri, thank you so much. And a note to all viewers, the polls have closed in BC. We'll start getting results to you as soon as we possibly can. Next, we are going to check in with Kurt Black, who is in Winnipeg. And Kurt, Manitoba's capital has been pretty colorful the last couple of elections. How do you think the votes will go there tonight? What is the sense?
Well, I'm here in Winnipeg South at the election watching party of Liberal incumbent Terry Duguid. And better than earlier, we actually have some supporters that are starting to trickle in now. And from speaking to some of them, they're feeling very confident coming into the evening, assured that the Liberal Party can secure a fourth term. Now, as mentioned earlier on in the evening, the reason that national audience should want to keep an eye on this riding specifically is it's a bellwether riding, meaning since 1988 that whatever party wins here has gone on to form government. Now, Duguid has been a stronghold here since 2015, but was feared to have quite the challenge coming from the conservative Janice Morley-LeConte, who had been MLA with the Progressive Conservatives and was a familiar face to Manitoba voters. But what the Conservatives were really betting on there was that she would fare better federally than she had provincially. In her last election, she actually lost her seat in the legislature, losing by over 1,400 votes. So the polls have closed now. We're still waiting on numbers to come on in. But here at Liberal headquarters in Winnipeg South, they're feeling very confident. Cynthia?
Thank you very much. Okay, so next we are going to check in with Sean Amato in Edmonton. Sean, you are in the southeast Edmonton riding.
Yeah, we're in the area where Amarjeet Sohi is running for a chance to return to Ottawa. The former Trudeau cabinet minister is a likely candidate to be a cabinet minister if Mark Carney's government is able to hold on to power. Wider look at Alberta, Conservatives are expected to dominate. This is typically a very conservative province, especially in the rural areas, but Liberals do have a chance, polls say, to win 5 to maybe 12 seats. Obviously, if it was closer to 12, that would be a huge victory for the Liberals and probably a sign of a big majority for them. We are seeing some early results as it relates to Amarjeet Sohi's race. One poll in extremely early. Sohi was down, losing to the Conservative candidate in this riding. But again, very early. This area, it was Edmonton Mill Woods. It's now Edmonton Southeast. It has been Liberal. It has been Conservative. Sohi has both lost that riding and won that riding before. So it's expected to be very close again tonight. Polls had Sohi up about 2% or so. We're at his watch party here. Polls have closed in Alberta, so just a few people have filtered in here to this party so far. But this will be a riding to watch, obviously. Alberta doesn't typically get a lot of Liberal seats. If it is a Liberal government, they will need some cabinet ministers, and Amarjeet Sohi is likely to be a very strong candidate should he be successful tonight.
Good point. All right. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll check in with you shortly. And we are going to head back to Windsor now, where we find our Melissa Nakovely. And Melissa, where you are has been a strong NDP riding with lots of issues on hand, especially the trade war with the U.S. And is this riding fighting to stay orange? Is there hope for this riding, or are the Liberals or Conservatives taking over?
And that's the big question of the night, Cynthia. What I can tell you is if this was an election as years past, people would predict that, yes, this would stay orange and history would just repeat itself. But because this election is so different and there's so much on the line here for residents in Windsor West because of the ongoing trade war with the U.S., it's hard to say. And I know what I can tell you right now is that people here are looking for somebody, a candidate that would truly help defend their local jobs. Now, in terms of the players here, we have the current incumbent, Brian Massey, with the MDPs. This is his 9th election. He has been representing the riding for 22 years. His challenger is Richard Pollock. He's a former prosecutor, and he says that he is the man to do the job, that Windsor is in need of change because of the ongoing U.S.-Canada tensions. But the Conservatives, they have Harb Gill, who is in the running. He says that he, too, can represent auto workers very well, and that he has a plan to make sure that their jobs are protected. Now, I did have a chance to speak with both Massey and Pollock. Have a listen to what they have to say. Now, the Liberal and Conservative candidate argue that the NDP does not have a seat at the table and that the voices won't be heard here in Windsor. What do you say to that?
Well, I've heard that argument a long time, and we've got the Gordie Howe International Bridge being built. We have the Parkway, the most infrastructure per capita. I got a new urban park for the riding, and we've done countless other projects and investments in the community. And having Liberal and Conservative backbenchers doesn't actually serve the community well as well.
So what we say is that we need a strong voice at the table, both to deal with Mr. Trump and to deal with the challenges which are Windsor's. Manufacturing and all the spin-off jobs that are created by that are the most important issue that the constituents are facing in this riding.
Now, I'm currently at Brian Massey's campaign party. It has just started. We're expecting to see him later on, probably around the 11 o'clock hour after results are in. But in terms of what can potentially happen next, that is, of course, the big question here. Will people in Windsor West vote for that familiar face that they've known for over 20 years, or will it flip because of the ongoing tension with the U.S.? We'll just have to wait and see. Cynthia.
Melissa Nakovely, thank you. And as I told you just a few moments ago, polls on the West Coast have now closed. And we want to bring in Nima Rajan in Vancouver, who is tracking the results as well. And Nina, you're joined with a panel there. How are the votes expected to go in BC this evening?
Well, Cynthia, we're keeping a close eye on a variety of ridings right now. An issue that might pop up today would be the issue of vote splitting. I'll get into what exactly vote splitting is in a little bit, but before that, let me introduce my panel. I'm joined now by 3 former members of Parliament with special insights into this political moment. I'm going to start with New Democrat Sven Robinson, who, starting in his 20s, was elected 7 times by Burnaby voters. And in 1993, when his party faced a near wipeout at the polls, he was just one of 9 surviving NDP MPs. Next to him, we've got Conservative Wei Young, and she knows a thing or two about close races and upsets. Now, she fell just 20 votes short of winning the Liberal stronghold of Vancouver South in 2008, but she claimed that riding in the next election, becoming the first Conservative in a generation elected in the city of Vancouver. And right next to her, we've got newly retired Liberal MP Ken Hardy, who served 3 consecutive terms in Fleetwood, Port Kells. He was among the first in his party to publicly call for a leadership change, playing an active role in the dramatic resurgence of the Liberals. And serving as our nonpartisan analyst this evening, I've got Associate Professor of Political Science for the University of the Fraser Valley, Mr. Hamish Telford. Now, Hamish, my first question will be to you. We were just mentioning the issue of vote splitting. Let's start with telling our viewers what exactly vote splitting is.
Sure. In a multi-party system, people have to make calculations about how to vote. It's not just a two choices. You've got more than that. So in our system, you perhaps have progressive voters on the left side of the spectrum, might want to vote Liberal, might want to vote NDP. If they split their votes sort of evenly between those two parties, then the Conservatives might steal a riding that they wouldn't otherwise get. Now, Canadians are quite familiar with how our electoral system works, and we might see the opposite of vote splitting tonight, which is strategic voting, and that people will make a calculation about which party is more likely to win or which party is more likely to lose and vote accordingly. And that's what's really troubling the NDP in this election. The polls have told us their support is way down because people are voting strategically. But in some ridings, if people vote strategically, or what they think is strategically, we may see a vote split. So some in Vancouver, some North Vancouver Island was where we might see some vote splitting to the benefit of Conservatives.
All right, Hamish, can you tell us a little bit more about these ridings where we might see this issue of vote splitting?
Right. Normally in North Vancouver Island, we would expect a competition between the NDP and Conservatives. But in this race, in this campaign, the Liberals have come way up, and people may think the Liberals are the strategic party to vote for to defeat Conservatives. But in these ridings, Liberals and NDP might split the vote, and the Conservatives could steal it. And some ridings in Vancouver may also see a similar phenomenon.
All right, thanks for that, Hamish. Now, getting into some of the campaign messages that we've been hearing, I want to throw this to you, Sven. Now, the NDP have been running in some ridings saying a vote for the Liberals is a vote for the Conservatives. Can you tell us a little bit more about the campaign strategy behind that?
Well, yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, I lived through the 93 to 97 Parliament, and I think what Judge Mead and what the New Democrats are saying is, look, it looks like the Liberals are going to form a government, but unless you have a strong group of solid, progressive New Democrats in there, Poilievre has influenced him. I mean, he killed the capital gains tax increase. The carbon tax, of course, is history. So I think that's really the fundamental issue here is, are you going to have a progressive voice in Parliament, or is it just going to be Pierre Poilievre that's pushing them to the right the way the Reform Party pushed New Democrat, pushed the Liberals to the right when we didn't have any party status at all? I just want to make one other quick point on strategic voting and vote splitting, and that's that if we had seen the promise that Justin Trudeau made of proportional representation. Remember in 2015, this is going to be the last election, first past the post. If we'd seen that, we wouldn't have to worry nearly as much about vote splitting and strategic voting. So I'm hoping that we can put proportional representation, fair representation back on the political agenda.
Ken, what are your thoughts on that? Is a vote for the Conservatives, or rather a vote for the Liberals, a vote for the Conservatives?
Well, first, on electoral reform, there was no consensus in Canada at all. In fact, we tried it 3 times, I think, here in BC, and it all went down in flames, as you recall, Sven. It depends on, who's number 2 and who's number 3. If we look at Sandwich Gulf Islands and Elizabeth May's riding, the Liberals have an outsized impact there. If they migrate to Elizabeth, she wins. But in places like, well, there's 3 very close ones in BC, Kelowna, Langley Township, Fraser Heights, and Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. In all 3 of those, they could go Conservative if the NDP drain votes away from the Liberal candidate. So it goes both ways. I think people have been paying close enough attention that I already know that there has been, in fact, some strategic voting going on where people are shifting their allegiance because, in many cases, this is an ABC election. Anybody but Conservative.
All right, Ken, I'm going to have to throw it back to Toronto for now, but we'll definitely have to touch on that a little bit more. Back to you, Cynthia.
Thank you very much. And City News is declaring the Liberals have won. They will form the next government. However, we do not know at this point, as the numbers continue to come in, whether it will be a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority government. Again, City News is declaring the next government in this country will be Liberals. And on that note, we're going to go straight to Glenn McGregor, who's standing by at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Glenn.
Yeah, big cheer through this room, Cynthia. Not that many people here yet. It's still early in the night. We expect more, thousands, hundreds more to come into this room. But yes, a big cheer in response to what they were seeing on screen, that the Liberals have now secured at least a minority government. Let's think about what an incredible change this was. Only 3 months ago, it looked like the Liberal Party, Canada's natural governing party, as they like to call themselves, was heading maybe not to extinction, but obliteration in the next election. The numbers for Justin Trudeau, his approval numbers were so incredibly low. And finally, that decision by Chrystia Freeland, then as finance minister, to withdraw, to resign, set in a chain of motion that put us here tonight with Mark Carney, a new leader, someone who was not experienced in politics, had an incredibly impressive resume coming into the job, but was not a retail politician, had to kind of learn on the job, learn very quickly. And of course, we saw shots of him earlier watching the results from his hotel suite. We haven't got any solid numbers yet from his own riding in Nepean, but we don't think that is going to be particularly close. But let's think about how we got here just tonight. We saw those numbers, those early numbers coming from Atlantic Canada. It looked like the Conservatives were overperforming expectations compared to what we'd seen in public opinion polling. But then as those advanced polls came in, those numbers started to change a little bit, especially in the case of Sean Fraser in Central Nova, the Nova Scotia riding. Of course, he had been the housing minister and was touted by a lot of people as being the successor eventually to Justin Trudeau. He decided he wasn't going to run. Then Trudeau resigned. He decided he was going to get back into it. Looks like he's getting back in the race now. And when some of those numbers from his riding were on screen here, lots of cheers because he is very well liked within the party. Then you go into Quebec. We saw what a lot of pollsters were predicting was the collapse of the Bloc Québécois vote, and that's exactly what we've seen. Liberals gaining seats throughout Quebec. Ontario, a similar trend there. Also the NDP vote really collapsing. A couple of interesting ridings in Ontario. I want to talk about the riding of Essex in the Windsor area. The two downtown seats in Windsor are held currently by a Liberal and a New Democrat, but the Conservatives tend to do very, very well in the outlying areas, but it looks like the Liberals have a good chance. They're leading right now. Polls are still early, but they have a chance of winning the riding of Essex. It's a much more rural, more agricultural area. That would be a big win for them, and Mark Carney visited that riding twice to highlight the effect of the Trump tariffs on the auto sector, what kind of impact it was going to have in that community. The other seat I'm really going to be watching closely, Cynthia, is Peterborough. This was until last election considered a bellwether riding. That is, it was really accurate in predicting who was going to win the national election. And that trend broke only last time in 2021 when Michelle Ferreri, a former radio broadcaster, won that seat. Liberals were pushing to get it back. Currently, she is trailing there. So that potentially is an indicator of the way things are going to go across the country. I think the thing we got to watch for in the next half hour or so is to see how the NDP does in British Columbia. We've seen, as I said, their vote is collapsing right across the country. As last I checked, they were leading or elected in only 3 seats. That number could improve in British Columbia because there are some strongholds there for them. Some sort of high-profile New Democrat MPs, people like Don Davies, Jenny Kwan in downtown Vancouver, Peter Julian in New Westminster, and then, of course, you go to Vancouver Island, where the NDP tends to do very, very well, but both the Conservatives and the Liberals had really targeted the island for their leaders' tours, putting a lot of resources into trying to take those seats away from the New Democrats. So if the NDP is going to remain viable and hang on to party status, they're going to have to do well and hold what they have and possibly pick up some seats in British Columbia. This really matters if Mark Carney can only secure a minority, because if he does, in order to pass legislation, starting with the throne speech when the House of Commons comes back after this election, he's going to need support from another party, and that, of course, traditionally in the last several election cycles has been the NDP. So we're going to see how the New Democrats do. Jagmeet Singh, the leader, also potentially in trouble in his own riding of Burnaby Central. But I think we'll see if the Liberals can inch further beyond the minority that City News has already called, get closer to majority. If they don't, they're going to hope that the NDP does well so they could potentially partner with them again in the House of Commons when it's resumed, Cynthia.
All right, Glenn McGregor, it's like a game of chess. Thank you. And remember, a majority is 172 seats. That's what the Liberals need for a majority. Now, let's check in with Zhao Li, who's at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. Now, Zhao, any defeat is painful, but this one must be especially so for Pierre Poilievre, who was absolutely convinced, I'm sure, that he was going to win an overwhelming majority just a few months ago.
Yeah, it's like somebody sucked all the air out of this room. The Liberals are not exactly running away with it, which certainly the people here appreciate, but the pickups that the Conservatives were really counting on in Eastern Canada, they did not materialize. I was talking about South Shore St. Margaret's a few hours ago. That's southern Nova Scotia riding. That's Rick, the incumbent MP for that was Conservative Rick Perkins. That's gone towards the Liberals now, so that's another pickup that the Conservatives were really hoping for, or rather a hold that the Conservatives were hoping for. It's actually flipped Liberal instead. You look at Quebec, every riding there that's not red has gone blue, but not the right shade of blue as far as people in this room are concerned. The BQ are picking up essentially anything the Liberals don't get in Quebec, at least that's how it looks right now. I understand Glenn was talking a little earlier about the riding of Peterborough. That's Michelle Ferrari's riding. She's an effective parliamentarian for the Conservative Party, so that is going to be a big loss for them if they're not going to be able to return her to Parliament. A good pickup for the Conservatives, though, Calgary Nose Hill. That's Michelle Rempel-Garner's riding. She has retained her seat. They'll be sending her back to Ottawa. That's very important. She's been lower profile for the Conservatives over the last year, but she's an extremely effective speaker, good fundraiser, could be a potential future, I don't want to say future leader, but important to the future of the party. So looking beyond this election, it is good for the party, certainly, that Michelle Rempel-Garner will be back in Ottawa working for them. But honestly, this is a situation where they're really just hoping to be able to hold the Liberals to a minority. They're looking for anything that they can get from the big screen right now, but the numbers just aren't there for them yet.
All right, Zhao Li in Ottawa, thank you. All right, let me talk to our pollster, John Wright here. How do you see these numbers? Is a majority within reach for the Liberal government?
I'm not sure yet. I think we have to wait for British Columbia. I think that's where, there may be, what we're looking at right now is whether or not the NDP and the Bloc collapsed. I mean, that was the first thing they started looking, and that has actually happened in both Quebec and Ontario. So the real issue now is whether or not that holds out to British Columbia, and the Lower Mainland, in fact, is where the big fights are going to be for those final votes. These are projections. We haven't seen all the votes come in.
Right.
But you do the numbers on this, and as I said right off the top, I mean, it could be that it is a late night. I think it is going to be a late night. I mean, but it's going to be based on projections as opposed to actual votes at the moment.
Jeff, I can't think of a politician who feels worse in this moment tonight than Pierre Poilievre right now. I mean, this is tough. The Trump tariffs have absolutely changed the course of this election for him, as well as Justin Trudeau stepping down, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a single Canadian who wasn't paying attention to the threat that Donald Trump was and is. I think the important thing that I believe Mr. Poilievre is probably doing right now is taking a deep breath to ideally be given the opportunity to come back into government and hold a Carney government to account, because I think he has an important role, which will be to say great, we have a Trump issue, but that doesn't net out to a change in affordability. That doesn't take away the tent encampments in people's communities. That doesn't take away the inability for people to afford a home. So these are really important issues that Canadians still care about coming out of this election. I think we're going to see play out in BC.
But we know Conservatives are not good to their leaders when they fail to deliver. Sarjeet, how are you interpreting these results? I know you're doing a quiet cheer inside. Do you think that Carney can pull off a majority? Based on the numbers you're seeing come in?
I think it's very possible, and I think actually the message has been sent loud and clear that Canadians want a government that's going to bring everyone together and do what's best for the country. So if Pierre Poilievre is going to do the same old, which is just criticizing and talking about problems instead of bringing solutions and working collaboratively, the NDP were able to deliver for their constituents dental care, pharmacare, daycare, school lunch program by leveraging whatever they had to focus on programs. And I think that's what Canadians are going to want at this time, not more of the same, more working together.
Okay. On that note, Marion, I'm going to get you to come back. We'll talk about BC and the seats up for grabs for the NDP. Right now, though, we are going to check in with Christina Howren at the map. Christina, we're seeing the numbers coming in. Can you break them down for us?
Well, what we're looking at right now is what's going to make the difference between a majority government and a minority government. And it's going to be things like in LaSalle et Verdun. Now, this was a Liberal stronghold. The Bloc Québécois was able to squeak out a victory in a by-election. Right now, it looks like the Liberals are about to recapture this seat. And if the Bloc falls apart in Quebec, well, that's how we're actually we could see a majority a little bit earlier if the Bloc absolutely falls apart. But we're still watching to see what happens in Ontario. And I want to take a peek now at Ajax. That's a pretty handsome lead. It's still very early in, but the Liberals still really leading in Ajax. And if we just head a little bit further west now, bear with me for just 1 second. Here we go. Over to the Burlington area, seeing that the Liberals have a big lead here in Burlington. This is the riding that historically elects the government, or they elect the party as a bellwether. Whoever they vote for tends to form the government. Emily Brown still trailing for the Conservatives by quite a bit. Taking a peek at Burlington North, Milton West. Now, this has changed hands a few times over the past 20 minutes or so, but the Liberals, with their incumbent Adam Van Couverden, it's a new riding or new riding boundaries. He's holding on to that. It looks like, again, only 39 vote lead, 6 out of 208 polls reporting. So very, very early in. And if we just want to check in the Mississauga area, all of this red here, that's Oakville right there, and just a little bit further, Oakville East. This area tends to vote as a bloc. Mississauga Lakeshore, we're seeing that Charles Sousa, Ontario's former finance minister, holding on to this seat by about 300 votes, still 10% or fewer than 10% of the polls reporting. But this whole area here, this tends to vote as a bloc. And it's really tough to form a majority if you can't get Mississauga and Brampton and pretty much the 905. An interesting development, though, heading out towards Saskatchewan. And check out this. Churchill, Kiswatinook-Aski is not where I was looking for. I'm going to head on over one more to Disanethe, Mississippi, Churchill River. Apologies, I'm not familiar with this riding, at least how to pronounce it. But Buckley Belanger, he ran for this seat last time. He was absolutely disseminated by the Conservatives. He's got a 44-vote lead. Now, that's not massive vote, but just grew to 55. But this is kind of where you're starting to see the Conservatives falling apart, even out west. The Liberals taking a seat from the Conservatives and a province that's being run by the Saskatchewan Party. So we're just going to be taking a peek at little areas that the Conservatives are losing in. And these are the things where Bloc is winning and losing that'll make a difference between a majority and a minority government for the Liberals.
All right, Christina, thank you so very much. Now, as results continue to come in, we are watching them closely. The NDP is leading in just a couple of ridings with a closer look at how they are faring so far tonight. We're going to check back in with Kate Walker at NDP HQ. And Kate, you are actually in Jagmeet Singh's riding, and his seat is in jeopardy.
That's right, Cynthia. His seat is in jeopardy. We're just starting to get a bit of a taste for how the NDP is doing now that the polls have closed here in BC. I'm here with Melanie Richer, who's been one of the press secretaries on the NDP campaign trail. Melanie, obviously early hours still, but what are you making of the fact that the NDP are leading in a few ridings so far?
Yeah, that's good news for sure. Obviously, what we had seen in the last week is it ticking positive for us. So we're seeing some of the results in those ridings. And of course, 13 of our 24 seats that we currently hold are in British Columbia. So I think we're going to see a little bit later what those ridings look like. And of course, we're expecting some tight races. So we may be here for a while before we know what it looks like for the NDP.
That's right. And you mentioned it. Most of the support for the NDP does come right here in BC, hoping to keep that orange wave going. What are your expectations for, some of the results that might flow into the next few hours?
Right. I don't know, numbers wise, what the expectations look like, but what I am expecting to see is definitely a few in Alberta, a few in Ontario, in Manitoba, and also in British Columbia. Hoping to see some holds in the Lower Mainland and then in Vancouver Island as well, and then hoping to keep Taylor Buckrock and Skeena-Bulkley Valley also. so.
Okay. There's a couple ridings specifically in the Lower Mainland, people like Jenny Kwan, Don Davies, Peter Julian, people that have held onto their seat for a long time that you would hope would be a safe seat, but what is a safe seat, you know? So what are you expecting to see for those ridings that where they've held it for quite some time?
Right. You know, when a wave comes, a wave comes. I hope that's not what we see tonight, and we see some good NDP MPs hold onto their seats. What we really saw in the last week is the message of, because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to get dental care, pharmacare for you, and in past governments, we've been able to get health care and pensions and employment insurance. So that message we've really seen resonate with folks and move folks who are undecided or going to vote for the Liberals because they were scared of Trump or scared of Polyev move back over to the NDP. So I'm hoping we see enough of those votes that have moved back over to us to see some of those really good MPs go back to Ottawa.
Okay, Melanie, thank you so much. That's Melanie Richer, one of the NDP press secretaries on the campaign trail. I'll send it back to you, Cynthia.
Okay, Walker, thank you so very much. We'll check in with you again. It could be a long night out there. We are going to return to our panel. Marion, I don't want to rub salt in the wounds, but this is not, I'm sorry, it's not a good night for the NDP.
No, and as I said off the top, I mean, it's hard and it's challenging and it was hard to break through. But I think it was interesting that what we found after the debates is that there were things that actually were taking that were sitting with voters. So the fact that Jagmeet was saying and framed the ballot question around that this is going to be about who is going to stand up and who's going to, not going to take the fall for Trump, I think really resonated. And holding the government to account. Like I was talking to my neighbor today, ran into them, and they said, yeah, I'm going to vote NDP because whether it's Liberal Conservatives, I want to make sure that the NDP is there to hold the government to account. And I think that matters because Canadian values are NDP values, and I think that resonates.
But it's not right now. We're seeing 5 seats maybe. They need 12 to be an official party. Jagmeet Singh is in, and again, I'm sorry, I'm rubbing salt in it, no, but he's in danger of losing his seat. So my question is, how does this party maintain its relevancy if it's doing so poorly on a night like tonight?
Well, we'll wait and see because, like you said, there's more than half the caucus is from BC, so we need to wait for those BC numbers. As well, there are a lot of new races that are tight, especially in some of them in the GTA, that can pull up some new MPs. But I think it comes down to relevance. It comes to the fact that Trump was such a visceral force in this campaign. He's actually the one who's deciding who the next prime minister is going to be. What we need now, and what I think the NDP was so relevant in, is the fact that it's holding the government to account and protecting the services that matter to people. And who knows, at the end of the night, what's going to happen with, the party or Jagmeet and the seat. They're going to have to, figure it out, do some soul searching, figure out how, they might regroup. It is a resilient party. All parties go through ups and downs. The Conservatives, the Liberals had that. It's a very resilient party. It's been around since the 60s. So
okay. So I watched John Wright's body language as you're talking about the chances.
I can't disguise it.
I know you can't.
No, but I want to say a couple of things. Number one, I think a lot of this strategy for the Liberals began back under Kathleen Wynne and Dalton McGuinty when
outmaneuvering out-left the left,
you out-left the left, and it was Jerry Butts that did this. I mean, you make the tent far enough to the left, you're going to get the NDP in. So I think there is some credit to be had there. Number two, if you're going to be having an issue like Donald Trump and some of the issues that Mr. Polyev forced into a 2-point race, then you're going to be marginalized. I mean, there's no way around it. It's kind of hard to get the voice in the room, and that's it. But I think the NDP now, depending upon how this vote works tonight, if it is a minority, the NDP become the Liberals' best friend. I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's all over again. And we're seeing here that it might be a 20-point difference so far, a 20-seat difference. It might close in there. But, whether or not it's 6 or 8 or 9 seats or 10, that becomes a crucial element for Mark Carney to then say, hey, you know what, we will give you research money. We will recognize you almost in the same way that you would be an official party.
Right, and they're kingmakers
come and join us. Yeah, and they're going to get a new leader because Jagmeet Singh will be replaced. But that's how you play the game.
But also realizing is that however you want to use the language around it is what the NDP did in the last parliament. For the 9 million people who got dental care, for the people who got diabetes and birth control and pharmacare, this is life-changing things for people, Canadians, that a lot of people take for granted. If you've got benefits or you can afford it, that's fine. But when people use, such language as, whether it's propping up the government, being him, at the end of the day, he's using his leverage to get things done and to fight for Canadians.
Well,
and
look what Tommy Douglas did with a minority government as well.
You got pharmacare, you got, whether it's labor rights and affordable childcare, New Democrats have held governments to account to be able to do things to protect the services that people count on.
I do think of them as the social conscience, the voice for the social conscience. But do you think, Sarbjeet, do you want to see an NDP propping up a Liberal government again? Then how much has changed?
Like I said, I think Canadians are not hyper-partisan. They want people to work together to get things done. But I will say, up until the whole Trump thing happened, when people weren't happy with the Liberals, a lot of people were thinking about moving to the NDP. Progressives weren't going to go to Pierre Poilievre, but that was their option.
No, he was going to have a healthy majority, like it or not. That's where it was going.
For the conversations of the people that I was speaking with who were not happy with the Liberals, who were never going to vote Poilievre, I'm just saying that the Donald Trump, anyone but Pierre movement really, I think, is what happened to the NDP here, and you see it time and time again. Where there is strategic voting, the NDP tend to, get sacrificed.
Jeff, hold that thought. I know you've got a lot to say. Hold that thought, because we are going to Vancouver right now with Nima Rajan, who is speaking with a panel there. Nima.
Thanks, Cynthia. Now, the election results are starting to roll in. Again, our polls closed at 7 p.m. our time. I'm going to throw this to our panel here, former Conservative MP Wei. Now, as I said, the results are starting to roll out. How are you expecting the night to shape up? You're looking at the results live with us right now. Could you see certain parts of the island turn blue tonight?
Well, I think that's where it's quite interesting. We're seeing a real realignment of traditional voters, because on the island, as we know, we have NDP seats, and we're seeing those voters come to the Conservatives. So certainly, North Island, Campbell River, Nanaimo, I mean, those are seats that are going to probably come over, and we're very hopeful about that. And I think that just speaks to the fact that Pierre's been working very hard on presenting a platform that really appeals to the fact that we need to put boots, not suits, in terms of working people out there to work on our economy, to work on what we need to do to build Canada. And so that's really where we're going to see some interesting, I think, swings there on the island, and it's going to be an interesting night for sure.
Absolutely. Definitely have to keep an eye out on the island. Now, talking about the island, Ken, one of the major ridings right now, we've got the Saanich Gulf Islands, and it's shaping up to be quite the battleground right now.
It is, yes. Late last night, I put something on Facebook endorsing Elizabeth May. As a Liberal, I know what I was doing, because I've seen Liz at work in the House. She's that independent third voice that can stand up and tell the rest of us when we're out of line, basically. And she can do it very, very eloquently, very fairly, sometimes gently and sometimes not. I think that Parliament would be worse off for not having Liz in the room.
Well, Sven, I'm sorry to bring this up, but it seems that there might be a huge issue here for the NDP party. We might be seeing the NDP party collapsing tonight. How are you feeling right now?
Well, it's a tough night. As I say, I mean, when I look at how incredibly important it is that there be a force there in Parliament that's speaking out, and we can talk about boots and suits all you want, but what about the climate crisis and the existential threat of the climate crisis? New Democrats have got to be there. And by the way, I agree with you on Elizabeth. That voice and that Green voice is very important as well. If we had proportional representation, they'd be there for sure. But my eyes are glued to that number right now of New Democrat members of Parliament. We've got to get up, hopefully, to 12 with party status. Because if we don't have that party status, and the only real pressure is coming from that hard right Poilievre Conservative force, I fear for the future of the country.
All right, Sven. Now, I want to take a quick look at the riding of Richmond East, Steveston. Let's take a look at the numbers right now. All right, so there it is. It looks like the Conservatives seem to be trailing ahead quite a bit. Wei, that's also a swing riding as well. So how are you transcribing these numbers right now?
Well, Richmond East Easton and the other Richmond, they're, swing ridings. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens there tonight. As we know, there's a high ethnic community in both ridings, and so I think some of the issues that were critical there are the drug issue, the crime issue, the economy is really big there. So I think that's where I'm hoping that it'll pull through. It's early in the evening, so we'll have to see.
All right, we'll have to see. Now, Hamish, we're looking at the numbers right now. Are you seeing any trends shape up? Anything like that?
Well, the major trend of the night, of course, so far at least, has been the collapse of the NDP vote. And that's put the Liberals on track for at least a minority government. But we're going to have to see how things play out here in British Columbia before we get a final determination if it's going to be a majority government or will it stay minority. And it may come down, as Wei was saying, to those ridings on Vancouver Island where the Conservatives pick up seats at the expense of the NDP, and that might hold Mark Carney to a minority.
And we heard from Toronto as well that British Columbia this time around is playing a very key role in this federal election. Hamish, can you unpack that for us?
Sure. Well, we've got our votes count as much as anyone else. We've got seats here, and given the way it's played out in the rest of the country, the ridings in British Columbia are going to make the final determination of the complexion of this government.
All right. Let's take a look at the numbers once again. We're going to turn to Vancouver East now. Let's take a look at the numbers. All right, Hamish, taking a look at these, how do you see things playing out in Vancouver East?
Now I can see the numbers. We're still only 2 polls in, so we shouldn't take too much into this. This should be a safe NDP riding. Jenny Kwan has held it for a long time. But we're seeing a competitive, with 2 polls reporting, a competitive 3-way race. But only 22 votes for Jenny Kwan, 21 for the Conservative, and 18 for the Liberal. So a lot of counting still to be done here. But if the NDP lose this riding, they're in real trouble. This is perhaps the safest NDP seat in the country. I would note as well that Jenny Kwan was one of 2 New Democrats left standing in the BC legislature when NDP was wiped out by the BC Liberals back in 2001. Jenny Kwan might be one of the few New Democrats left standing at the end of the night in Parliament.
I think the other 2 that certainly we are looking very good at this point are Don Davies in Vancouver Kingsway. Don has huge respect in his constituency, and Peter Julian in New Westminster. Hopefully Jagmeet can hold on as well, but I think those 3 I think hopefully we'll be able to hold on to those for sure.
And we're looking at Vancouver Kingsway right now. It looks like Don Davies, he is having a bit of a healthy lead right there, so we'll keep an eye on the numbers as they continue to roll out. I want to throw it to you, Ken. Are there any Liberal candidates that seem to be standing out to you here in BC so far?
Well, I think we'll be watching Surrey Centre because for what it was worth, 338 had Randeep Sarai in pretty tough against the Conservatives. I, of course, will be fondly looking at Fleetwood Port Kells because that's the riding that I had for 9.5 years. And Gurbuk Sani, the fellow who was really responsible for the voter turnout that got us elected in 2019 and in 2021, he's the candidate there. And again, if the polls are to be believed, and I have a story about polls that we'll get to later on, he's going to do okay tonight. So, but there are a number of ridings that South Surrey White Rock I see is in the red right now, and yet Carrie Lynn Finley has been very strong in that riding in the past. But that one's flipped back and forth, right? So there's a lot of well. I guess BC has the most number of toss-up ridings, according to the poll. A third of the ridings in BC are toss-ups. Yeah. Most of the ridings in Edmonton and Calgary are toss-ups. So, you know, we have a lot of ground to cover and a lot of things to talk about as the night goes on.
It's going to be a long night, all right, Ken?
It's going to be a very long night.
Absolutely. But for now, I'm going to throw it right back to you, Cynthia.
All right, Nima, thank you so very much. We are going to send it back to Glenn McGregor at Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. And Glenn, the question now is Carney going to lead a majority or minority government?
That's right, Cynthia. Every time that number, the seat count for the Liberals, ticks up on the TV monitors here, get a little bit of a mini cheer from the crowd because everybody wants to see if it can get to 172. Now, the Carney campaign was very careful about never using the word majority. Carney used words like strong mandate. And it's interesting, when you go back to 2011, Stephen Harper had coming off 2 successive minority governments, and he campaigned very, very hard. Every event he went to in that election campaign saying he needed a strong, stable, conservative majority government, and he got it. It paid off. This situation, though, is a little bit different because the Liberals were very concerned about alienating New Democrats or Bloc Québécois voters who had decided to park their votes with Carney because they did not want to see Pierre Poilievre elected prime minister. And the concern was that if they saw Carney talking about the possibility of getting a majority government, that they would feel, okay, they can go home. They can go back to the parties they naturally support, and that would erode the Liberal vote support, and they wouldn't get anywhere close to it. But you could tell by talking to people who were on the Liberal campaign that they thought a majority was very much in play. And of course, even at this hour, it does seem like it is, because although they aren't at the level they need yet, the number of polls reporting, especially in vote-rich Ontario, as well as British Columbia, is still pretty low. So there's still a lot of data to come in to see if they can get to that 172-seat level. But what all the parties do is they do not rely on polling. They consider polling to be a fairly crude instrument where you just randomly ask 1,500 people or 2,000 people what their opinions are. They track individual voters. So they have huge databases that are based on the voters list provided by Elections Canada, and every single person, they know whether or not they voted in the last election, and that's a really important factor because if you voted before, you're very likely to vote again. And when they go knock on that person's door, that gets logged into a database. If they make a cold call to that person to ask who they're going to support, that gets logged. If they've donated money to the party, also put into the database. And if they've asked for a lawn sign, of course, that's a strong indicator that that person is going to vote for them. And so those are the people they really target today during what was the GOTV, the Get Out the Vote effort, to try and get the people who they've identified, each micro targeting of individual voters. They know who's going to vote for them and who isn't, and they've got a good idea how close they are to majority. But as I said, Carney did not want to use that word. Still at this hour in play. The complication here is if he doesn't get over 172, what do they do to pass legislation, including starting with the throne speech? Who do they rely on to get those through? Do they go to the Bloc Québécois for support? Do they go to the NDP, as they've done over the recent years, including with the Supply and Confidence Agreement that was formed in 2022? We don't even know how many seats the NDP is going to have or whether they're not going to have party status, but they still might have enough that they could get the Liberals government over that 172 hump on key pieces of legislation before the House of Commons. But as I say, Cynthia, we've got lots of time to come here, lots of votes coming in still in Ontario and British Columbia to see if they can hit that thing that obviously Mark Carney wanted but hadn't quite achieved.
I'm hearing cheering behind you, Glenn.
Yeah, that's right. Again, every time. That is a cheering for Leslie Church. Okay, so she was Chrystia Freeland's chief of staff,
right.
and she lost in that riding
by
of
600
Toronto St. Paul's
votes
in the by-election. Looks like she's back up healthily on top again. We see this a lot. Sometimes a governing party will lose by-elections. It's a way for voters to send a message to the party in power saying, we're not really happy with what you're doing. And they kind of punish them in by-elections. But when you come back into the general election, they kind of revert to form. That is a long-time Toronto safe seat.
And we actually have Leslie Church up speaking right now at her campaign headquarters, Glenn.
Let's
Lots
listen
of
to her.
cheering there.
The beautiful thing about Toronto St. Paul's is everything we need is here. We've got the talent, we've got the diversity, we've got people with deep roots, deep expertise across our economy. St. Paul's is going to lead this city, lead this province and this country in with the work that we need to do. So we are going to work hard together. I am so grateful for the trust that you have placed in me. I am so grateful as I look out at this room tonight and see a room full of hopeful supporters, of people who have been on their first campaign out of high school or who are 99 years young. We've had everyone come out to pitch in because they care about this community, they care about our neighbors, and they care about building a country that is going to build the brightest future for our kids and for all of our families. So that's what we are here to do. Tonight we are going to celebrate, but make no mistake, the hard work is here. The challenges we face are large, but we are going to work together. We are going to reach out across the community. We are going to reach out across levels of government. Stephanie Smythe.
Okay, that is Liberal candidate Leslie Church, who has just won her riding, Toronto St. Paul's. This was such a fascinating riding because some 10 months ago in a by-election, this Liberal riding went Conservative, and that was the start of Justin Trudeau's downfall. That started a lot of open conversations about should he step down. She has now retaken the seat. Okay, so now we're going to check in back in Ottawa with Xiao Li, who is at the campaign headquarters for Pierre Poilievre. And Xiao, can't be the best mood there right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of cope in the air right now, I'd say. I'm hearing a lot of, it's not over till it's over. You know, there's still a lot of West Coast ridings that have yet to come in. But honestly, look at the numbers at the bottom of your screen right now. The Liberals are closer to a majority than the Conservatives are to overtaking them. So it's really, it's not a matter of we can pick up some more votes and pick up some more seats and maybe something can happen now. The Conservative Party really needs to start looking towards the future. What are they going to do going forward? I've talked about a few key candidates that have been re-elected for the Conservatives. That's going to be important for them as they try to reconstitute their front bench and go again. I'm going to talk about another, James Bazan. He was the longtime Conservative defense critic, MP for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, rural Manitoba. He's an effective speaker. He gets his points across really well. Archetypical Conservative in that he is a great opposition figure at holding the Liberals to account. These are the kind of figures that the Conservative Party needs to start thinking about as they want to go again. And of course, going again is going to involve thinking about what are we going to do with the leadership? Do we stay with Pierre Poilievre? Cynthia, I understand earlier you were talking about this is a party that does not tolerate failure, and that's very obvious in the last few elections. Erin O'Toole ran a fairly effective campaign in 2021, held Justin Trudeau to a minority government when everyone knew he was just calling for a majority. He had to go. Before him, Andrew Scheer, he had to go. So it's clear, this is a party that expects big things out of its leader. It does not tolerate failure very well. So that leaves the question of what does this party do going forward to guide it through the next Liberal term and set it up for success in the next election.
All right, Xiao Li in Ottawa, thank you so much. And while Xiao was talking, we had a board up, and that is Pierre Poilievre's riding. And just so you know, now it's so very early in the counting, there are 91 candidates, but the Liberal candidate is slightly up over Pierre Poilievre. Again, there are 91 candidates. Elections Canada has warned us all that it is going to take hours to count all these votes, but it is a riding that we are going to be watching very closely. Next, though, we are going to head to Montreal, where we find Alicia Rubertucci, at the Bloc Québec headquarters. And Alicia, the Bloc has effectively collapsed in Quebec tonight.
Cynthia, right now we're seeing the results trickle in. The crowd has been cheering quite a bit as they saw that leader Yves-François Blanchet has been re-elected, but as well, whenever they're seeing up on the board that a candidate of theirs is either leading or elected in a riding. But that's right, Blanchet has been re-elected in Belleuil, Chambly, and is riding on Montreal's South Shore. With me is Karim Boulos, political analyst. Karim, no surprises there about Blanchet securing his seat?
No, I think every leader is expected to win his seat, and so it didn't come as a surprise. He worked very hard in the last few weeks to make sure that he would be top of mind in Quebecers' voting decisions, so not surprising there.
Blanchet said he wants to collaborate with Mark Carney and the Liberals. Will it be any different compared to the Liberals under Trudeau? What might this look like?
Well, I think he's seeing the decline of the NDP, and he wants to play that role going forward. If the Liberals have a minority government, the Bloc Québécois will hold the balance of power. They can form somewhat of a coalition, the way the NDP did with Justin Trudeau, and that would give them a lot more clout in the House of Commons. However, that goes out the window if the Liberals secure the 172 seats. So it's fine in principle, but the election's not over. You know, the Liberals are currently sitting at 162 seats. If that happens, the Bloc won't have any real clout or no leverage for that.
We're we're seeing the party, the Bloc lead in over 20 seats so far. What do you think of these results at this point? Are they collapsing? Are they doing okay?
Well, Mr. Blanchet's going to spin this like a great day, given the wave, given the Trump effect. They did great. But at the end of the day, you'll have to keep in mind that they lost nearly 10 seats from when Parliament was dissolved. So it doesn't matter how you slice it or how you spin it, the Bloc is in decline. And so the sovereignist question has to be rethought. And certainly in this cycle, when you put sovereignty up against the economy and inflation and so on, Quebecers clearly chose the side of taking care of the economy, taking care of the immediate needs. And so, I mean, it's maybe slightly better than some would have predicted, but it's still, a 30% decline over the last time.
It's not over right now. What do you think we're going to see over the next hour or so? Do you think the mood is still going to be pretty lively as it is right now?
Well, I think as long as they can hold on to what they've got so far, somewhere in the 20 to 24 seats, they're going to be excited because it's more than analysts had predicted. Mr. Blanchet predicted 29 or hoped for 29 seats. I think that was maybe a little bit too wishful. So I think the mood is positive because some were considering the Bloc at the same breath as the NDP, and we're watching the NDP slowly wither away. So it will be a festive mood here, but there'll be a lot of work to be done to reinstill that excitement about sovereignty among Quebecers.
Thank you so much, Kareem, and we'll keep a close eye on the results as they continue to trickle in. Cynthia?
Alicia, thanks very much. We'll check in with you again next, though we are first checking in with Christina Howren. Christina, you're at the map. What are you seeing? Well, I know what you're seeing. You're seeing very little orange in Ontario.
Very little orange. In fact, Cynthia, I am seeing no orange, and that's a little bit shocking. Now, not all of these results are final yet, and a few polls, we're still waiting on quite a few polls, but let's just take a peek first at the Algonquin we'll take a peek at Kapuskasing's Timmins Mushkogowuk. Now, this is some new riding boundaries, but really what happened here is Charlie Angus was the MP for this area for several decades. He retired, and this is a massive loss. This is a massive loss for the NDP. And it looks like it's going to go Conservative. I mean, that's a very healthy lead, 1,300 votes, give or take, with 65 polls reporting. But that's a very healthy lead. Gaëtan Mallette, he's in the mining industry up there. Steve Black, mayor of Timmins. So this is interesting. But yeah, this is a big loss. I mean, it looks like the NDP candidate is very much in third place here. And if we just check out Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke, another NDP stronghold, looks like it's heading towards the Conservatives. So this is, I mean, we've decided that it has. So this is an interesting development. I want to take a peek at Windsor West. Now, this is a riding everybody across the country has been watching because this is where Brian Massey has held court for 20 years. And right now it is blue. And that's a very shocking development for Windsor West. Again, 40 polls reporting. But if this is a sign of things to come, this is not going to be going well for the NDP at all. And even if we take a peek at London Fanshawe, this riding was held by Irene Matheson for quite some time, and then her daughter took it over. Well, her daughter Lindsay got a big lead to try, she's behind by quite a bit. Let's just say that if she's going to try and catch up. And again, the Conservatives are making inroads there. This is surprising, only that a lot of times people would think that an NDP riding might go green or red. It looks like in these cases, they are going to the Conservatives. Interesting, though, is in Hamilton Centre, and I'm just going to take me a quick second to find it here. Hamilton Centre is also, it looks like it's actually going to be going red. I'm just going to call it up so you can just see the most recent results. And apologies that it takes a couple seconds to get down to the H's. But yes, at last check, it was actually in the red. And one area that I do want to take a focus in is in this stretch right here. This is the 416 and the 905, and this is Lake Ontario here. And this is just a sea of red. And if the Conservatives want to stop a Liberal government from being a majority Liberal government, they're going to need to make some of these turn blue. Otherwise, this is not, it's not going well for the Conservatives. That's all I'll say about that.
All right, Christina Howard, thanks very much. We'll check in with you again as more numbers emerge. And run riding, where we know there is a victor, and that's where we find Mark McAllister in the St. Paul's riding, which has gone back to the Liberals. Mark.
Cynthia, that's right. Toronto St. Paul's, long as a Liberal stronghold until that by-election less than a year ago. At that point, the Conservatives grabbed it, but less than a year later, Leslie Church has now been elected as the Liberal candidate and the new MP for the area. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So how did it turn around? How did you get it back to this point?
Well, I think it was I think the results last year were also a clear indication of a desire for change, and that change happened. It happened very much in the form of Donald Trump and of Mark Carney. And what I was hearing consistently throughout the community here over the last 5 weeks has been a real concern about making sure that Canada is at its strongest as it possibly can to ward off Trump trying to grab our land, our water, our resources. That was the number one issue here. And I think Mark Carney's calm experience has led to the result that we have tonight.
Something to be said about your experience working with the Liberal Party as well, and being able to, I guess, take that to voters and offer something a little bit different. So how much did that play into it as far as you're concerned?
Well, look, we never stopped working here in Toronto St. Paul's. We believed that this was possible to come back. We believed that last summer's result was very much a message at a moment in time. And so, look, I think I've been able to reach out to a lot of people in the community and convince them that the kind of positive politics I want to bring, the kind of representative I want to be, who's going to work with others, bring people to the table, that is right for Canada in this moment. The challenges we face are bigger than one government, one party, one person. And so working together is going to be key. And I think that's just really the attitude that we tried to bring to this whole campaign.
That is the next question. Obviously, where does the Liberal Party go from here? Now that you've won another election, what can be done? You're new to the job. Mark Carney is new to the job.
Well, I think there's a lot of work ahead. I think, as Donald Trump has even shown in the last day, that he still has really strong designs on Canada. And I think that we're going to have to work very closely right across the country to get things done, to shore up our economy, to build homes for people, to make life a little bit more affordable, and to work on some of the big challenges, health, education, that are really important to people just getting by and being stronger and reaching our potential here in Toronto, but also across the country.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you again.
Leslie Church, the victor here at Toronto St. Paul's. Back to you.
All right, Mark McAllister, thanks very much. To our panel, and I have to kind of out John Wright here. He's sitting beside me, our veteran pollster. I have to, may I?
Oh,
Forgive
sure.
me. All right. He has these cheat sheets, and there's a couple of pages with different sides, and he's got a calculator, and he's doing all the calculations on, oh, you want me to show it some more? He's doing all these calculations on whether the Liberals can make it to 172 seats and a majority. What are your numbers showing you at this point?
Just to suggest for a moment that I've never won the lottery.
I won't hold you to this.
Yeah, okay. Well, some free tickets every once in a while. I mean, there's 8 seats left in British Columbia that have got a turn, and there may be some in the 905, but if you're looking at 158, 155 to 158, and you've only got 8 seats left to go, you're not there at 172. I mean, you can start to do the math on this pretty easily because you're starting to get all the seats in. So at this stage, I would say it's probably a minority, not necessarily a majority. The NDP is now up to 10 seats. So, you're starting to get in that range, but we'll have to see where the 905 ends up, and we'll have to see where British Columbia ends up, because there's still some in play. But it's going to be tight, I think, for a majority.
So we may not have an answer until the wee hours of the morning.
Well, I brought my sleeping bag.
Okay, good. We've got some space
here. It's right
here.
there, and pizza, too.
And pizza, too. Marion, I know this is a tough night for you. How many seats do you hope, realistically, that the NDP can hold on to in BC?
Well, now I'm just hoping for party status.
Which is 12, yes.
Yeah, it's 12. So, I mean, now we're at 11. So that I hear,
okay.
do I hear 12? So, there was a couple in Ontario I was hoping that they'd pick up. But, it is tough. And if it's a minority, then I still think that they can, hold the government to account and get results. But
well, if they have 10 seats and the government only needs 8, then yes,
Yeah.
they can have some power.
Yeah. So hopefully, but it is what it is, and we're just. One more would be great just to get party status. It's been tough for sure.
So what's next for the NDP? I mean, how long could Jagmeet Singh hold on before they say, okay, it's time for a new leader, or will he, step down himself at some point in tonight or the next few days?
Well, I mean, we'll see what the final number is. We'll see if he even wins his seat or not. He has had 3 elections, and there will be a leadership review at convention afterwards, after every election. So, it'll be some soul searching, I'm sure, and it'll be obviously his decision. And, who knows what's going to happen tonight or by tomorrow, but something's going to happen.
The cold, hard reality of politics is every politician has an expiry date.
Yeah.
And the time is up. And the key is to try and find your gracious exit before you're booted out, right?
Yeah.
It's a tough life.
It's a very difficult job for sure. And this was a brutal election. I mean, it's just, I don't think anyone would have expected, this to have played out the way that it has in the past, even 2 months ago. But we'll just wait and see.
I'd like you to be a critic for a moment of your own party. Do you think a different leader could have had different results for the NDP? Be brutally honest.
Possibly, but I don't know if it would necessarily have put the party, as a front contender. Possibly better results. But I do think that, he did get results, and I think that's something that people should remember. I mean, I'm not writing the obituary yet, but I just think that, it is tough to see the party at this number, but we'll just wait and see and see what he's going to decide. Ultimately, it's going to be his decision.
I think rarely it's a politician's own decision. And on that note, Jeff, let's talk about Pierre Poilievre, who lost a 20-plus point lead. He's not going to get into power. How long before the Conservatives hold him to account on that?
Oh, there'll absolutely be, I think, a pretty lengthy postmortem on this. I think I've talked with many of you guys about how the last decade of my life has been this series of unprecedented events that I feel like I'm going to be reading about in textbooks for years to come. But this will certainly be one of those, right? Like, statistically, this is a bit of a shocking decline in terms of total vote. But again, looking at total percentage of the popular vote, we were talking about polling earlier and where we think things sat, and we're relatively close to that in a very stable Conservative vote. But I think, after tonight, there are going to be a great many younger Canadian voters who are going to be quite frustrated.
If I can just interject for a moment, there's Pierre Poilievre, and he's not holding a lead. It's early still, but 590 votes versus the Liberal with 819. Are you concerned he's not going to keep his seat?
I think Pierre will be fine. At the end of the night, we're looking at 4 of 266 polls reporting right now. Pierre has quite the team on the ground there, and I feel fairly confident that at the end of the day, he'll be fine in the riding.
But his predecessors have not survived. Aaron O'Toole, Andrew Scheer. It was quite, swift, shall we say. And you also have, Doug Ford saying that they're not pals because he didn't call him after Doug's 3rd consecutive majority. It seems like there's bad blood with the Premier of Nova Scotia. I mean, how many enemies can you have and not win an election and survive?
Well, I think we're in a situation as well where, if you could predict what the situation politically is going to be in Canada within a month from now, I would put you in the realm of buying lottery tickets and knowing you're going to win as well. Again, we don't know what Trump is going to wake up tomorrow and do once he sees the election results, although knowing him, he's probably still up and potentially tweeting about it or sharing on Truth Social. We don't know what that scenario looks like. And so I think it's very hard to predict at the moment where we will be as Canadians and where people will want the government to proceed. And right now, as a minority,
I think you're avoiding the question, but okay, I'll let you off with that one. Next, we're going to go back to Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. Glenn McGregor is standing by, speaking with the president of the Liberal Party of Canada.
Cynthia, I'm here with Sachin Mehra, who is the president of the Liberal Party of Canada. And Mr. Mehra, obviously a good night for you, but it was a bit of a roller coaster starting in Atlantic Canada. Tell me your reactions initially.
Glenn, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's been an incredible night. Certainly roller coaster of emotions, even as we go through everything right now. But I really want to start off with expressing my gratitude towards the teams across the country, our volunteers, our staff, and of course our leader, who has really risen to the moment, met Canadians where they are right now, and answered these very important questions that people are feeling. We heard them at the doors, we've seen them at the rallies, and it's been incredible. And I think that message has been resonating with Canadians across the country. We just heard about TSP, Toronto St. Paul, with Leslie Church, an incredible reversal and doing very, very well out there. It's an incredible night. We're feeling good.
You talk about reversals and roller coasters, not just tonight, but you and your party have been on one for a long time. We go back 4 or 5 months ago. It was looking very grim. Tell me what you think the key to the transformation was, the turnaround that got us here tonight.
So, first of all, parties are always getting ready for a campaign whenever it may come. I'm sure you heard that line before, and we've always been getting ready. I think Canada finds itself in an incredible moment in time, an historic moment in time. We have a leader that has risen to that occasion, and he's had a message of Canada strong, being unified, and that message has resonated. It's resonated with Canadians, and it's been incredible, and we can see that being reflected in the numbers that we have tonight. We're super excited. It's been great. Lots to go still. And, we're holding our breath, but we're feeling good.
Your leader, Mark Carney, never said the word majority when he was out on the campaign trail. Obviously, it's something you would want, and it's something that's still in play. Tell me, how important is that to a Liberal government to have that majority strength as opposed to having to negotiate with other parties to get legislation passed?
So I think Canada finds itself in a very important time in history. We've got some questions that are being posed to us as a national country, and I think this is a moment in time where Canadians are standing up. They want a leader that's talking about unity, talking about being together, and we have that in our leader, and I think he's done very well with that, and we've seen the numbers come in. There's lots more still coming. We'll see what happens by the end of the night.
Sachin Mehra, thank you for your time. Back to you, Cynthia.
Thanks very much, Glenn. Okay, back to our panel. Sarbjeet, it's looking less likely that there is going to be a Liberal majority. Do you think a Liberal minority right now, given the circumstances with Donald Trump, is good for this country?
I think it would be better if it was a majority. The country is very divided. People respect democracy, and when there is much more of a clear and decisive victory, I think some of the naysayers will respect that decision. Having
but wouldn't
said
a majority be better to a show of force with Donald Trump?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It gives you a stronger mandate. It gives, you have your ability to say, okay, everyone had their kick at the can. Now we have to move forward. However, this is the 4th consecutive term. I think it would be naive to expect that they were going to get a huge majority if we think about the fact that where they were just even within the last 3 months. So to come back like this and be able to have a minority government, it's just a huge upset and a victory. And I do think the NDP and the Bloc are going to work together with the Carney government, and hopefully maybe even the Conservatives, given that there's very different challenges this time around.
That's a very optimistic view, to say the least. But is the country then essentially saying to Mark Carney, okay, we're going to give you a shot. We like your resume, but we're not so sure about you yet, so we're not giving you a majority?
I don't know that it's that they're unsure about Carney. It's just, again, you're headed into a 4th consecutive Liberal government where most people had thought that this was time for a new party to come into place. So it's actually a huge vote of confidence for Carney. And depending on his performance, I don't see him really faltering as long as the priorities remain the economy, Donald Trump, preserving some of the programs that people are relying on them. I don't think the Canada's Broken messaging is going to have much more steam in it, and the Conservatives are either going to have to switch gears to offer something different, or frankly, they have peaked already and there's nowhere to go but down.
Okay, on that note though, just a moment, Jeff, I'll let you respond. Marion, she's suddenly a little more chipper right now because she's been really down watching these numbers come in. But with the prospect of a Liberal minority, now the NDP with 10 seats, not party status, however, they have a lot more power than they did a few minutes ago when it was a possible Liberal majority. And maybe it still is, but it's not looking like it's going to be.
It is. I think minorities are good for democracy in general.
Are they good even right now under these circumstances with Donald Trump dangling tariffs and threats of annexation?
Yes, because I think it's important to ensure that any negotiations are not going to be done on the backs of workers and families, and to think that there are things that are non-negotiable and are not on the table, like cutting healthcare or water or anything like that. Mark Carney needs to be clear that anything that moves forward that has to do with the negotiations or any other the issues that we have besides the tariff issue needs to be made sure that workers and families are not going to bear the brunt of it.
Jeff, do you see a world where the Conservatives can work with the Liberal minority government?
The short answer is
no.
No. The long answer is I'm a fan of Prime Minister Borden, who led a coalition government during the First World War in a time of major crisis. I think Canadians expect their government to do good work for them, and I think Marianne is very correct in the expectation that when we go to the negotiating table, that everybody's voices are there.
Okay. John Wright?
I think it's incredible. I want to frame this a little bit differently. I think it's incredible that the Liberal Party that was sitting at 18% and was absolutely
going to be wiped off the map,
going to be in a small Beetle Volkswagen, is now is likely, based on projections, 4 seats short of a majority.
It really is stunning, isn't it?
It's incredible. It's also the case that the NDP, now sitting at 11, as I said, will be the new best friend of the Liberals, will actually have some influence and probably be awarded all kinds of riches of research and all that sort of stuff. But you know what? It's going to be a very interesting time to buckle up, because it's going to be still fractious.
Okay. I have to cut you off there. My apologies. We're going to go to Brandon Shogri in the West End of Toronto with another victor. Brandon.
Yes, Cynthia, we are here in the Tayayakan Parkdale High Park riding with the new MP, Karim Bardisi. Karim, tell me a little bit about how you're feeling right now.
Feeling really rewarded by the trust that so many people in the riding have placed in us. This team here, people who came together from all parties and no party, they were really charged up. They knew that Canadian sovereignty was at risk, and they saw in us, I think, a very strong option. In me, someone who could represent the riding well and earn the trust that has been given.
Definitely. And what can you tell me about what you saw on the campaign trail? What was the reaction from people as you campaigned for this new Liberal government?
People were engaged, people were opening the doors and smiling, and we were pulling in volunteers off the streets. We were pulling in volunteers who were being referred by other volunteers. We're having volunteers showing up just with their own food orders. People have been democratically engaged in a way I haven't seen in Canada in 30 years, and now it's going to be on us to help deliver.
Yeah, and this win for you comes against an opponent that you have lost to before, Putila Karpoche from the NDP, who you lost to provincially. Tell me a little bit about why you feel maybe you were able to come out on top this time.
Well, I think it was really the moment and the offering that I had. People were really looking for a local progressive who had experience, and that helped complement the very strong focus on the economy that Prime Minister Carney has. I think those two things were very attractive to folks. And again, the moment of Canadian sovereignty being under threat really attracted people from across the spectrum, because they saw us as the people who could credibly defend and unite Canada.
And at the local level, what can constituents here expect from you as their new MP?
Well, hopefully a very seamless transition from MP Varun Firani, who was the outgoing MP, to me in our office. We'll see a strong focus on housing, on kind of social services that people in the riding need, but on that strong economy that then underwrites the social safety net. I'll also say that a lot of people in this riding are really concerned about Canadian cultural sovereignty as well, and so they're really interested in our investments in the arts, especially the CBC, telefilm, those kinds of things that bind us together culturally, not just economically.
That is the new MP for Tayayakan Parkdale High Park, Karim Bardisi. Karim, thank you very much for speaking with us. Cynthia, we'll send it back to you in the newsroom.
Thanks so much, Brandon. Next, Alan Carter in a hotly contested riding. Alan, what is the very latest of where you are? I'm hearing this is quite tight.
Well, here in Eglinton, Lawrence, they're hopeful at Vince Gasparo, his hopefully victory party, but it is too soon to tell at this point. It has been very tight here all night. The lead has moved back and forth. Now, this is a Liberal-held riding previously. Marco Mendicino, the previous MP, he's not running again. He's Mark Carney's chief of staff. Karen Stintz is the Conservative candidate. A former city councillor, high profile, has run a high-profile campaign. And at one point, she'd actually pulled ahead by about 20 votes, and now the Liberal has pulled back ahead. Again, in the provincial election, this was so close, it was decided by less than 200 votes. The same Liberal candidate in the provincial election is running again tonight. He's hoping to change that outcome and not fall that short. Again, at this point, the Liberal is leading, but again, it is very close here in Eglinton Lawrence.
Okay, thanks very much, Alan. One to watch. We will check in with you again. Next, we are going to Afia Ba, and she is with a victor who is just talking now, giving her their acceptance speech. Afia.
Yes, Cynthia, right now, Jennifer McKelvey is now doing her acceptance speech. She's now been elected as the new MP for the Ajax of riding. I'm just going to throw it over to her so we can listen to what she's saying right now.
Out to the polls today and have given me this enormous privilege to represent them in the House of Commons, and I am just so heartwarmed, and just I'm just almost speechless, which is not a good thing for a politician to be. I know that. So I did write a speech on a sticky note, and I can't thank my family enough, and I want to thank my husband, who has been my partner in all things. For almost 25 years as marriage, but even longer than that together, and Colin and Caitlin for all their hard work. And I will say Caitlin did over 35,000 steps in one day today. And my sister and my dad and my aunts and my cousins and my mom and all of my family that are here, just thank you. And they've been here through all the campaigns, so thank you so much to all of you. And I have to thank my number one in all things politics, Charissa. I don't know where she is, right? And Charissa's been with me for several years now, and she ran the last campaign I was in. It was a municipal campaign, and she could have gone running, screaming from the building when the Mayor of Toronto resigned, and I became acting Mayor of Toronto, but she stayed. And then she stayed through this, and I'm hopeful that she'll keep staying through all these adventures, and I'm so grateful to Charissa and to Emma and to Gary and to all of the campaign team that worked, and to all of you, many, many volunteers that probably have blisters and sunburns, and really put your heart and your soul into this big win today that I'm so very, very grateful for. And that leaves now speaking about the shoes that I fill here in Ajax. And I want to give a very big thank you to Mark Holland. His love of the community and how much the community loves him showed every day when I was knocking on doors. And he has been nothing short of generous and kind and helpful with me in this endeavor, and I will try to do him proud as I try to do the residents of Ajax proud. I look out and I see many political leaders here as well. We have the wonderful Jerry Phillips, who is here, and incredible. And my new partner, MPP Rob Serjanik, newly elected to Queen's Park. And of course, you know my heart is with the municipal politicians, and I know how hard you all work day in and day out. And thank you so much, Sterling Lee, for all the doors you've knocked on. and Marilyn and Nancy, and I don't know if there's others in there. I look forward to working with you as well in the months and the years to come. And the last thank you on that before I get into saying, why I'm so proud to be a Liberal Party is to thank the Federal Liberal Riding Association here in Ajax. Thank you for all the groundwork and all the work that you put in and day out, and I'm so excited for us to work together in this beautiful community. People ask why I'm running or why I ran. At the end of February, we saw the President of the United States treat another world leader with horrible disrespect. And I am a happy, happy person. You've heard me say before, my kids say my happiness can be annoying. I'm very happy, and I felt sad. And I felt sad in the pit of my stomach that we could talk to each other in that way. And then the Liberals did a great thing. They elected Mark Carney.
That is Jennifer McKelvey accepting a win. She is a now former Toronto City Councillor and now an MP in Ajax. Right now, though, we are going to go to Ottawa to check in with our Zhao Li, where, Zhao, you're at Conservative headquarters for Pierre Poilievre, and the mood has definitely shifted because we're all watching the numbers going, wow, what is happening? Right now, Liberals 156, Conservatives 149. For a little while, they were neck and neck. What are you hearing about these moving pieces?
Yeah, it's as more polling stations are reporting in, the numbers are shifting around. At one point, the Conservatives were within 2 seats of the Liberals. We saw a massive cheer go up around the room, this massive groundswell of optimism. They definitely think the tide is starting to turn, and they're not giving up hope in this room quite yet that they may still pull this one out. One of the most remarkable things that's happened tonight, southwestern Ontario has gone almost completely solid blue. Now, to some extent, this was expected. There are some ridings reliably Conservative seats, but others, Hamilton Centre, Windsor West. We are talking about ridings that have been solid NDP safe seats for 20 plus years. Union towns, steel towns, auto towns that are now going Conservative. And this is really the culmination of a years-long effort by this Conservative Party to cultivate that working class vote. And it's really finally started to come around, especially with the collapse of the NDP and the threats of the US President Donald Trump and his trade war. It's really a remarkable development. Another item that is a bit odd that we're watching here tonight, Pierre Poilievre's own riding. Now, very few polling stations are actually reporting there because of that 91 name ridiculous ballot. Elections Canada has said, it's going to take 5 times longer to report results there than anywhere else. But on those early returns, Mr. Poilievre was trailing the Liberal candidate, Bruce Fanjoy. Now, I don't think Pierre Poilievre's going to lose his own riding, but it's yet another sort of insult the supporters in this room have had to contend with on what's proving to be a somewhat difficult night.
All right, Zhao, thank you very much. We are going to take you to Glenn McGregor, who's at the Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. Glenn, what do you make of these shifting numbers? I mean, it's 158 to 148 right now, but it's very much seems like the ground is shifting here, or at least not solid.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, there was big cheers not that long ago when a Liberal minority government at least was declared, and then there was this looking towards what is the path for the Liberals to get to majority status. That looks like that is completely gone. I don't see any path now, based on the numbers we're seeing, that they can get to a majority position. I mean, you think about in the 2021 election campaign, a sort of wounded Justin Trudeau, because he was not that popular back then. He still managed to get 157 seats, and there were fewer seats at play back then. The House of Commons had 338 seats then. It's now 343, and they're still kind of stuck there. And it looks like that collapse of the Bloc Québécois vote, yes, it certainly happened. A big cheer. Oh, there. Big cheer there, Cynthia. The results put on the board for Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton, and it shows that Bruce Fanjoy is well out in about 1,000 votes out ahead. Of course, as Charlize I said earlier, yes, those results are pretty preliminary. But look at what's happened here in Ontario. This is a real surprise, and it's completely contrary to all the polling we'd seen in advance of this election campaign. Some of those polls had the Liberals out double-digit leads ahead of the Conservatives in Ontario, and it looks like the collapse of the NDP vote has, in fact, gone almost entirely to the Conservatives. You see the Conservatives ahead in a riding like Windsor West. That is a long-time NDP seat held by Brian Massey. I think he won that seat back in 2004. It's the heart of the auto sector right there. It's a big union town in Windsor. I was down there for a Pierre Poilievre rally a couple of weeks ago. He got enormous numbers out in that area, drawing from some of those rural areas in southwestern Ontario. But we thought that at least either a Liberal or New Democrat could hold the two ridings in the center. Windsor-Tecumseh held by a Liberal currently. That looks like they've lost that. Earlier in the night, it looked like the Liberals were pulling ahead in the riding of Essex, which tends to be a little more rural. That now has gone back to blue. So this is really surprising numbers, and we see some of this around the GTA. Seats that the Liberals have held are now losing to the Conservatives. That is a real shock, and I think there's going to be a lot of head scratching in Liberal Party headquarters now, figuring what on heck happened. But here's a weird scenario. Now we're getting the seat totals for both parties are at one point were very close. What happens if the Conservatives actually end up ahead? Because a lot of these numbers in Ontario are very preliminary. There's still numbers coming in. What happens if they actually win a very small minority government and Pierre Poilievre loses? And that could happen. And this is very strange. These are unprecedented situations. But I can tell you there's going to be a lot of questions asked about the conduct of that Liberal campaign in the end. Why did they not do better in Ontario? This has been the heartland of Liberal support for decades now, and they have now seen a big jump in the total number of seats the Conservatives hold, while the Liberals are kind of holding pat compared to 2021. So they can get excited about winning back safe territory like Leslie Church's seat in Toronto St. Paul's. But if they haven't, I think there's going to be a lot of disappointment because they haven't, Cynthia, done a lot better, and they haven't managed to capitalize on that erosion of support by the NDP in the rest of the country.
Well, Glenn, you and I have spoken many times during this campaign that this is a fascinating election, and it's ending just as fascinating as it has been all along.
Yeah. And we've still got a lot to go. I mean, these numbers are coming in, and there's this issue with the advance polls, right? We know that a lot of people voted in advance polls. We know a lot of the support that Mark Carney, the new support that Mark Carney brought over back to the Liberal Party, were older people. We know older people like to vote in advance polls more than younger people. Is it possible, as the vote count goes on, some of this data comes in Ontario, that the Liberals can kind of bounce back a little bit? Maybe we thought we were going to see that in Atlantic Canada. We did see it a little bit, but they never really bounced back. I think there's a really important conversation that we're going to have in coming weeks about how we rely, and the media is responsible for this too, how we rely on public opinion polling. Remember, the Conservatives throughout this campaign said, no, we don't believe the polls. We're seeing these enormous numbers that Pierre Poilievre is getting at rallies. He's booking warehouses, he's booking aircraft hangars. He's getting thousands of people out. That did not seem to match up with what the polls are showing. But it does seem to match up now with the numbers that we're seeing tonight in total seat counts. Could change over the next hour or two, but this is, I think, a moment of reflection for the polling industry. They're going to have to say what went wrong here, just in the same way they had to explain what happened in the last presidential election when polls showed that Kamala Harris was probably going to win, and of course, that did not happen.
All right, Glenn McGregor, we're going to be here for a while hashing this out. Thanks very much. Thanks. Now we're going to check in with Christina Howren, who has been watching the polls and the ridings intently. Christina, what is your map telling you now?
Well, Alberta, we expect to see all of this blue. And at first glance, it looks like it's just pure Conservative. But when you zoom in on Calgary, there are two ridings here that are right now currently being held or being leading with the Liberals. And they're ridings that we didn't necessarily think were going to go this way. Now, Calgary Confederation, this is a Conservative stronghold for many, many years, for over a decade. the incumbent chose not to run. Instead, you have Jeremy Nixon. He's from a very political family, very well known. His brother actually sits in the Alberta legislature. He was sitting with his brother in the Alberta legislature. His father is a powerhouse in Calgary in combating homelessness and helping the unhoused. He's trailing, and he's trailing against Corey Hogan in what is traditionally considered, a conservative stronghold. So that's an interesting development. If we take a peek over to Calgary Centre, seeing a similar kind of situation here. It's only a 169 vote lead for the Liberals here, but it's a lead nonetheless, and that's not what many people were expecting was going to happen in Calgary. If we take a peek now in Edmonton, the only other spot you're going to see any other color but blue, and it's Edmonton Strathcona, and this is the NDP incumbent. She's got a fairly handsome lead here. This is not that unexpected, but the riding of Edmonton Southeast. Now, this is where you have the mayor of Edmonton running for the Liberals, and he's trailing. He's trailing significantly by 1,500 votes or even more than 1,500 votes. This is a new riding. Parts of this riding were held by Tim Uppal, who's the deputy Conservative leader, but it is a brand new riding, and you would think that the mayor of Edmonton, who initially was elected with a lot of support, and I know has not been quite as popular as of late, but definitely trailing. Lots of different things happening in Alberta, and this is really what's interesting about this Alberta as a whole is it actually is having a lot of influence on whether or not the Conservatives actually are able to form a government, or if the Liberals are able to form a majority government. So Alberta, who often says, we don't get to have a say because the election is largely determined over here in the eastern side, they are having a say right now, and they're preventing a Liberal majority and propping up the Conservatives right now.
Okay, Christina, thanks very much. We will check in with you again. This is fascinating. Now we're going to head back to Vancouver with Nima Rajan, who is speaking with a panel there. Nima.
Now, we've been watching these shifting numbers on our screen over there, and I've been hearing a lot of reactions from my panelists. But before we get into that, the City News has projected that there will be a Liberal government. I want to go to you, Hamish. Is it a question of it being a Liberal majority or minority government, or could things change from your perspective?
Well, at the moment, it doesn't look like a majority's in the cards for the Liberals, and right now they have to hang on to get to a minority. I think this is a lot closer than people were expecting. I think as the votes get counted in Alberta, where the Conservatives tend to do well, we might have another election where the Conservatives win the popular vote, but end up short in seats.
All right, and looking at these numbers, the Conservatives seem to be catching up with the Liberals. Do you see a way back?
I think it's still early yet. I mean, the polls that are reporting, they're, 5 polls out of 300, that sort of thing. So I think that there's still a long way to go tonight before we'll know. And in addition, what we're seeing in Windsor and in Hamilton, that they flipped and went to the Conservatives, that's a really good sign for us, because that means that our message is getting through, and that means that people are concerned about the economy, they're concerned about work, they're concerned about getting the boots on the ground to do that. So I think that when we get to the island, as I was saying earlier, we're going to see some flips there that are going to be interesting as well. So I think we're still very much in play, and a lot can happen tonight.
All right, and I see you, Sven. I feel like you're holding something back here. Do you have something to add?
Well, what a roller coaster. I mean, and I have to say, for me, the best possible outcome tonight would in fact be a minority, not a majority, in which the NDP managed to have official party status, and it's in it because minority government's been good government historically. I also want to just say, in terms of British Columbia, a couple of really hopeful developments. Obviously, it looks like we've lost some good people. There's others that are fighting to hold on, but I've got to say that I was so pleased to see that a strong Indigenous vote in Skeena and on the North Island seems to be holding on to Taylor Bachrach, a great MP up in the north, and it looks like Tenniel Johnston might just defeat Aaron Gunn, who is, obviously Indigenous people have said his comments on residential schools absolutely appalling and offensive and racist. So, good riddance to Aaron Gunn if he goes down. Congratulations, Tenniel, and let's hope that strong Indigenous vote makes a difference in this election in British Columbia.
All right, and Sven, I want to talk a little bit about your party, NDP. They might end up being the kingpins tonight, but only if they secure party status. It's not really looking good for the leader of the NDP right now. Let's take a look at his riding right now, Burnaby Central. All right, those are the numbers, and he seems to be trailing behind the Liberals and Conservatives. Sven, what are your thoughts on all this?
Yeah, I mean, it ain't over till it's over, but it's not looking good at this point, obviously, and that's disappointing. Let's face it, Jagmeeta's had huge challenges. When you've got former NDP leaders, for example, Tom Mulcair coming out at the start of the election saying, look, there's only two choices here. When you've got Mike Harcourt in British Columbia saying basically the same thing, although, well, hold on to a few incumbents, it's not been easy. But I think, if I'm hoping we can manage to pull through and make that 12-seat official party status. But even if we don't, if it's still close, and I'm looking now 160, New Democrats could still make the difference.
All right, and Ken, you might be feeling a little good right now. How are you feeling looking at these results coming in?
Well, it is interesting. Things are a lot closer than the polls suggested, but I have to tell you a quick story. In 2015, 2019, and 2021, the poll said I was either tied or going to lose. And we won each time, and quite handily. So I think what's really making a difference probably here is the ground game. You know, it's the local people talking to local people, getting them out to vote. That plus the advance polls, which, you know, all indications a record vote to begin with that skewed Liberal. So there may be a few more things, pennies that need to drop. I see Fleetwood Portkell's up on the screen here, and Gurbakh Sani is in the lead. I hope that holds because he's a great guy and he'll do well there.
And are there any other ridings that you're keeping an eye on tonight, Ken?
A whole bunch of them. I mean, certainly the riding in Kelowna. Steve Furr was the MP there from 2015 to 2019. He lost to Tracy Gray in 2019, and the Liberal lost to her again in 2021. And the last I saw that Stephen was ahead. Maple Ridge Pit Meadows was like as close as you can get, you know, 49-51% chance of winning according to the polls. Mark Dalton, last I saw, was a little bit ahead, and South Surrey White Rock, now we see Ernie Klassen, city councillor, ahead of Carrie Lynn Finlay. So we knew that BC was going to be entertaining tonight, right?
That's
and
for
it
sure.
certainly has worked out that way.
Well, and it's good to see as well, I think, Elizabeth May is well ahead.
Yes.
And I think she's on her way to victory as well. One Green Party member, it looks like she may be alone in the House. Mike Morris, I think, has done an excellent job. Disappointing that it looks like he may be down, but good to see that Elizabeth may be back.
All right, and Ken, I mean, we mentioned earlier on in the cast that you were one of the earlier Liberal voices calling for the resignation of Justin Trudeau. Looking at how things are playing out, how do you feel about being one of those voices?
Well, I regretted having to do that, but it was very clear that, I mean, Liberals are supposed to be free enterprise with a social conscience, and I believe that over time Mr. Trudeau shifted more to the social conscience at the expense maybe of free enterprise and the economy. There were certainly intervening factors, not the least of which was Donald Trump's first term and then the pandemic, which really threw a lot of plans out the window. As a party, I think we responded very, very well to that, but it still left the landscape troubled. Right? And I'm sorry, but the incumbent government, and especially the leader, will always, you know, bear the brunt of any dissatisfaction. I will say something that maybe sounds a little bit inflammatory, but as an individual MP representing a riding, I adopted a strategy of leader-proofing my riding. You know, by focusing as much as I could on the local issues, the local people, helping them out, et cetera, et cetera. And when you do that, at least in my experience anyway, it doesn't matter who the leader is, because if Mr. Carney, you know, he'll be the Prime Minister, I give him a year and a half before people don't like him anymore. That's the way it works in Canada, right?
And God forbid you should govern with a social conscience.
I know. Yeah, well, but at the same time,
come on,
I think that I think the issue of the toxicity of Mr. Poilievre, though, certainly hasn't done well with women, but they are doing a heck of a lot better than even they thought they were going to, I think, in this election. So now we really have to look and see what did break with that female vote.
All right, Ken, it looks like we're going to put up Saanich Gulf Islands. As you can see, it looks like Elizabeth May, we are projecting that she will be winning her riding. What are your thoughts on that? I believe you guys were discussing Elizabeth May's riding a little earlier. I'll start with you, Sven.
Well, her voice is an important voice. You know, as I said, for me, the existential crisis that we face, the climate crisis, is has not been given the attention it should have been given, frankly, by any of the major parties. And Elizabeth's voice on that is important, not just on that issue, but other issues as well. And perhaps, just perhaps, if the numbers are looking like a minority government, if between the NDP and the Greens, they can force the government to finally take seriously electoral reform and have a fair election system with proportional representation, her voice on that will be important as well.
All right, Sven, thanks for that. It looks like we got to toss it back to you, Cynthia, back in Toronto.
All right, thanks very much. We are having a fascinating conversation behind the scenes here on this panel. John, I'm going to start with you. If you look at these numbers, there are a couple of different scenarios that can emerge that shifts everything.
Well, a minority government means you have to partner with somebody in order to run Parliament. And if you look at these numbers exactly as they are right now, and you need a 171 in order to have a minority government.
172, isn't it?
172. You're looking at actually, when you add these together, if the Bloc and the Conservatives got together, they would have 171, and the NDP and the Liberals got together, they would have 171, and Elizabeth May would hold the power. You would then have to choose somebody to be speaker, but when you really look at it, it's remarkable that if a coalition of interests came to be, that would be remarkable in our Canadian history.
I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card for tonight.
No.
No.
Well, but it's, again, it could have been a fulsome minority, and we still have advanced polls that are still coming in and changing numbers, and we're still moving to the west. There's still a couple of seats.
Early yet.
But you have to look now at a coalition, and I don't mean that in the formal sense, but actually, going into negotiations with Donald Trump, you then get the Conservatives who might go in with Quebec, and Quebec says, you know what, we want to protect our Quebec rights. We're with you at the table, and that could be, the glue that puts them together. Power's power. You know what? But we're looking at something that's very, very close at this moment.
It's fascinating. It really is. Jeff, do you see Pierre Poilievre forming a coalition with the Bloc? How does that look?
Well,
let's talk about
coalition. I'd be careful.
Excuse me.
An agreement. I think it's a bit of a poison pill. I mean, there's great, as we were discussing, there are great many reasons to not do that. These are all scenarios that could potentially come together. I guess it depends on, what is Blanchette willing to put on the table as an option for a Conservative government. But, again, I think it's a bit of a poison pill. There's a lot of things that you would have to swallow along with that, which would run counter to what the Conservative priorities would be as a government. So unlikely, but definitely a possibility.
But as John pointed out, power is power. And if you want to stay in power, sometimes you have to have
power is power. I mean, it would depend on what the deal is, I guess. But I think it would run counter to a great many number of the things. As Sargent and I were talking about before, is certainly pipelines are an issue, and they stop at the Quebec border right now. And I don't see a world in which the Bloc has that extend beyond the Quebec border realistically. But it is, look, for Blanchette, who has seen his vote collapse, there'll be a great many questions about his leadership. Is he the type of individual who would seek out an opportunity to secure his leadership of the party moving forward by striking a deal with the Conservatives? I would put that more on him than I would on a Pierre Poilievre government.
Party politics aside, what is best for this country in this moment in time?
I don't know, but I go back to what Lisa Raitt said, the former cabinet minister for the Conservatives, who said twice last week that what she was hearing at the door was people liked the platform of Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives, but they'd rather have Mark Carney implement it. I mean, we have two issues playing out here, one of them being affordability in this country. Mm-hmm. And the second one is the threat that Donald Trump poses to the country. And it seems like we're meeting right at as Yogi Berra would say, when you come to a fork in the road, take it. We're actually meeting at a fork in the road. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. It's the last thing you want is a contentious parliament during a time that the country's under threat. But we've got two agendas here that are going to have to find a way through it together.
All right. On that note, I'm so sorry. I'll come back to you in a moment, Marion. Right now, we're going to go to Afia Ba, who's standing by in Ajax, where Jennifer McKelvey, former city councillor, has just been declared a winner. Afia.
Yes, good evening, Cynthia. And I have with me here the new MP for the riding of Ajax, none other than Jennifer McKelvey. Jennifer, thank you so much for speaking with me right now. Just talk to me about how you're feeling. You threw your name into this federal race in February, and now here you are elected as the new MP. I mean, just your thoughts going through your mind right now.
Well, my heart is just absolutely full of gratitude. I'm just so incredibly that the people of Ajax have given me to be their representative in Ottawa.
From City Council, and now you're moving up to Parliament Hill in the House of Commons, what are the things that you're going to be tackling once you head up to Ottawa?
Well, firstly, I have so much respect for municipalities, and I know that Ajax has the same struggles as all municipalities across the country. They need funding for infrastructure, they need funding for affordable housing, and I'm looking forward to championing that.
Speaking of affordable housing, is that some of the issues that you heard from the constituents within Ajax, that they're looking at housing as one of the issues? What are some of the things that they were telling you throughout this campaign?
Well, just like me, the people that I knock on doors say the same thing. They love their children, but they don't want them to live at home forever. We need to make sure that they have a pathway to be successful, that they can have housing, and we need to create those opportunities for them.
And I know also as your time as city councilor, you didn't shy away from calling out the government in power whenever something had to be done, whenever the city needed something. Is that some of the fire that you're going to be bringing with you to Parliament Hill as well?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I look forward to standing up for municipalities, to ensuring that all municipalities, especially Ajax, get their fair share of those tax dollars that are generated. I've always talked about that we shouldn't be funding a lot of things on the property tax base, like social services, like some of this big infrastructure, and so we really need to make sure we get a fair deal for municipalities.
I know it's been a long campaign for you now. What are you going to do now in the next hour or so?
Well, in the next hour, I'm going to try and reconnect with people, especially my family and my husband, who has not seen me very much over the last 5 weeks. And then tomorrow morning we get up and the work ahead starts, including taking down signs, wrapping up things at City Hall, and starting this new adventure in Ottawa.
Jennifer McKelvey, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And that is Jennifer McKelvey, the new MP for the riding of Ajax. Of course, we are still looking at the numbers as to what's happening, of course, in the big picture in terms of the Liberals and Conservatives. I know that the panel is definitely looking at this as the ongoing conversation continues. Cynthia, back to you.
All right, Afia, thanks very much. To a race that has been decided, to the next one that is still very much up in the air. Alan Carter is at Eglinton Lawrence. Alan.
Cynthia, there's lots of delicious food here at this Italian restaurant where the Liberals are having their campaign party, but you get the sense that nobody is particularly enjoying it, or maybe they're just enjoying the taste but not what they're watching on the screens, because the things have gone back and forth all night. We've just heard a huge cheer from the crowd as the Liberal here has once again pulled in front, but only by a couple of hundred votes. This was incredibly close in the provincial election just a few months ago. Vince Gasparo, who's running again tonight for the Liberals, lost by less than 200 votes in that race. He's trying to flip the switch this time around. This is a Liberal-held riding, long-time Liberal riding. Marco Mendicino was the MP here. He's not running again. He's chief of staff to Mark Carney. But you cannot count this one over yet, because we've seen it go back and forth. And even the volunteers and the supporters that we've spoken to here knew coming in that this one was going to be tight. This one was going to buck the national trends. It was going to be a lot tighter than the ridings around it. We've certainly seen that. And at this point, it is too close to call. And if it is anything like the provincial election, we may not have a definitive winner without some kind of recount. And it may be late into the evening before we can even say who may have possibly won this riding. Cynthia, back to you.
All right, Alan Carter, thanks very much. We'll check in with you again. We are going to take you to Victoria next. Green Party co-leader Elizabeth May is speaking. Now, she has won her riding, but her co-partner, her other co-leader, Jonathan Pedno, has lost his. Let's hear what Elizabeth May has to say.
And as I said, Mike Morris is still, it's too close to call in Kitchener Centre.
Anne-Marie Zedluck in Guelph, another spectacular candidate. If I go right across the country and mention everyone, I'll forget someone, which is a problem. So I just want to start with thanking everybody who helped my election. I want to acknowledge that in the room tonight we have the entire Provincial Green Caucus, Jeremy Valeria and Rob Botterill, yes. And the Deputy Leader of the BC Greens, Lisa Gunderson. And I want to thank, in particular, there's so many people, but let me just start with what really matters. How was it that I got reelected? Other leaders of opposition parties are still not sure they'll hold their seats. That includes Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh. Now, I have no schadenfreude about Jagmeet, but forgive me a little for Pierre. I think we'll see what happens in those ridings. There's too early to say. But it's been a hard election because so much of the mainstream media has promoted the idea that I was going to lose in Saanich Gulf Islands. It developed a momentum based on a rumor, and it became a very hard thing to fight. And the reason we were successful here, I'm going to thank a lot of people by name, but let me just say, Greens win, and we've always seen this, from the devotion and commitment of volunteers. In this election campaign in 2025, Saanich Gulf Islands had 250 volunteers working pretty much nonstop. So I just want to cheer. Woo-hoo! For tous les bénévoles, ici à
For all the
Saanich
volunteers here in Saanich Gulf Islands, 250 people worked as volunteers during this election. That's incredible.
Campaign manager Tim Maloney.
That is Green Party leader Elizabeth May, who won her seat. So far, the Greens only have one seat across the country. Her co-leader did not win his. Next, we are going to check in BC. Now, Jagmeet Singh is fighting for his seat there in Burnaby Centre, and we're going to check in on how the NDP have fared so far this evening with Kit Walker now at NDP HQ.
I'm here with Anne McGrath, NDP spokesperson, and talk to me a bit about some of the numbers we've seen so far. Obviously here in BC, still early hours, but as of right now, the NDP are leading in 10, close to party status, keeping that party status. What do you make of what you've seen so far tonight?
Well, you're right, it is quite early. What I am noticing is that British Columbia is obviously pretty key, and I know that in British Columbia, one of the irritants, and that's probably a very mild word, one of the irritants has always been that it's like Ontario elects the government and BC finds out about it before the polls even close. So I think that BC can see how important their vote is here. And so, you know, what I'm seeing is that a couple of things. One is that there were a lot of predictions that the NDP was going to be completely wiped out. That's clearly not what's going to happen here tonight. I'm hopeful that we will at least achieve party status, maybe even better than that. We will play a very significant role in the Parliament. No matter what happens tonight, we will play a significant role, as we always have. Canadians can thank the NDP for a lot of the things that we really treasure, that really separate us from the United States. Things like public health care, public pensions, so many of these things. And of course, in the last Parliament, we were able to take a fairly small caucus and yet still managed to deliver for Canadians on things like dental care and pharmacare and anti-scab legislation, paid sick days, all of those kinds of things. So whatever role we play in Parliament we will be there to fight for Canadians, to improve our public health care system, to do something about housing, specifically national rent control, to make sure that we have the doctors and nurses that we need in Canada. So we have a list of things that we are, you know, it's not a huge list, but it is very targeted, and it is about improving Canadians' lives. That's the role we've always played in Parliament, and it's the role that we'll continue to play.
As of right now, it's looking like Mark Carney may lead a minority government. What door does that open for the NDP to perhaps form a coalition, hold the balance of power?
Well, I think it's premature to have any discussions like that right now, but I do think that we will be looking for ways to influence and to make sure that that this Liberal government, because I think it is probably going to be a Liberal government that is led by a Prime Minister who is probably the most right-wing Liberal leader we've seen in decades. And we already know that when the Liberals have unchecked power, they tend to forget about people. And so we will be there to remind them of what Canada is about, how that we have to keep Canada, specifically in the light of this trade war with the Trump administration. And so I think that what we will be doing is making sure that any opposition that they face will not just be from the right. And so we'll be pushing for the things that we know that Canadians hold dear.
We'll have to wait and see. Anne McGrath, thank you so much. That was Anne McGrath, NDP spokesperson. I'll send it back to you, Cynthia.
Kate Walker in BC, thank you so much. Now let's check in with Christina Howard at the map. And Christina, can we zero in more on BC and in particular Jagmeet Singh's riding?
Absolutely, Cynthia. Taking a peek at Burnaby Central, Jagmeet Singh in third place. Now again, 45 out of 200 polls reporting, so not even a quarter of the polls, but the Liberals have a fairly substantial lead of 500 votes, but that's substantial when you're only dealing with 45 out of 200 polls. But Jagmeet Singh definitely in trouble of maintaining his seat. I also want to take a peek, though, down in Elizabeth May's riding. Now, I know that we have declared that she has won it, but looking over at St. Ange Gulf Islands, like that's a fairly commanding lead. What's interesting here is that we do know that this riding had the second highest advance poll turnout. So I was almost thinking that there might have been some sort of wave of change coming here, but no, advance polls, second highest in the country, highest certainly in BC, and Elizabeth May is going to maintain her seat. Now, somebody who's got a little bit of problems right now is Pierre Poilievre. Look at this in Carleton. 1,400 vote lead over the leader of the Conservative Party. Now, again, 46 out of 266 polls reporting. You've been saying it all night, Cynthia. 5 times. They expect that this riding with 91 listed candidates is actually going to take 5 times as long to count up all those ballots. But he's certainly in trouble there. Now, I want to head over to Nepean, and that is where Mark Carney has clearly won his seat. No question there, no problem there whatsoever with him maintaining his seat. And if we head a little bit further east into the Quebec area, I think they're just calling it up. And there we are. We see that Yves-François Blanchet, handsome lead. He has certainly won his seat. Will be able to maintain running the Bloc Québécois from within Parliament. So that's good for him, but still waiting to find out the future for both Singh and Poilievre.
Thank you. Next, we are going to turn back to Glenn McGregor at Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. And Glenn, you know, what looked like at least a Liberal minority is still on very shaky ground at this moment.
It's very confusing, Cynthia. I can't begin to know what to make of these numbers, but I'm here with a veteran political strategist, Zita Astrovis, who had worked in Justin Trudeau's offices, worked in party war rooms. Zita, tell me, what do we make of this? What is this going to look like in the House of Commons, the way the seat breakdown is right now?
I think we're going to see in British Columbia what it really does come down to. Usually governments are decided in Quebec and in Ontario based on the number of seats that there are. Now we're really looking at British Columbia in some really interesting races that are taking place. In terms of the Liberals, we've seen them hold in Atlantic Canada and in Ontario some interesting tight races. There's still a lot of races that are within 100 votes, so we'll really see how that happens. You know, it's almost midnight here in Ottawa, and we haven't had any of the leaders speak. So I think everyone is watching the same numbers and see really when it comes down to the wire tonight as the ballots are being counted.
Why do you think, though, with the collapse of the NDP and the collapse of Bloc vote in Quebec, we do not see a higher number for the Liberals? And it looks like a lot of those votes, an unexpected amount of them, went to the Conservatives. Why do you think that happened?
You know, Glenn, I would just say 110 days ago, the fortunes of the Liberal Party were significantly different than they are that we're looking at tonight. And you saw the ballot question really change, right? You saw Donald Trump really take a lot of oxygen and Mark Carney being able to really put a strong message forward. And the NDP were just nowhere to be found from that perspective. We see some interesting races in Windsor, Kitchener, Waterloo, London, certainly three-way races. We'll see where that shakes out. But British Columbia, I've never seen a Liberal leader go to Vancouver Island 3 times in one election. The Liberals haven't held a seat there since Keith Martin crossed the floor, I think, from the Reform Party before 2011, and it's an area that will gain. And when these numbers are so close, it actually matters.
Yeah, and Mark Carney's last event, I was there last night in Saanich Gulf Island, the little winery there in Elizabeth May's seat. Yes, 3 trips that Carney made to that area, was successful in Victoria. They won that seat from the NDP, but Elizabeth May is coming back. But I want to ask you about, if these numbers hold, what does this look like in the House of Commons, especially with Jagmeet Singh looks very much like he's going to lose his seat, so the NDP is going to need a new leader. Pierre Poilievre is trailing in the riding of Carleton. I think you were there earlier today supporting the Liberal candidate. What does that look like in the House of Commons? How does Mark Carney proceed to run a government when he doesn't even know the 2 of the main opposition parties don't have leaders?
You know, I think everyone is going to watch over the next couple hours to see what happens. A lot of advanced polls need to be counted, and we'll see how those numbers shift. I think nobody really knows what's going to happen kind of in the next hour, and those really tight races really shake out. I still think there's opportunities for growth for the Liberals in Calgary and Edmonton, like I said, Vancouver Island. So we'll see how that shakes out. But I think all leaders are really watching what's going to happen, because there is a real possibility. Mark Carney has won his seat. It's been projected, which is really exciting for him. We'll see about the other 2 leaders. But I'm not going to get ahead. I'm not going to get out over my skis before we really see the results come in. And we'll see what tomorrow holds.
And as you said, we haven't heard from any of the main party leaders, and it's already midnight. So, yeah, lots of time to go. Thank you, Zita Estrafas. Cynthia, back to you.
All right, thanks very much. Glenn McGregor in Ottawa. Now to the riding next door is Jali-Lee, where Pierre Poilievre has his headquarters, and he's fighting for his seat. Zhao.
Yeah, the mood here just keeps shifting back and forth. There was a bit of dejection at first when the Liberals raced out to that big lead earlier in the night. And then, of course, the Conservatives closed the gap. They almost got within touching distance of being neck and neck. But it's sort of settling down now as we're seeing more and more seats shake out, more polling stations report in, and that Liberal lead start to get a little bigger. Now, there are still some hardcore Conservative supporters here tonight who are saying, you know, we just need to get a few more seats. We just need a little more and we can get there. Now, it is important to remember the numbers at the bottom of the screen. A lot of them are still projections, but they're essentially hoping for something truly unprecedented to happen. I know we seem to keep living through unprecedented times, but that would be a truly remarkable reversal. Another trend that's sort of continued tonight, though, the flipping of traditionally NDP seats to the Conservatives. I want to point out a riding in Winnipeg, Elmwood, Transcona. This has been a traditionally NDP riding going back decades. Layla Dance won this in 2024 in that last by-election. It's been confirmed that she's lost that one to Colin Reynolds, taking that seat from the NDP, but it's also extending to working class Liberal ridings as well. I want to talk about Sudbury, East Manitoulin, Nickel Belt. That is a new riding, but Mark Saray, the Liberal MP for Nickel Belt, he was running there. He's lost. This is a Nickeltown, another working class blue collar riding. Again, clearly the Conservative effort to target working class voters, blue collar voters, maybe that, sub $57,000 tax cut promise has really taken hold, and it's really starting to reshape the party. And it's something that the other 2 parties, the Liberals, the NDP, they're really going to have to reckon with going forward.
Okay, Jali-Lee, thank you very much for your insight. We really appreciate it, and lots more ahead. We will check in with you again. Next, we're going to head to Montreal, where we find Alicia Rubertucci at the Bloc Québec headquarters, Bloc Québécois headquarters. And Alicia, when can we expect to hear from the leader of the Bloc himself?
Cynthia, we're not seeing any indication of leader Yves-François Blanchet walking out on that stage anytime soon, but the mood here has been quite lively with supporters here in the audience, especially as they're looking at reports of possible Liberal minority government. There were many cheers over here, and we'll see what that all means for the party. Political analyst Karim Boulos has been with me all night at the BQ headquarters. Karim, how will the Bloc fare under a possible Liberal minority government.
It's interesting because we haven't found all the first votes that were cast last week in the advanced poll. So depending on what happens, if the Liberals stay where they are right now, the Bloc will actually hold the balance of power. They will actually be the ones that will keep the Liberals in power should something, a non-confidence vote be launched by Mr. Poilievre. So despite losing possibly 10 seats compared to the dissolution of Parliament, they're going to fare surprisingly well. And they're going to have a lot more power than others would have thought prior to this election.
What does it mean for the Bloc to hold that balance of power that you mentioned?
Well, they can start to put the Liberals' feet to the fire. A minority government is always sitting on a ejectable seat. So if they go a little too far in one direction that the Bloc doesn't approve of, the Bloc can side with the rest of the House of Commons and dissolve Parliament again. So I think that they hold a lot more power than they thought they were going to, and we're seeing a new version of the Singh-Trudeau alignment, which could result in making sure that Mr. Carney works with Mr. Blanchet to ensure that his policies get passed.
What can Yves-François Blanchet accomplish with this current seat count that we're seeing?
Well, first of all, he has to get elected. He's still trailing in his riding, so he has to first get in his actual seat in the House of Commons, and he will have done the best he could with a terrible situation. There was a time when everyone thought that the Bloc was almost dead. It was about to lose everything. They were projected to drop below 20 seats. So he saved enough to keep the Bloc relevant going into the next parliamentary session. And so I think he will focus solely on that to make sure people know in Quebec that, hey, not only will Quebec have a seat, but Quebec will have a decision-making ability, and he could be a kingmaker, or he can remove Mr. Carney from office if he sides with the Conservatives.
Thanks so much, Karim. And leader Yves-François Blanchet was in fact elected in his riding of Belleuil-Chambly on Montreal's South Shore. And we'll wait to hear from him, and we'll stand by for his speech at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. Cynthia?
All right, Alicia, we look forward to that. Thank you. Next, we're going to take you to Windsor, where we find our Melissa Nikovely. And Melissa, there's been quite an upset because the Conservatives have turned your area blue. That's Windsor West, which is an NDP stronghold, but it is now going Conservative for the first time since this riding's creation.
Now, Cynthia, it's been very difficult to hear you because, as you can hear, there's a lot of cheers happening here. This candidate here has made history tonight. This is Harb Gill that you're seeing in the background here. This is the first time that a Conservative MP is elected in this riding since it was created in 1968. Now, Windsor West has long been an NDP stronghold, most recently represented by Brian Massey for more than 20 years. But tonight, that streak has ended, and voters have appeared to be choosing change here in this riding. Some people calling this one of the bigger upsets in this election. Now, more about Harb Gill. He is a retired police officer, a lifelong Windsor resident. His campaign focused on economic development, public safety, and infrastructure. So a lot of celebrations happening here. We were earlier at Brian Massey's campaign camp. A very different feel, a lot of long faces, but here it's all celebrations. We're expecting to hear from Harb Gill in a few minutes as the celebrations continue here tonight. Cynthia.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. Marian, we need to talk. I'm sorry, my friend, we need to talk about the NDP. So essentially, they have been outmaneuvered on both sides. I know you don't like me saying this, but the Liberals have outlefted them on the left, and the Conservatives are taking the union vote away, appealing to workers. And Jeff, I'll give you, Pierre Poilievre has done that quite well, and that is his work. What's left for the NDP, and how are they going to find their ground going forward?
So I don't believe that premise 100%. So I don't think
maybe 1%.
Yeah. The Liberals definitely did not out-left the left because
come on, Kathleen Wynne started that.
Oh no,
and
Kathleen
Justin Trudeau
Wynne
carried it on federally.
But right now, the reason why the NDP, held their nose and voted Liberal wasn't because they were, more progressive or more left. It was because they ran a campaign on fear. and did strategic voting. What happened in some places across...
But no matter what they did and how they ran their campaign, the Liberals or the NDP weren't able to stave it off. That's the bottom line.
Right, because there was only, to be honest, I mean, facing the fact, it was an impossible situation for the NDP, for the Bloc, for anyone else other than the two frontrunners. So they did the best they could, and the things that they were in control of, I think they did very well. But other things, they just, their hands were tied, and it was almost impossible.
Let's look at the popular board. These numbers are not friendly for the NDP.
No, and no
the Liberals, the Liberals and the Conservatives neck and neck, and then you have the Bloc leader in third place.
Yeah. But I mean, which speaks to the fact that really this was just, it was a liberal conservative frontrunner based on, the ballot question of who was going to be the best to beat Trump. I think right now what this means for the party is they're going to need to regroup. They're resilient. They need to really have some soul searching and, go for a walk and, and just figure out.
There's a lot of work to be done.
There's a lot of work for sure.
I have to once again call out John Wright's body language because he clearly has something to say.
No. I just think that this is going to. I'm reflecting on the numbers that we see in front of us.
Okay.
And where my mind was going was not just in terms of the sway that the NDP will have, but how remarkable we are seeing this unfold tonight. And I don't know how the country governs. Like it's going to be. I mean, you may just have the Bloc sit out everything and just call the shots depending upon what they see. And just the reflection that we went into this, the country went into this hoping for a mandate that would reflect a unified country against Donald Trump's, his intentions towards us. And yet here we are tonight where we have the opposition leader losing the seat at the moment. We have one who will probably resign and then for the NDP be re-elected, a new leader. We have a split parliament that could be dominated by Quebec, going from one side to the other.
And let's not forget, the leader just called Canada was an artificial country.
Well, we're going to find that out or not, in the next short while. But I look at these numbers, and it's more than numbers. You start to think about, well, how are we going to be governed tomorrow morning? And I don't know how this all works out. I really don't. I don't recall there's probably somebody who was an assistant clerk at the House of Commons who knows when this last took place. But in my lifetime, I've never seen this. And I'm not sure, given such an existential impact on the country, how you take these numbers and then start to move them into a country working together.
Are you concerned?
Well, I think everyone should be concerned tonight. I mean, there is no firm mandate, but as I said before, I mean, you have the Liberals who have managed to take the Trump concern and lower the concern about affordability. And you have the Conservatives who have affordability and raise that. And this is kind of what you're getting tonight. Both of them are incredibly important issues, and they're clashing at the same time. And this is the result you're going to get. I don't know how you reconcile the two of them, and especially if Donald Trump rings up tomorrow morning and says, hey, how you doing, Governor? I'm not really sure how that all works.
All right, so Jeff and Sarbjeet, I'm going to ask each of you, if you were advising either Pierre Poilievre, assuming he wins his seat, or Mark Carney, what would you first tell him to do?
Well, I mean, this is a situation of frenzied indecision, which is really what the country has been defined by for the last, 9+ months. I think that there is, certainly setting politics aside, there is the issue of how do we approach decision-making as a country. It will be very crippling. Whether you're talking about the fundamental operations of government, keep in mind, we still have to pull a speaker from this as well, right? So that takes one seat away, and traditionally it comes from the governing party there. But it is a challenging scenario at the very minimum.
Sarbjeet, I'll let you have a few seconds before we turn to Christina Howard with the latest from the map.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the situation in the NDP ridings from Windsor, for example, it's not that the Conservatives came and won over the Unions. It's a classic case of vote splitting. The two parties together, Liberals, NDP, would have won. If they add those together, that beat the Conservatives. So it's not always that, people chose the Conservatives over the NDP or Liberal. It was that duplication. And secondly, the Conservatives wanted an election. They got their election, whether it is a minority win or not, and with Mark Carney winning a huge by a huge margin in his riding, whereas Pierre Poilievre may not even win in his riding, I think it's pretty clear they won. And if it was the other way around and the Conservatives were in a tight race, they would say they won. So at some point, you have to accept the results and move forward.
In fairness to Pierre Poilievre, though, there were 91 ballots, 91 people running against him, and I'd really like to know what that did to his numbers. On that note, we're going to check in with Christina Howren at the Map. Christina, can you help us make sense of what's going on out there?
You know, I'm looking at Burnaby Central, and I've got to admit that I'm still pretty surprised. 65 out of 200 polls reporting Jagmeet Singh third place. Now, it's important to remember that he's only held this riding since 2019. He doesn't really have big, deep roots in BC. He's lived in Windsor, Ontario. He's lived in Newfoundland. He's lived in different parts of Ontario. Brampton he's represented. But BC was somewhere where he kind of had to get parachuted into. So he doesn't have these deep-rooted community ties. You know, but 42% for the Liberals, 37% for the Conservatives, and for the leader of the NDP to not even be able at 20% yet, well, that's just astonishing. We're going to head over to the Ottawa area now, and that's where we're going to check in on Pierre Poilievre in Carleton. Like, as you've been saying, you know, 91 different candidates on that ballot. But he is trailing by 1,700 votes with 68 polls reporting. I mean, this man has represented this riding for more than 20 years. He has deep roots in this community. With the riding redistribution, Carleton actually picked up more of a rural base. So you would think that those voters tend to be voting more conservative. But right now, he's in real trouble. And again, like you said, 91 other candidates. And we're not really seeing, oh, there's one. David Hsu has 0.1% and 11 votes, 9 votes, 8 votes, 7 votes. All this really did was tie up the system, probably split a lot of votes that people may not have even voted, but it's definitely going to take some time for this to come to fruition. And yeah, I wouldn't want to be sitting in Pierre Poilievre's war room right now going, oh my gosh, I don't even know if we have a receipt. So definitely something we're going to be tracking all night long and just watching as those polls slowly, 68, 69, start coming in so we could see what's actually happening with what looks to be the leader of the official opposition. Sin?
All right, Christina, thank you very much. Next, I'm talking about Chrystia Freeland, who, of course, is the former finance minister and deputy prime minister who sparked a major shift in the direction of the Liberal Party when she abruptly quit her cabinet post in December. She has been re-elected in the Toronto riding of University Rosedale. Now, Freeland is asking party faithful tonight to remember that time not so long ago when many counted the party out.
Tumultuous, and ultimately really joyous. When I think back to where we were just a few months ago, I am relieved and delighted by where the country and my party has ended up. I think this is a great outcome for Canada, and it was impossible to believe that we could get here just a few months ago.
All right, that is Chrystia Freeland after she has won her seat in University Rosedale. Not really a surprise. I mean, it is a Liberal stronghold, and she's very popular in that riding. But again, back to this question, where do we go from here? Sarbjeet, I had to cut you off a little bit abruptly, and my apologies. What do you see Mark Carney doing first thing tomorrow morning?
Well, he's presented a pretty comprehensive platform. I think he will continue on that. First order of business will be speaking with President Trump,
assuming
negotiating.
That he can form a government. We don't know that at this point.
Well, if they do win a minority government, which looks like they're on track for, he will continue to start negotiations with President Trump. At the same time, looking for other opportunities around the world, anything that they can leverage to protect our sovereignty. He's been very clear on that. And in terms of the other programs, I think he was very clear that they would maintain the programs that were brought in by the previous government. There was a plan to extend pharmacare and dental care that might have been at risk if the Conservatives come into power. And he has assured Premier Ford that the daycare program will be renewed. So there's lots to do, and I think he'll hit the ground running, which is what he did from day one when he took over for Prime Minister Trudeau.
John, at this moment in time, we may not wake up tomorrow morning and know exactly who's in power, though.
It's quite possible. I mean, interesting. I was also reflecting on my watch a moment ago to sort of think, well, we haven't even heard from the leaders tonight.
No.
They're sitting watching this, trying to figure out what to do. We may be at this at 3 o'clock in the morning when the final speech is given. I mean, it's like, that may be exaggerating a fair bit, but again, I'm not sure if I were the leader of the party right now, where I'd be taking the next steps. I'd be more concerned about, how do you manage this in the short term? Because just as you've said, you have to go to the Governor General and you have to say, I can have a government. And right now, it's fairly flimsy.
So if you were Mark Carney, would you be picking up the phone and talking to the Bloc and the NDP in this moment in time? Or
I'm sure there would be a lot of backroom talking going on all over the place right now, or within the next 24 to 48 hours. But I try to be meeting with my consultants and, in my office and trying to figure out what is the next step to provide a sense of unity to this country, especially if you're going to be dealing with Donald Trump.
Jeff, what are your thoughts? What do you think Pierre Poilievre is doing right now?
Well, I think he's watching numbers very closely in his riding as well, I'm sure. I think he's asking the same questions. He's a man of political history. He's read, I'm sure, all about the King Byng affair, et cetera. And, we're in a scenario here where, again, who knows until likely, they're switching as we're talking right now, likely into tomorrow what this looks like. It is very clearly, if the Liberals form a minority government, so be it. This is a very unclear mandate. And I don't want to be the guy to say, oh, but look at the popular vote, because I'm not going to be that guy. But I will say that it is almost a dead split. And so as a leader of the party, both on the Conservative side and on the Liberal side, you have to see that you have strong support within the Canadian population for your plans. And to John's earlier point about, people might have liked the face on the Carney plan, or on the Poilievre plan, Carney face on the Poilievre plan. You have to figure out how to bring those communities back together. I don't know how you pick up the phone with President Trump tomorrow and say, I have a strong mandate to execute on my plan. He simply cannot do that if he forms government.
I agree.
Marion?
I would actually be really curious to know how, if the numbers are so close, is if Poilievre would actually go with the Bloc to the Governor General and say, we will form government. I just wouldn't know, is that in the bingo cards? Because as the numbers are, they do have the majority. And then to say that, that's, a bit more stronger of a government than what we currently have. I don't know what your thoughts.
I look to the way that our country is structured, and a big component that we're all kind of looking past here is the fact that we are a federation. And for all intents and purposes, our premiers have been playing role of prime minister for a better part of 6 months now in trying to establish what a clear and concise and direct plan is for this country. We talked earlier on the panel about breaking down those internal trade barriers. These are the big issues. We are about to get into a conversation about the big constitutional issues that challenge our country and our ability to effectively govern in Canada. We have to make some very challenging decisions over the next period of time, and I hope whomever forms government has the ability to do that.
All right, on that note, we're going to head back to Vancouver, and I'd really like to hear what Nima Rajan and her panel has to say about all of this. Nima.
Cynthia, we're looking at some pretty interesting ridings right now. Now, we were talking a little bit about vote splitting, but things did not play out the way we thought they would. So let's take a look at Abbotsford South Langley, for example. Now, when we talk about vote splitting, this often happens between left-leaning voters. They would split their vote between Liberal and NDP candidates, thinking that they have similar platforms. But in this particular riding, we believe this vote splitting would have happened between the Conservatives and an independent in that riding. That is Mike DeYoung. He's got 18.5% of the votes right now. Now, he was actually rejected from the Conservative Party, so he decided to run as an independent. And because of that, we thought there would be a very evident vote split, allowing the Liberals to kind of squeak through. But clearly, it looks like the Conservatives are leading ahead regardless of this vote split. For that, or to unpack this a little bit more, I'm going to throw it to my panelist, Wei. Wei, is this something that you predicted?
I think that I'm really happy that the Abbotsford Conservatives pulled through for a Conservative candidate there. And obviously, you know, when you have this kind of situation where somebody wants to run as an independent and splits your vote, it's not a happy situation, and it could have gone either way. So we're really, really pleased that that happened. I mean, what happens is a lot of people perhaps don't know that when you apply to be a candidate with any party, and certainly with our party, maybe others, you sign a document that says, you know, that you're putting yourself out there to apply, and it's up to the party to sort out, you know, what it is that they're looking for. And certainly in Abbotsford, they had a nomination race, and this is the person that won that nomination race. So it's really not surprising that he won the vote as well, because he signed up a lot of people. There was a lot of people out supporting him, so that's really not a surprise. So it's good job, well done.
All right, well, talking about surprises, let's turn to the riding of New West, Burnaby, Millardville, something very interesting happening there. Now, that's another example of vote splitting. Let's take a look at the results. So once again, when we were talking about vote splitting, usually among left-leaning voters, and that's what we believe is happening right now. As you can see, 33.8% for the Liberal candidate and 28.4% for the NDP. But it looks like the Conservative candidate is coming out on top. Looking at how things are playing out, I'm going to throw it to you, Sven. How are you transcribing all of this?
Well, I mean, the tragedy is, of course, that people, too many people voted Liberal, thinking that that was the way in that riding to stop the Conservatives. And the irony is that, of course, that's what elected the Conservatives, is a number of people who otherwise would have voted for Peter. Peter's worked his butt off in that constituency. He's been a great constituency MP, but people were afraid of the Conservatives, and they bought this argument that somehow, you know, you've got to vote Liberal. Listen to the siren song of Tom Mulcair and others. You got to vote Liberal, and we've just lost a good member through that crazy distortion of reality. And we've not got a Conservative when the idea was to stop the Conservatives. So
or maybe the NDP platform was not resonating there. And this is a case, I think, of where the Conservative local candidate clearly worked very hard, but in addition to that, because he founded the Gurunani Kitchen, and they work out of the temple there, he has a very strong base in that riding, and therefore he won. So good for him, and his message resonated. He's been serving the community for a long time.
Well, Peter's been serving that community, and you know, the one I'm watching now is
but
Vancouver
the national campaign
I'm
did
watching
not
Vancouver
help
Kingsway
him.
now, you know, because Vancouver Kingsway, you couldn't have a more dedicated, hard-working member of Parliament than Don Davies, and he's neck and neck with an unknown Liberal. So, you know, it's the same sad story there. I hope he pulls through. What's also increasingly obvious now, just looking at the numbers, is two things. One, we will not see a Liberal majority. And two, the NDP are losing party status. Well, that does not bode well for progressive politics in this country.
All right, Ken, any input on that? Do you think that the Liberals and NDP are kind of working against each other here?
Well, I mean, Canada's been in a situation for a long time where the progressive vote is split. It always is between, you know, Liberals and NDP, and the right-wing vote, particularly since the merger of the Reform Party and the Progressive Conservatives, has been more or less unified. Because on a good day with a tailwind, the Conservatives normally will not get more than about 40% of the vote, which means 60% of Canadians don't vote for Conservatives. But if that progressive vote is split, as we've seen in a number of cases here, that opens the door for the Conservatives to come in.
Or we have this realignment of the NDP vote, which we saw in Windsor and Hamilton, and we're seeing on the North
We've seen that any number of times, actually, where
really
a riding will flip from NDP to Conservative and back again.
But also, Ken, some of us don't buy this idea that somehow, you know, the Liberals and the NDP are both progressive and so on. I mean, I've got the scars from the battles with Liberals in the past. I mean, on the environment, on a whole range of other issues, and that's one of the real concerns
and
now.
I think the real
concerns now is that because the NDP will not have party status,
tonight is that the Liberals were not given a majority government, despite you know, all of their posturing and all of their blustering and you know, their resumes and all of that sort of thing. The Canadians across this country do not trust them to do the right thing, do not trust them on the economy.
Well, they trust them more than Mr. Poilievre.
Well, we're still counting. We're still counting. It's still coming in. We're still counting, and it's early yet.
I think we need a fundamental discussion about the structure of the parties. I think that it is high time that the NDP and the Liberals put their heads together and see if we can't come out with a progressive party that, you know, can take advantage of the fact that 60% of Canadians will vote for a progressive party. It's when we work against each other, and progressives don't like us to fight each other, right? But it's when we can work together that we can really put the situation in Canada into the proper perspective, that we are a progressive country.
The issue, though, is
history briefly.
Exactly.
Okay?
The last time.
Yeah, the last time that the Liberals were in this position and the NDP lost party status, I was there. I was in that Parliament, and I remember, Ken, this was not a progressive Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin government. This was a government that cut transfer payments for health care, that eliminated social housing and co-op housing.
But look what we inherited from Mr. Mulroney.
It was a government that was a right-wing government.
Yeah, well, we need it to be.
We don't need that again. If the NDP loses party status, which it looks like we may, if Jagmeet loses, got to do some soul searching. And I think instead of jumping into bed with the Liberals, I think we've got to recognize that what Canadians desperately need is a party that is prepared to take strong stands on issues like the environment and on equality.
Everyone, clearly everybody's very passionate, and we'll have to touch on this, but I have to throw back to Toronto. Cynthia, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we are going to check in again with Christina Howard, who has the very latest on how all these ridings are unfolding. Christina.
Well, Cynthia, if you want to know why we don't have a majority government today, a lot of that has to do with the 905 and specifically Brampton. So take a peek at Brampton. It's right up here. In the last election, there were 5 ridings. They were all Liberal. This time round, there are 6, and they're fairly split. Let's take a peek first at Brampton West. You see that we have the Conservative candidate handily beating the Liberals. So Brampton West has gone back to blue. Brampton Jacuzzi Park, new riding. Right now, the Liberals have a fairly healthy lead, only 30 polls left. Looks like it's going to be a Liberal win there. Brampton South, also Conservatives in the lead. Small lead, but looks like they might be able to take over the incumbent. Brampton East, now Maninder Sidhu, he's been around for a couple of terms now. He's very popular in the area. As you can see with the votes, still fairly close, but Brampton East has maintained its Liberal, as has Brampton Centre. Brampton North Caledon, though, has turned blue. So we're seeing like a bit of a vote split in the Brampton area, but also if we head a little bit further east to Milton, I'm just waiting for it to get up here, but there we are. Parm Gill, speaking of Brampton, he used to be an MP in the Brampton area. He was an MPP in the Milton area. He announced last year that he was going to resign and he was going to be running federally. This seat is a new riding, but Parm Gill has been able to capture it for the Conservatives. Not too much of a lead, but still looks like he is going to be able to take this from the Liberals, Milton East, Halton Hills South. Thanks, Sin.
Okay, thank you very much, Christina. Next, we're going to go to BC, and I have to tell you, we are waiting for NDP leader Jagmeet Singh to speak. We are told he is going to be taking the podium in just a few moments, any time now. But in the meantime, while we wait to see what he has to say, we are going to check in with Kate Walker, who is standing by at his headquarters. Kate.
Yeah, Cynthia, we are standing by, and as you can hear behind me, cheers in the crowd as they wait for Jagmeet Singh to take the stage. Now, at last check, he was trailing 3rd place in his riding, so we are anticipating he will take the stage and accept defeat. There's been a mixed bag of emotion in the room, really. As I said, lots of cheers, because we are still seeing in BC some MPs are leading in their ridings, but overall a really disappointing night for the NDPs. You wouldn't know it from the cheers behind me, because again, they're still celebrating the small wins, the fact that they are seeing some progress in some ridings. In BC, the polls obviously closed a lot later than in other places, so there's still hope here. And admittedly, Jagmeet Singh said he wasn't trying to be the next prime minister and that he's just hoping to hold on to the seats that he already had. So at this point, they're just vying for party status, and right now they don't have that. If they do get party status, then that opens the door to questions about how they would work with Mark Carney's what is now looking like a minority government. So again, we are standing by here, and we will come to you as soon as Jagmeet Singh takes the stage.
Okay, Kate, thank you. Now, back to our panel. These numbers, John, how do we make sense of them? And do you see any movement in all the numbers and calculations that you're doing? Do you see any movement further other than this situation where we're in?
No, the Conservatives have done really well tonight. You look in the GTA, and I mean, you have to go down into the regions to really understand this, but you can see where the Conservatives have picked up 10 extra seats in the 905 GTA area. And you look out into Brampton East, Brampton West, all those that they've taken them. And it goes to where Pierre Poilievre and the campaign team were in the final days. They were there, and they've moved them forward. Again, they've even picked up 5 extra seats in Alberta. So where their message resonated the most, they've gathered and scooped a whole lot of ridings.
Okay, now I can tell you that Jagmeet Singh has arrived. He is walking to the podium, so we'll check in and listen to what he has to say as soon as he starts to speak. But this is really, I mean, we have said the situation is unprecedented so many times, even before this election was called with Donald Trump, and yet here we are in a situation that seems even more unprecedented. On that note, let's hear what Jagmeet Singh has to say tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. We're good. Thank you. Thank you. That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. I gotta keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. We love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of Parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kidden. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother, so big shout out to my brother, Krathin. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my My caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. Yeah. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. It's a good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down. Chardi means rising, and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And
a very difficult night for Jagmeet Singh. He lost his seat, congratulated the winner, and he announced he is not going to carry on. He is going to step down as the NDP leader as soon as an interim leader is found. Marian, I will start with you. Tough night for any leader. This is the toughest night of all for any political leader.
It was a gracious speech. It was the right thing to do.
You called it shortly before he did. You said he's going to step down. And
yeah, you can hear it, and I think it makes sense. It's the right thing to do, probably for him personally, but also for the party. So now it's time, and to honestly, and Jagmeet, people should remember that he did do good things, right? He did get results, and he did help people, by getting them again. I'm going to say the dental care, the pharma care. These are all things that will change people's lives, and that's what he and those 25 MPs did. Now, looking forward. So they need to regroup, pick a new leader.
They don't have party status at this point.
No, I mean, who knows? The numbers are changing so much that,
but they have 7 right now and they need 12. So it's not looking good at this moment. Let's talk about what's next. Is there anybody waiting in the wings that you can think of that could step into his role?
So, there's a number of people that I think the names would float around, but however, whether they speak French or not, if they're already possibly an elected premier or elected official in another province, I think right now is getting just that interim leader in now because we're in such a volatile environment, and then really make sure that the leader that they elect and have a quick leadership race. I think that's going to be very hard. Don't drag that out. and make sure that the leader that you elect is one that is going to be right for the time and for the force that they're going to have to deal with.
For this incredible time,
100%.
this unprecedented time. I'm using that word again,
Yeah.
unprecedented. Okay, Marian. Pierre Poilievre is fighting for his seat as well. He is 2,000 votes behind at last count. What say you to that, Jeff?
That's a tough spot to be in. There's no way to kind of twist and turn around that. I don't think anybody expected or wanted to be in that position tonight, where he was, looking at the numbers, coming out in a fairly successful position on the total seat count, but in a position where he was questioning where exactly he was going to land himself. So it is going to be a tough night. If that plays out the way that it is, I think that it becomes a challenging discussion for Mr. Poilievre to put on a strong defense as an opposition leader with not having a seat in the House. I mean, we'll see.
And
again,
losing a 20-point lead.
And losing a 20-point lead, of course. We'll see what the numbers when they finally roll in. I know we're waiting on Elections Canada, who can't quite seem to get their results site up either, even though we're just a couple of hours into the election at this point. But it's a challenging night for him for sure.
All right. On that note, we are going to check in with Zhao Li, who is at the Conservative headquarters in downtown Ottawa. And Zhao, the votes continue to roll in, and Poilievre's seat, I mean, he's well behind at this point with quite a few of the ridings, over 140 that have been counted.
Yeah, this was absolutely unexpected. I know we had heard some reports that, the Conservatives themselves were pouring more resources into the Carleton riding because there was data suggesting that Mr. Poilievre's lead there was a little weaker than they expected. At that time, I dismissed it. A few hours ago, I dismissed it. I said on this show, Pierre Poilievre's not going to lose his seat, but, as the night has progressed, it's looking a bit more likely. This whole night has been a bit of a roller coaster of emotion for the people in this room. You'll recall a few hours ago when the first results were coming in from Atlantic Canada, things were looking pretty all right. The early returns were looking a bit above what the polling showed, and the Conservatives needed to show... I think I'm hearing Mr. Poilievre's theme music. Feels a bit like wrestling because they're playing this. They gave us a 5-minute warning a few minutes ago saying that he was going to be coming out. But in the meantime, like I said, we had always known that if the Conservatives wanted to make a good show of things, they needed to do a little better than they had in the Atlantic provinces. At first, it looked like they did. Barring that, maybe a breakthrough in Quebec. That didn't happen. They did get that breakthrough they were looking for in southwestern Ontario in particular. They painted essentially the Niagara Peninsula blue, save for a few, urban spots that are consistent Liberal ridings. But even with that change and the delivery of seats from the prairies, the Tory heartlands, it just hasn't come together for them. The Liberal vote efficiency has come through again, and it just looks like the Conservatives have not been able to overcome the Liberal advantage for this race. It's not clear what Mr. Poilievre is going to tell this crowd. He's been used to really big rallies this campaign. More power to him. This crowd is really thinned out. Once the results started going the other way a bit, some people have started to filter out. And it looks like Mr. Poilievre may be getting ready to speak very shortly. A hush has kind of come over the room. I'm really not sure. Looks like he's coming up right now, so...
We are going to stay with you, Zhao. Can you hear me with that loud music? Can you hear me?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, here we go.
Just barely, yeah.
Merci tout le monde. Chers Canadiens, merci. Merci, chers Canadiens. Je vous aime aussi. I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future, after millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward. Ça serait un grand honneur de continuer de me battre pour vous, parce que c'est un honneur d'être votre voix, c'est un honneur de me battre pour les valeurs conservatrices pour lesquelles vous avez voté, et surtout, ça va être un honneur de continuer d'avancer la promesse du Canada, que chacun ici au Canada qui travaille fort peut avoir une belle vie et une belle maison abordable dans une communauté sécuritaire. C'est ça notre vision et on va le ramener chez nous. Merci beaucoup. To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. we'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti, on a grandement élargi notre soutien et chaque jour, le caucus conservateur et moi allons travailler à Ottawa pour rendre des comptes du gouvernement au nom des millions de Canadiens qui ont décidé de voter pour un vrai changement. J'ai eu l'honneur de parcourir le pays et parler aux milliers de personnes qui ont partagé leurs préoccupations, leurs peines, leurs espoirs. Everywhere I went, hard-working people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté vos histoires avec moi tout au long de cette campagne. Et vos histoires vont rester avec moi lorsque je me bats avec mon équipe conservatrice pour vous défendre et pour avancer vos intérêts. À ceux qui ont désespéré besoin de changement, je sais que vous êtes déçus. Le changement est difficile et ça prend du temps. Surtout, ça veut dire qu'on peut jamais lâcher. Parce que notre pays et son peuple méritent qu'on se batte pour eux. I will never give up on fighting for everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight For the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account. For the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home. For the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks. For those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime. For those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America. For all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change. And we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from the mountains above.
Pierre Poilievre delivering an impassioned speech about hope and fighting for this country. It's difficult to imagine a fall this catastrophic, Jeff. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. Just 2-3 months ago, this man was destined, it appeared, to be the next prime minister with an overwhelming majority. Yep. And now not only has he lost the election, he may lose his seat that he has held for 20 years. I can't even begin to imagine what he's going through right now.
Yeah, I think it'd be tough to get inside his head right now. Look, for tonight, he needs to secure his seat, to secure his role.
Or his future in politics at this moment is...
I think it becomes very challenging, but we'll leave it to the party to make that decision after. We have within the Conservative Constitution the ability to make that decision as a party. I think it was nice to hear, to your point, an impassioned speech about the issues that I think, as we've discussed around the table here tonight, remain the issues regardless of who is the Prime Minister tomorrow or whenever we find out. I think it speaks to what all of these individuals, when they put their name forward, put on the line. But I think we can all agree that there is a component that we heard both in Jagmeet's speech, that we heard in Mr. Poilievre's speech, and likely to hear in Mr. Carney's speech, which is that we have a tough road ahead of us, that we have real affordability challenges in this country, and the governing party has a responsibility to address those and the tariff threats.
I'm trying to imagine, what Carney will say to Donald Trump in the coming days. What can he possibly say? He can't say, I have a strong mandate and the country's fully behind me.
No, it's going to be a remarkably reflective time, not just for him, but for all leaders and the country. And we have Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, already saying tonight that hockey and nostalgia are not going to hold the country together, and that she's already claiming that there should be a talk about independence. So we've come to a situation where, both the Liberals and the Conservatives have put agendas forward that have split the country. We've lost one leader who didn't win a seat, and then the other one who hasn't so far won a seat, and it's about 2,500 votes apart. We have tonight, right now, at the moment, the numbers are tied, and we have Elizabeth May with the balance. It's a remarkable night, and I think we're all going to have to reflect on it over the next couple of days. But Mark Carney is the Prime Minister, and he's going to have to make some statement about this tonight to give the country some binding together about where we go from here. He doesn't have a choice to simply say, it was a good night for us to win.
He is expected to speak any moment.
Yeah, I'm going to be very attentive to what he has to say tonight.
Where do you go from here, Sarjeet? Where does he go from here?
I disagree that, it looks divisive. It all depends on how the party leaders now choose to proceed. The Bloc has been very much in support of, being anti-Trump. The NDP were very clear. The Conservatives already, Pierre was sounding a little more conciliatory, a little gracious. this idea that where we may disagree on some issues, but we will come together on these issues and be unified
You're sounding very
with Trump.
optimistic.
Well, I mean, that's what Canadians want. The Canadians say, you may disagree on a lot of things, but one thing that every voter across Canada would say is, on this issue of Donald Trump and Canadians protecting our sovereignty, everyone understands what Canadians want. So Pierre can't go against that, the Bloc can't go against that, the NDP can't go against that.
And just so people know, the box on your screen, that is where Mark Carney is, and we are standing by. Our cameras are there waiting for him to speak. Which we understand will be shortly. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Keep going.
No, that's
please.
it. I mean, there's a lot of division on a lot of issues, but on some issues there is a very clear way forward. And, you know, Canadians are going to expect people on that issue to come together, whether you're a premier, whether you're a mayor, whether you're an opposition party. And I think that's the only way that Canadians will see accept this government and move forward.
All right. Thank you. Mark Carney, again, is expected to speak any moment in Ottawa. And in the room where he is going to speak, we will find our Glenn McGregor. Glenn, this is just an extraordinary night.
A totally strange night, a bizarre result, and no one here really seems to know what this means tomorrow. It is weird that we are this late into the night without having heard from the leader of the Liberal Party. And I can tell you, there's a time crunch here because the Liberals booked this room, this hockey rink, which holds potentially thousands. There's only a few hundred people here because they've all been waiting to see what happens, but they only have the room booked till 2 a.m. So we have to hear from Carney pretty soon. I can tell you though, Cynthia, that Carney spoke earlier tonight to Elizabeth May to offer his congratulations for her re-election in her seat of Saanich Gulf Islands. He also spoke to Jagmeet Singh before he spoke on television to offer condolences to what happened in his riding. This is going to be an interesting speech from Mark Carney because he's going to have to kind of lay out a path forward here. This is the real challenge for him now, coming back into the House of Commons. For him, it's the first time being in the House of Commons. Of course, he's never been elected as an MP before tonight, but he has handily won his riding of Nepean. But he's not really sure who he's going to be working with in the House. Of course, the NDP is going to have to choose a new leader, and the Conservatives, well, possibly they're going to have to choose a new leader. At the very least, you're going to have someone as an interim leader in the House of Commons. And then, of course, with the situation, the way the seat totals break down, that could change over the course of the night. And I've spoken to some senior Liberals who are still waiting for more votes. They think there are still several hundreds of thousands of votes out there that have yet to be counted. That could swing some very close ridings, particularly in Ontario. But I don't see a huge change here. Obviously, the Liberals aren't getting anywhere close to the majority that they were hoping for. But this is going to make everything in the House of Commons a negotiation, starting from the first thing that the MPs will vote on when the House comes back, and that will be the throne speech that the Governor General will deliver on behalf of the Carney government. That, of course, is a confidence vote. So if the government can't find support on that, then we would potentially be back into another election campaign very soon. But this is really, I've been covering politics a long time, Cynthia. I've never seen anything like this, having two leaders lose their seats, including a leader in Pierre Poilievre, who actually really improved his party's standing, both in the popular vote as well as the seat count. He did very, very well. And in the case of Jagmeet Singh, I mean, politics is a cruel business. You think about what he accomplished as NDP leader. He can use the supply and confidence agreement that his party formed with the Trudeau Liberals back in 2022 to achieve some of the NDP's policy priorities. They got the government to commit to ending the use of replacement workers in federally regulated workplaces, the so-called anti-scab legislation. He got the government to take some baby steps towards a national drug program, the pharmacare program. Unclear if Carney will continue that program. He said he doesn't really see expanding it beyond its current status, where it provides drug coverage for medication for diabetics as well as prescription birth control. And he also got the government to agree to dental care. And Carney is pledged to expand that program even further to make more Canadians eligible for it. It's an extremely popular program. So Jagmeet Singh leaves loses his seat despite all those things that he had accomplished for the NDP. So I'm really curious to see what Mark Carney says. He's obviously going to talk a lot about Trump and the continuing threat of tariffs, but I want to see what he says about how he imagines this government working. I think it's going to be really heavy on collaboration. He's going to have to reach across multiple aisles. He's going to reach out to the Bloc Québécois. He's going to have to reach out to the remaining NDP MPs and figure out a way that they can make this parliament work. And if he can't, well, we're going to be back here in not too much longer into another election campaign. Cynthia.
I can't imagine Canadians are in the mood for another election campaign so quickly, though.
No, that would be a very tough sell right now. I mean, the last minority government, Justin Trudeau led, that really went long beyond the usual life of minority government. Generally, they last about 18 months to 24 months. That one was unusual because they had that agreement, that supply and confidence agreement with the NDP that allowed them to function kind of more like a small majority government. But this is all, disrupted now. Well, the other thing we're going to listen to for Mark Carney, he may not say this tonight, but we'll hear from him in coming days, is when he would like to see the House of Commons come back. As I said, he has to bring in a throne speech that will lay out his priorities ahead. Throne speeches are automatically confidence matters. So there's a vote on the throne speech a couple of days after it, and those things, if the government can't get partners to support them on that, then we're into an election campaign. Generally, most opposition parties will support a throne speech unless there is something egregious in that document. But the day-to-day functioning of the House of Commons is going to be a lot different. And of course, we're also going to have to see what the Conservatives are going to do. What is Pierre Poilievre going to do? Is he going to try to get reelected somewhere else? Keep in mind, he was kind of a parachute candidate 20 years ago when he first ran to become an MP in 2004 in this Ottawa riding. He only chose that because he worked here in politics in Ottawa and decided, well, okay, I'm gonna run somewhere in the area. He, of course, is originally from Calgary. Is there a possibility that given the success he had tonight, not in his own riding, but nationally, increasing the Conservative seat total and increasing its popular vote, that there may be people who want him to stick around? Possibly somebody could resign, maybe in Alberta, maybe in his hometown of Calgary, that he could potentially run in a by-election down the road. All this, though, lots of time ahead to speculate on what exactly is going to happen. And of course, we'll also see an NDP leadership race because Jagmeet Singh has formally resigned tonight. So this is going to be, Cynthia, a very interesting year ahead in Canadian politics, and one I can safely say we have never seen anything like this before.
Absolutely, and I think that's an understatement. Now, Glenn, let me ask you this, because many have speculated, Marion, for one, on my panel here, and she's an NDP strategist, she believes that Carney, if he had won a majority, would be governing more from the right with his fiscal background. Now, if that was indeed true, if he's a minority and he perhaps joins forces with the NDP, he's not going to be able to govern as far to the right as many people had thought that he would. Are we going to be in exactly the same position that we have been with the last few years with Trudeau and the NDP?
Yeah, and the British have an expression calling this a hung parliament, which is really kind of, it's an apt metaphor. And the strange thing about that is that Carney is going to have to, yes, I think you're right that his natural inclination is more small C conservative, certainly more so than Justin Trudeau was before him. But his main natural partners now in the House of Commons are going to be the NDP, of course, and depending on what the final seat count is, they may not even be able to get him over that hump of 172 seats he will need to pass legislation in the House of Commons. So he's also going to have to reach out to the Bloc Québécois, and certainly the Bloc on social issues tends to be far more on the progressive side. And then there's the other scenario, though, that the Conservatives, you put their vote total right now next to with the Bloc Québécois, possibly they could sort of exert some power. But here's the Prime Minister's wife, Diana Fox Carney, came up to speak now. We'll listen to what she has to say.
Good evening, Canada. Bonsoir, Canada, et merci pour votre vote. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for supporting your Liberal candidates. And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country. Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered, not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring, through all this, I've watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been: consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation, and he said to me, "I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service." So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong and Canada for.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Hello, everyone.
Bonsoir.
Good evening.
Quel bonsoir.
What a great evening. It's a really great evening.
I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer,
Before I start, I'd like to congratulate the other party leaders, congratulate them on their campaigns and all the work that they've done. I'd like to thank them for their service to our country, now and in the future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Yeah. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr.
Of course, I'd like to thank the thousands of volunteers who are here this evening across the country who gave their time to knock on doors, to make calls, to talk to their neighbours and their community members, to give us a
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility. And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society, to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et
during this
Québécoises
campaign,
m'ont ouvert leurs portes.
many Quebecers opened their doors and put their trust in me, and I'm very moved by that, and thank you for that.
La langue française.
The French language.
La langue française.
The French language, Quebec culture, they're at the heart of Canadian identity. They define the country that I love so much, and I will defend them unstintingly.
Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois,
With the strong team of Quebec MPs that you've just sent to Ottawa, we will ensure that Quebec continues to prosper within a strong Canada.
Et que vous soyez un travailleur,
And be you a worker in the oil sands at Fort Mac, a young nurse in Joliette, or an accountant in Toronto, and there are many of them. My government will work for all of you.
as we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, not for well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves, and above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations.
We will strengthen our relationship with reliable partners in Europe, in Asia, and elsewhere in the world. And if the US doesn't want to play a pivotal role in the world economy, we will lead, not the Americans. We are masters in our home. We'll build millions of homes. We'll become an energy superpower. We'll provide good specialized jobs and careers. And we'll create one single Canadian economy, not 13.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah. That might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidants.
The challenges before us are huge, and that's normal. Big changes like the ones we're going through are always concerning. We have a lot that needs to be done, but I have confidence in all of you and in Canada as well.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are, and we always will be, a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, We know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui
United,
rassemble
we
des
have
langues,
built
des cultures,
a country that brings cultures and beliefs together. United, we have built cultural institutions that are crucial, such as CBC, Radio-Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone.
Over the past few months, Canadians have done their share. They've come together to defend our country and our way of living. I promise that when we're threatened, we will fight.
We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
And now, final thoughts from my incredible panel tonight. John, I'm going to start with you. I feel like we were looking for answers and a government tonight, and I think we have more questions than answers at this moment in time.
I agree entirely with you. You know, I think we came in with the expectation there'd be a clear-cut vision of the country and a decision tonight. And we're left with a lot more questions about where it's going to happen going forward. So, you know, I want to let the next 24 hours unfold. I just want to see what, you know, don't want to make a joke about it, but I mean, Donald Trump on line 2 is the first thing I'm going to be wondering how that is answered given what we've seen tonight.
Definitely. Marian, the NDP, they have a lot of soul searching to do, and they are now have to look for a new leader.
Yeah, really tough night. But this was a crazy election. I mean, it's even crazy now, and it's so late, and who knows what tomorrow's going to bring. But there's nothing you can do, and I think the right decision was done by Jagmeet, and so now it's time to regroup and lessons learned and keep holding the government to account.
The NDP could play a critical role in propping up a minority government again.
Getting results for Canadians.
All right, you can spin it that way. Fine. Jeff, And now Pierre Poilievre, his future is uncertain. We don't know if he's going to win his seat. If he does not only did he lose the election after a healthy lead and lose his seat, I mean, you have to wonder what's next for him.
Yeah,
if he loses
a challenging night if he loses his seat, for sure. I mean, I think, reflecting on the numbers and some of the gains that were made, I think, Conservatives can be very proud of the ground game that they ran, of the volunteers that were out there and doing some really hard work in pulling the vote today. I think, and that's across the country, not just in the GTA. So good news on that front. I think that all Canadians are ready and prepared to move beyond sloganeering at this point. We heard a couple there in the acceptance speech, but to move beyond sloganeering, hear what the plan is, and hear what we're going to do to defend Canada.
Sarabjit, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I mean, it's the system that we have. It's not perfect, but it works well for people. And I think, the people have spoken, and I think, again, governments need to work together. And I think that's what people have been saying, that they want parties that work together. The last, whether you call it propping up or whether you call it collaboration, it delivered some results for Canadians. And I think the tone of Pierre Poilievre's speech tonight was very different. It was much more humble, and he's going to have to make some decisions on how he proceeds. And again, it's not as bad as they thought it was going to be based on a week ago's prediction. But if you look at where they were this time last year, this is going to be very, very hard for them to position as a win.
And I think Mark Carney has a big challenge ahead in trying to form a government and keep it going and deal with Donald Trump and many other issues, serious issues that this country is facing. I want to thank all of you so very much for joining us this evening. Your insight and your analysis was fantastic, and it is greatly appreciated. Thank you so very much for helping us unravel this unprecedented election in an unprecedented time, and I have to use that word over and over again, but it seems appropriate. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And that is all from us here tonight. But if you're on the West Coast, please stay tuned. Our coverage continues on City TV and City News 24/7 from Vancouver. Have a great evening. Good night.